Chapter 1. In the dark space. The cold, mechanical prompt sound, like the final judgment, exploded in Xiao Lan's spiritual universe. Ding. It is detected that the host has completed the final task. The final reincarnation authority has been unlocked. Congratulations to the host. Along with this voice, the entire spiritual space began to vibrate violently. Countless fragments of light and shadow flickered and peeled off like dying stars. The originally stable boundaries of consciousness were collapsing and shattering at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into chaos of nothingness. Xiao Lan was indifferently floating in the center of this collapsing universe. His deep eyes were as calm as an ancient well, as if they had witnessed the birth and death of countless worlds. The movement before him was just the last fireworks before the end. For the last time, he symbolically turned his consciousness to the system-mall interface that had long been empty, and only a gray frame remained. It used to be filled with a wide variety of things, with enough power and knowledge to drive any mortal crazy. But now, everything had been drained and used up by him, becoming the cornerstone of his journey to this moment. How long has it been? Xiao Lan whispered to herself, her voice carrying a barely perceptible hint of fatigue, but more of it was the indifference that came from having experienced so much. How many years have passed since I was caught up in this damn system and thrown into this crazy world full of twisted abnormalities? 100 years? 1,000 years? Or even longer? Even he couldn't remember. Time has long lost its meaning here. The containment he had seen, maybe a truck-sized, theoretically immortal, hideous lizard that hates all life. It may be a piece of sweet cake that can never be finished but can cause endless disasters. It may be a piece of strange text that seems illogical but can instantly destroy the reader's sanity. Or it could be a bizarre space where a specific scene keeps repeating and people are trapped in it forever, or a dark staircase that extends downward as if leading directly to hell. It could even be a series of seemingly meaningless actions that can trigger disastrous consequences. Worse still, they may not have any physical body at all. Can't see, can't touch, advertisement can't smell it, can't hear. Just an idea implanted in the mind, a dangerous concept born out of thin air, or perhaps a distorted part of reality itself. He personally established a huge organization called the Foundation, under the banner of control, containment, and protection, to imprison these anomalies that could destroy the world one by one. He is the Foundation's O5-1, the highest decision-maker who hides behind countless dark plots and balances the world's survival with an iron fist and wisdom. Decisive killing? That is a necessary evil. The mastermind? That's the way to survive. Even though I always complain and say I've had enough of this damn place. Xiao Lan's lips curled up in a complex arc, with some self-mockery. But when the day comes to leave, I actually feel a little bit reluctant. After all, everything here, no matter how crazy or dangerous, was created by him and is proof of his existence. At this moment, two huge light gates quietly condensed into shape in front of the collapsing spiritual universe. A fan emitting soft and holy white light, full of warmth and hope. The other door was surging with a deep and dark purple-black light, faintly revealing the temptation of chaos and the unknown. There is only one chance to reincarnate. After making the choice, the system will completely disengage, leaving him, Xiao Lan, and everything he created, completely in this world, or another world that may also be full of dangers. Xiao Lan's eyes wandered between the two doors without showing much hesitation. He had long passed the stage where he needed to repeatedly weigh the pros and cons. Countless life and death decisions had already tempered his will into the hardest alloy. He slowly raised his head and asked the invisible system in the void. His tone was calm, but it contained an unquestionable confirmation. System. Host, please give instructions. The system's response was still that emotionless tone. I just need to confirm my reincarnation and step through that door, right? Xiao Lan's eyes were as sharp as a knife. Everything that happened afterwards, the mess of the Foundation I left behind, and the various chain reactions that might be triggered, or maybe that bullshit higher being you always talked about will be responsible for cleaning up your right? The higher existence that Xiao Lan mentioned was a vague concept pieced together from the fragments of words that the system occasionally mentioned over the long years. Advertisement. It seems that his time traveling, the existence of the system, and even the birth of this abnormal world are all inseparable from that mysterious existence. That is a traitor of a higher dimension, far beyond the system itself, and perhaps even beyond Xiao Lan's current understanding. Confirm. The system's answer is concise and clear. According to the final agreement, After the host completes the final mission and chooses to reincarnate, the system will start the final cleanup procedure. All subsequent matters will be handled by designated programs or high-level beings to ensure that they will not interfere with the host's rebirth. The host does not need to worry. Okay. After receiving a positive answer, Xiao Lan stopped talking nonsense. He took a deep look at the door that was surging with purple-black light, as if he wanted to imprint the chaotic color deep in his soul, and then his eyes fell on the big door that was emitting soft white light. He stretched out his hand, pointed at the white light door, and confirmed with the system for the last time. Every word seemed to carry a great force. This door definitely leads to a new life, right? Confirmed. The system responded. This channel corresponds to the New World coordinates, which conforms to the host's basic definition of new life. The energy is stable and the channel is safe. Very good. Xiao Lan nodded without any extra expression on her face. There is no excitement, no nervousness, only a sense of calmness as a new game is about to begin. He no longer looked back at the spiritual universe behind him that was collapsing at an accelerated rate and was about to completely return to nothingness. Without any hesitation, Xiao Lan stretched out her hand and pushed open the door that was emitting soft white light. Inside the door, there was an extremely dazzling pure white light that instantly swallowed up his figure. He took one last glance at the purple-black door behind him that represented the unknown and danger, and a hint of amusement seemed to flash in his eyes. Then he stepped into that pure white. Chapter 2. New Moon. There is a lot of traffic and people. Compared to the old world in his memory that was on the brink of collapse and full of anomalies, the scene before him could be described as peaceful. At least, that's what it seems. The air was filled with the mixed smell of hot dogs and exhaust fumes. Tall buildings lined the streets, and yellow taxis shuttled back and forth like worker bees. People are walking in a hurry, with expressions of fatigue, numbness, or expectation on their faces, just like the residents of any modern city. Relatively speaking, Xiao Lan walked on the sidewalk, his hands in his windbreaker pockets, his eyes calmly scanning everything around him. The abnormal here seems to be more exposed. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ubiquitous yet hidden surveillance network. Stark Industries' ostentatious headquarters building, the cutting-edge technology it represents, and the potential risk of getting out of control. There are also those urban legends that circulate sporadically on the internet and in the streets about super soldiers, big green guys, and some blonde man who wields a hammer and calls himself a god. This world is not short of its own abnormalities. However, their manifestations seem to be different from those projects that distorted logic and subverted cognition that he had taken in before. At least, the vast majority of people can still maintain a normal life. This was already much better than his old world, where the Foundation had to pay a huge price and stay on edge all the time to barely maintain a fragile balance. However, in the next second, when Xiao Lan inadvertently raised his head and looked towards the sky, even his calm state of mind, which had been tempered by countless life and death experiences and countless times of facing indescribable things, suddenly began to ripple. What is that? Above the azure sky, there is a screen that is so huge that it is beyond imagination. It has a translucent holographic texture, its edges blurring into the clear sky, stretching across the city like a digital waterfall hanging from the sky. Its area is so vast that it almost covers the sky of half of the city, and there seem to be some unrecognizable lights, shadows, and data streams flowing above it. This thing, Xiao Lan's pupils shrank slightly, barely perceptible. Judging from his experience, this is by no means a miracle that can be created by current technology on Earth. Its scale, its energy fluctuations, its way of existence, all have a subtle sense of abnormality. Such a huge and conspicuous abnormal creation is hanging in the sky so openly? He immediately looked around vigilantly. The pedestrians on the street were still walking hurriedly, chatting and laughing, or looking down at their phones. No one pointed at the sky, and no one showed the slightest surprise or panic. It was as if the huge sky that was enough to make anyone who saw it for the first time have a heart attack did not exist at all. A covert measure to block ordinary people's perception? Or, Xiao Lan frowned slightly, and quickly formed several possibilities in his mind. Have the residents of this world become accustomed to this level of spectacles? Considering that this world has a series of super common sense events such as S.H.I.E.L.D., Stark Industries, the Super Soldier Program, and even the awakening of artificial intelligence. Perhaps the latter is more likely. They probably really got used to it. Advertisement, just like people in the old world, they can easily accept the Foundation's lame excuses such as gas leak and extreme weather to cover up containment breaches. Human adaptability is sometimes truly terrifyingly strong. Xiao Lan withdrew her gaze, and her face returned to its usual calmness, as if the shock just now had never happened. He needed more information. The quickest way was always to blend in with the crowd, listen and observe. He walked into a stylish-looking cafe on the corner. The rich aroma of coffee hits you in the face, and soothing jazz music flows in the air. Xiao Lan chose a seat by the window, where the view was wide, and she could observe the street scene while also keeping an eye on the strange sky above her head. He ordered a cup of black coffee and tapped his fingers unconsciously on the table, but his brain was working at high speed, analyzing the preliminary information of this new world and assessing the potential risks and opportunities. Just then, a slightly noisy voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, boy." Xiao Lan looked up. Sitting at the table opposite him was a middle-aged man wearing a plaid shirt and with slightly gray hair. He was holding his coffee cup and smiling at him in a familiar manner. The uncle followed the direction Xiao Lan was looking at and glanced at the huge sky screen outside the window. Then, with a look that said, "I understand you," he lowered his voice and moved closer. "You care about it too, right? Your past life." "Huh?" Xiao Lan was slightly startled. Previous life? This word made him feel a little stunned and puzzled. He remained calm, just looking at the other person with a slightly confused look, neither admitting nor denying. This vague response often induces the other party to say more information. Sure enough, when the uncle saw that Xiao Lan didn't seem to understand, his enthusiasm increased. He simply sat down in the empty seat opposite Xiao Lan and slammed his coffee cup on the table, splashing a few drops of brown liquid. "Hey, why are you pretending to be confused?" The uncle laughed, revealing a mouthful of coffee-stained yellow teeth, and pointed at the sky outside the window. "That's it. That previous life exposed sky curtain." He patted his chest and said proudly, "To be honest, I was very powerful in my previous life. I was a space pirate leader who roamed the starry seas. I was in charge of several star destroyers." "What a pity." He changed the subject, with a complex expression of both regret and a bit of boasting on his face. "In the end, he died in a damn methane nebula explosion. Isn't that infuriating? Not even a complete corpse was left." "Ha ha." Xiao Lan. His expression remained calm, but his heart was already in turmoil. Exposing the sky of the previous life? Space pirates? Methane nebula explosion? What is going on? In the world before he traveled through time, there were all kinds of anomalies and projects that were capable of destroying the world emerged one after another. But he had never heard of such a thing that could expose the past life. The function of this huge screen hanging in the sky is actually this? Advertisement. This nature cannot be simply explained by abnormal technological creation or large illusion. It involves the soul, reincarnation, information tracing. The water behind it is terrifyingly deep. Looking at the uncle in front of her who was spitting all over the place and talking incessantly about his glorious past, Xiao Lan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He needed more information about this sky curtain. "It sounds incredible." Xiao Lan finally spoke, her tone calm and with just the right amount of curiosity. "This sky curtain, when did it appear?" "Oh, you're talking about this." The uncle seemed to have found a perfect listener, and he became more talkative. "Not long ago, probably. Well, not long after the Ultron incident. I can't remember the exact date, but it just appeared in the sky in a flash. Everyone was scared to death at first, thinking it was another alien invasion or the work of some crazy scientist." The uncle took a sip of coffee and continued. "Later, we found that it didn't make any movement. It just, every once in a while, a few days or half a month, it would light up with a buzz sound, and then randomly pick a lucky person and play his/her previous life. It's like showing a movie. It was quite a sensation at first. After all, who doesn't wonder what their past life was like? But," the uncle smacked his lips, "later, everyone discovered that this thing seemed to be particularly biased. Almost all of those exposed were big shots, or people who were already quite extraordinary." He lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Take that Tony Stark. Iron Man. Billionaire. Genius inventor. Do you know what he was in his previous life?" The uncle's eyes were gleaming with gossip. "According to the sky curtain, in his previous life, he was an ambitious evil doctor who wanted to destroy half of the universe. TSK, TSK, TSK. You know what? He's a bit like the ruthless arms dealer he was when he was young. And that guy, Captain America? It is said that he was also a great hero in his previous life, but the exact identity of him was cut off halfway through the signal, which left us in suspense." Over time, the uncle spread his hands, his tone becoming more relaxed. "Everyone gets used to it. Anyway, it's not our turn. so just watch it for fun. Now, this sky screen show is almost becoming our, and even the world's most popular. Well, how should I put it? A variety show. Variety show? Xiao Lan's gaze once again turned toward the huge sky outside the window that exuded an indescribable sense of oppression. To make the potential past life information that could subvert the worldview public in this way, and to treat it as entertainment? The people in this world have such big hearts. Or is it that the endless stream of extraordinary events has worn away our awe of the abnormal? But Xiao Lan will never take it lightly. In his opinion, the danger of this so-called exposure of past lives may be far greater than any alien invasion or artificial intelligence rebellion, because it touches upon something deeper than physical destruction. Information, history, and even reality itself. Who, or what, is manipulating all this? What is its purpose? At this moment, the huge sky above the city suddenly flashed with light. The originally fuzzy and flowing data stream suddenly became clear and began to converge into shape. In the cafe, people who were originally talking in low voices, including the uncle who was chattering just now, all became quiet at the same time, and all raised their heads and looked out the window. Everyone's face showed anticipation, curiosity, and a hint of indescribable enthusiasm. A new round of past life exposure is about to begin, and this time, whose past will be revealed on the sky. Xiao Lan picked up the coffee cup, took a sip of the slightly bitter liquid, and her eyes were as deep as the night. His gaze, like a scalpel, was fixed on the huge sky with changing light and shadow. This world seemed to be a little more interesting than he had expected. Chapter 3. This moment. The air in the cafe seemed to freeze at the moment when the light from the sky flickered. The guests who were noisily gossiping and discussing daily trivia just now seemed to have been paused. Only the heavy breathing and the beating of hearts were left, converging into an eerie silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the giant screen that occupied the entire sky. The flowing data suddenly became clear, like boiling lava cooling and taking shape. Amid the interweaving of light and shadow, a cold, emotionless electronic synthesized sound resounded in every corner of the city and was clearly transmitted to the minds of everyone who pricked up their ears in the cafe. The sky curtain of the previous life is exposed, and random selection is in progress. Buzz. There was an imperceptible low-frequency vibration in the air, as if some invisible force was scanning this huge city, selecting the lucky one among the countless people. Look, it's about to begin. Who could it be? Who could it be this time? The information Stark revealed last time wasn't enough. I hope this time it's even more explosive. Shoo, be quiet. Listen. Suppressed whispers of excitement rose and fell among the crowd, but were soon drowned out by even stronger anticipation. The uncle also stopped gesturing, leaned forward, stared out the window, his mouth slightly open, as if afraid to miss any change in pixels. Xiao Lan's fingers holding the coffee cup were as steady as a rock. His eyes were calm, but only he knew that beneath that calm appearance, the dam called vigilance had been raised to the highest level. This sky curtain is by no means simple. Extraction program started. Target locked. The light on the sky became brighter and brighter, and the data stream rushed like a waterfall, finally converging into one point, as if the dice of fate was about to fall. Coordinates: Crescent City, 7th Avenue. Afternoon Sunshine Cafe. Wow. The cafe exploded instantly. Here with us? Oh my god. Who is it? Is that the guy in the windbreaker? He looks quite mysterious. Or that lady in the hat. The coffee she just ordered has a weird name. People subconsciously looked at each other, trying to find out the lucky or unlucky person who was about to be publicly executed. The uncle who was spitting all over the place just now opened his eyes wide, looked at Xiao Lan, then looked around, with a wonderful expression on his face. There was both the shock of, oh shit, it's right next to me, and the relief of, thank goodness it's not me. Xiao Lan's eyelids twitched slightly. 7th Avenue, Afternoon Sunshine Cafe, this area can't be any smaller. He put down the coffee cup and his fingertips unconsciously tapped lightly on the smooth tabletop, making an inaudible clicking sound. Then, that cold electronic voice uttered the final name. The subject of this round of previous life exposure is confirmed. Xiao Sizzle. It was as if an old radio had its channel forcibly switched off, or as if countless sharp metal pieces were scratching the glass. Advertisement, a chaotic noise that made one's teeth ache and eardrums sting, suddenly erupted, instantly drowning out the name that was about to be blurted out. Sizzle. Sizzle. The image on the sky also twisted and flickered violently at the same time. The originally clear and gathered light and shadow were like a lake's surface into which a stone was thrown, shattering and becoming chaotic in an instant. Countless snowflakes are jumping wildly, and colors are splashing like an overturned palette. What is even more shocking is that in the center of the screen, where the name should have been displayed, was replaced by a pure, deep, black square that seemed to be able to swallow all light. The block had no texture, no information, only an absolute darkness that represented data deletion and information blocking. Lan. The distorted noise seemed to contain the remnant of the last word, but it had become fragmented and difficult to discern. The entire Crescent City fell into deathly silence at this moment. The next second, there was an even bigger uproar. What's going on? The skylight is broken? What was that sound just now? My ears. Black blocks. What does that mean? It's garbled. Impossible. This sky curtain has been around for so long, and there has never been a problem like this. Even the Avengers' several battles have not been able to disrupt it in the slightest. Could it be that something more powerful intervened? In cafes and on the streets, countless people looked up, their faces filled with shock, confusion, and disbelief. The past life exposure sky screen that was suspended in the sky and was regarded as absolutely authoritative and stable, actually, had such a strange malfunction. This is even more shocking than exposing the past life of any big shot. People were talking about it and speculating on the cause of the failure. Was it a technical failure? Or some unknown force forcibly interfering with the operation of the sky curtain? No one noticed. In the corner of the Afternoon Sun Cafe, Xiao Lan's pupils suddenly shrank to the extreme the moment she saw the black square appear. His breathing paused for a moment. A crack finally appeared on his face, which had been calm all along. It was a mixture of astonishment, disbelief, and a trace of long-lost, almost forgotten, panic. Others might just think that there was something wrong with the skylight, some kind of technical error or signal interference. But only he, the former O5-1, the highest controller of the Foundation, knew clearly what the black square representing data deleted and information blocked meant. That is the highest level of shielding used by the Foundation when dealing with top secrets involving mimetic contamination, cognitive hazards, reality distortion effects, and other abnormal information that is enough to shake the foundation of reality, to protect readers from being contaminated or killed by the information itself. This sky curtain, what it wanted to expose just now, is him. Reveal that he came from a world full of containment breaches, doomsday prophecies, and endless K-class scenarios. Expose the Foundation he founded, which, in the name of control, contain, and protect, actually locks countless terrors and despair into cold containment rooms? A chill crept up Xiao Lan's spine. If these things were made public by this previous life exposure sky, even if it's just the tip of the iceberg, Xiao Lan's brows were instantly locked together, and her knuckles turned slightly white from the force. The actions of this sky curtain just now were tantamount to trying to open a door to the deepest and darkest hell directly in front of this seemingly peaceful, but actually fragile world. That was the dark past that he did not want to recall and would never allow to be touched. Just when everyone was still immersed in shock and speculation about the skylight failure, the strange noise suddenly disappeared. The flickering and chaotic picture gradually stabilized, although the black square, representing the name, was still prominently present. Then, a voice that was completely different from the previous cold electronic sound, with a certain unprecedented dignity and even warning meaning, resounded through the sky again. Warning. Warning. It is detected that the content of this exposure involves highly dangerous information, and its potential impact may cause unpredictable and irreversible serious harm to the current reality structure and even multiple parallel universe continua. According to the highest information security protocol, this system will compulsorily delete and block content that is not suitable for public release. At the same time, in view of the extreme danger of the content exposed this time, all perceivers connected to this system now have the right to actively choose. You have the right to refuse to receive any information from this delivery. After choosing to reject, your neural connection with this system will be temporarily cut off until the dangerous information delivery ends. You will not be able to perceive, understand, or remember the relevant content of this delivery in any form. Please make a choice before the countdown ends. Yes/no to continue watching. 10, 9, 8. This is the first time that Tianmu has issued such a clear warning. And it's such a high-level warning. Oh my god. Multiverse hazard. Delete? Block. What the hell are they trying to expose? No. I refuse. I don't want to know something that will destroy the world. Quick, choose no. Something is wrong with this thing. After a brief moment of silence, there was even greater panic. The blood drained from countless people's faces, and their eyes were filled with fear of the unknown. The previous mentality of watching the fun and not minding the trouble is gone, replaced by an instinctive urge to stay away from danger. In the cafe, many people subconsciously closed their eyes and silently said no in their hearts, as if that sound could really cut off some invisible connection. The uncle who was gossiping just now turned pale at this moment. He chose to refuse without hesitation and even shrank back, as if he was afraid of being seen by the ominous black square on the screen. Xiao Lan looked at the chaotic scene in front of her, her frown not relaxing at all. In his opinion, those who chose to refuse made the right decision, because they simply couldn't imagine what a horrible scene it would be if the gate of hell was really pried open by this damn sky. However, the warnings have been given and the options have been offered. The countdown continues. 3, 2, 1. That previous life that was forcibly marked with a black mosaic, after being deleted and blocked, what will be left? And those who still choose yes, or are unable to refuse for various reasons, what kind of truth will they see? The distorted and castrated one. Xiao Lan raised her head and looked at the huge sky again, as well as the eye-catching black square in the center of the sky. His eyes were cold and sharp, like a blade about to be unsheathed. The water in this world is much more turbid than he had imagined. And this sky curtain, it seems, is the first abnormal item that needs to be dealt with by him. Chapter 4. At the same time, deep underground in New Moon City, in a heavily guarded secret base. The atmosphere was as heavy as lead. The huge circular conference table was filled with figures that would scare any criminal to death. The creator of the iron armor, a super soldier who has been sleeping for 70 years, a scientist who can transform into a green monster when angry, an agile red-haired female agent, an archer who never misses a shot, and a god of thunder from Asgard. The Avengers, all present, rarely. On the screen in front of them was the same strange sky and the disturbing black square in the center. The unprecedented warning from the sky hit everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. Multiverse hazard, mandatory deletion and blocking. Steve Rogers, a man who has experienced many battles. But at this moment, his brows were furrowed, with a look of confusion on his face, trying to understand but unable to do so. He scratched his iconic blonde hair and looked at Dr. Bruce Banner beside him with some uncertainty. That Neo Chu Rinji? What does that mean? It sounds a bit weird. Puff, ahem. Nearby, Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton barely managed to hold back their excitement. Natasha quickly coughed to cover up the laughter that almost came out of her mouth, while Clint forced his head to turn away, his shoulders slightly shrugging. Bruce Banner held his forehead helplessly, the look behind the glasses full of patience for this old popsicle teammate. Steve, it's distorted cognition, a type of cognitive hazard. It's not that. Cow or something. He sighed and tried to explain in the simplest way this concept, which was enough to make the average person's SAN value drop drastically. To put it simply, it can make something you firmly believe in no longer be the truth. It can forcibly change your basic understanding of reality. Dr. Banner pushed up his glasses and spoke in a more stern tone, trying to make the captain understand the horror of it. It's like, it can make you and everyone else believe from the bottom of their hearts that 1 + 1 is no longer equal to 2. Do you understand? What? Steve Rogers' eyes suddenly widened, and for the first time, his face, which was always full of determination and integrity, showed such pure shock and a hint of incredible fear. He was not afraid of fighting or sacrifice, but he could not imagine. If even the most basic common sense and the most basic logic were overturned, what a chaotic and terrifying scene it would be. Oh my God, Steve muttered to himself, his voice a little dry. That's terrible. This is no longer a weapon or an enemy. It is a force that directly acts on the mind and distorts the foundation of reality. Seeing the captain's rare loss of composure, the smiles on Natasha and Clint's faces completely disappeared, replaced by deep solemnity. If the previous life that Sky Mule is about to expose really contains this kind of power, Natasha's voice was low and serious, then its threat level would probably not be lower than Loki's invasion, or even Ultron. Clint nodded in agreement and clenched his fists. A thing that can silently rewrite everyone's thoughts. This is simply the most perfect ideological stamp, and it is mandatory. The air in the conference room seemed to become sticky. At this moment, Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard, who had been silent all this time, suddenly patted his chest covered with metal armor with confidence and said in a loud voice, "Don't worry too much, friends in the atrium. This reality-distorting force is not unmanageable. My father has a powerful gem in his possession, the reality gem. Its power is enough to correct this mistake." Thor's words, like thunder, exploded in the dull conference room. Reality gem. Advertisement, one of the legendary infinity stones that can defy all laws of physics and turn fantasy into reality. Could it be that Asgard actually possesses such a terrifying artifact? Outside the universe, on the other side of the distant star field, there is the magnificent Asgard Palace. The light of the Rainbow Bridge illuminates the magnificent palace, but at this moment, there is an indescribable tension in the once solemn atmosphere. Odin, the father of all gods, has one deep eye and sits on a magnificent throne. His gaze seemed to penetrate the endless space, staring at the strange sky that appeared above Asgard. The eye-catching, black square on the sky and the warning that echoed in the 9 realms also aroused the vigilance of this ancient god-king. Distorted reality, cognitive pollution. Odin whispered to himself, his old but majestic voice echoing in the empty hall. Wisdom and insight gleamed in his one eye. He has ruled for too long, witnessed countless miracles and horrors in the universe, and knows well the terribleness of certain forces. The multiverse continuum hazard mentioned in the warning is by no means an exaggeration. Odin's fingers tapped lightly on the armrests of the throne, and after a moment, he raised his hand slightly. "Sif, Volstagg." "Yes, father." The heroic Valkyrie Sif and the loyal and honest, big guy, Volstagg, immediately stepped forward and knelt on one knee. Odin's voice was calm, yet it carried unquestionable majesty. "Go to the treasury and bring that here." "Yes." Sif and Volstagg looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. They understood what that meant. A moment later, the two returned to the hall again, holding an ancient and exquisite metal box in their hands. The box was carefully presented to Odin. Odin stretched out his hand, which was covered with traces of time, and slowly opened the box. Buzz. An indescribable energy wave, seemingly containing infinite possibilities, instantly spread out. Inside the box, a soft golden light illuminated a yellow gem about the size of a fist and in an irregular oval shape, lying quietly on the velvet cushion. Its surface flows with a liquid metal-like luster, as if countless tiny energies are surging and disappearing in it. Realistic gems. One of the infinity stones, it possesses the power to truly modify reality. As long as the holder has enough will and energy, he can ignore any scientific laws and natural laws and turn imagination into reality. Odin gazed at the gem, light flickering in his one eye. The power of this gem, perhaps, is the only means to directly confront, or even to a certain extent purify, the cognitive pollution and reality distortion effects behind the black cube. If that sky curtain really dares to release an information weapon that is powerful enough to shake the foundations of reality, then Asgard must be prepared. Advertisement. But is it really enough to rely solely on the reality stone? The essence of the existence hidden by the black square. How terrifying is it? Odin's fingers gently stroked the smooth surface of the reality gem, and his eyes were deeper than ever before. New Moon City, top floor of Stark Tower. Outside the luxurious floor-to-ceiling windows is the city still shrouded in the shadow of the sky. Tony Stark, the billionaire, genius inventor and playboy, rarely showed his iconic cynicism at this moment. He slumped lazily in the expensive leather sofa, holding a high-heeled glass filled with amber wine in his slender fingers and shaking it gently. His eyes were also fixed on the huge virtual screen in midair. Displayed on the screen was the real-time image of the sky and the dazzling black square. The warning sound is still ringing in my ears, and even through the screen, I can still feel the heart-pounding chill. Multiverse hazard, blocking, censorship, cognitive distortion. Tony took a sip of the whiskey in his glass and frowned slightly. Each of these words touched the sensitive nerves of his genius brain. He understands the power of information better than anyone else, and he understands the fragility of reality better than anyone else. After a moment of silence, he spoke as usual, his voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible fatigue and melancholy. "Jarvis, what do you think?" As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Tony was stunned. The air seemed to freeze for a second. Then, a calm, steady, yet emotionless electronic female voice sounded. "Sir, I'm not Jarvis." The expression on Tony Stark's face stiffened slightly, and then turned into a bitter self-mockery. He put down his wine glass and rubbed his eyebrows. Yeah, Jarvis is gone. The artificial intelligence butler who had been with him for many years, like a family member and a close friend, had completely disappeared in the ravages of Ultron. Even though the Vision who was born later inherited some of Jarvis's coding and even possessed the Mind Stone, Vision also clearly told him, I am not Jarvis. Jarvis, the one and only Jarvis, is gone, forever. This realization was like a tiny needle that would K him from time to time. Sorry, it's my bad. Tony quickly concealed the fragility that was revealed at that moment and restored his tone that was a mixture of confidence and casualness, but something seemed to dim deep in his eyes. He picked up the glass again, shook it, and looked ahead at the empty space. There was the invisible presence of the new AI. Well, Miss Not Jarvis, what do you think? This deliberately mysterious sky, and the mosaicked past life of that unlucky guy, and this multiverse-level warning that is enough to scare the hell out of a child. Analyze it and give me something useful. Tony's voice returned to its usual speed and rhythm, but the solemnity hidden under the relaxed tone could not deceive anyone, least of all, himself. This sky, this black square, and the unknown behind it. It made him feel extremely uneasy. Chapter 5. This moment. All over the world, countless pairs of eyes, whether in the streets, in secret bases, or in distant star regions, were staring at the huge canopy hanging above the sky. The black square still occupies the core of the screen, and the harsh warning sound seems to have not yet dissipated, bringing a suffocating feeling of oppression. Time seems to be infinitely stretched at this moment. Every passing second is accompanied by the beating of the heart. People are looking forward to it, but also afraid. Looking forward to peeking at the blocked truth and fearing the dangerous information that may subvert cognition. Finally, as everyone's breathing almost stagnated, the black square, representing the unknown and taboo, began to twist and fluctuate silently. Like a stone thrown into the water, the pixels begin to spread and reorganize. Here we come. Countless people subconsciously clenched their fists and tensed their nerves. The next second, the dark block completely dissipated, and the clear text, like a brand, was deeply engraved in the eyes of every viewer. Exposure target. Xiao Lan. These two simple words seem to contain some kind of inexplicable power, which makes people who see them feel a chill in their hearts. What followed was even more shocking information. Previous life identity. Foundation. Boom. When this line of text appeared, the whole world seemed to experience a moment of deathly silence, and then erupted into an uproar like a tsunami. Founder of the Foundation? What kind of organization is that? Wait, Chaos Insurgency? That doesn't sound like a good group. Global Occult Coalition? What is this? These three identities are the same person. How is this possible? The founder and the splitter. Who is he? Advertisement, ellipses. What does the ellipsis mean? Does he have another identity? Countless questions, fears, and speculations are spreading around the world like a virus. In the meeting room of the Avengers base, Steve Rogers frowned. Captain America's shield reflected the light from the screen, and his expression was more serious than ever. Natasha Romanoff's eyes were as sharp as a knife, trying to extract more information from these few simple words. Thor held Mjolnir tightly, feeling the uneasiness in the air. In Stark Tower, Tony sat up straight abruptly and put his glass down heavily. He stared at the words on the screen, his brain working at an unprecedented speed. Foundation, Chaos, Alliance. These three names represent completely different positions, and may even be hostile relationships. How can one person have all these identities at the same time? Unless, a terrible thought came to his mind. Unless, this person, in all these organizations, plays some kind of detached, even behind-the-scenes role. Just when everyone's shock had not yet subsided, the picture on the sky changed again. There are no thrilling images, nor scenes of devastation. What comes into view is a passage that is cold, rational, yet extremely heavy and resolute. It's like a declaration, and also like a mission. Humanity has been around for 250,000 years now, and only the last 4,000 years are meaningful. So, what have we been doing for nearly 250,000 years? We hid in caves, sat around small campfires, and feared things we didn't understand. Explanations of how the sun rose, monsters with human heads and bird bodies, and living stones. So we called them gods and demons, and begged for forgiveness and prayed for salvation. After that, their number decreased, and our number increased. As we had fewer and fewer things to fear, we began to look at the world more rationally. However, the inexplicable things did not disappear, as if the universe deliberately wanted to show absurdity and incredibleness. Humanity can no longer live in fear. Nothing can protect us. We must protect ourselves. While others live in the light of day, we must fight them in the shadows and keep them out of the public eye so that others can live in a sane, normal world. We control, we contain, we protect. When the last three phrases fell like the final verdict, the whole world fell into a strange silence again. This passage does not have fancy words, but it contains a power that can send chills down one's spine. It is a heavy awareness of placing oneself in darkness and taking it as one's responsibility to protect the light. It is a kind of cold determination to take the initiative in the face of the unknown and terror. Secure, contain, protect. These 6 simple words seem to outline the contours of a huge, mysterious organization that had been operating in the shadows for countless years. Advertisement. SHIELD, Triskelion Headquarters, Secret Command Center. The huge screen was also playing images of the sky, and the atmosphere was so depressing that it was almost frozen. Nick Fury, the king of agents, had an unprecedented solemnity and vigilance flashing in his one eye. His fingers drummed unconsciously on the table, his eyes fixed on the mission statement. Control, contain, protect. Nick Fury repeated these words in a hoarse voice. So, this man named Xiao Lan, his previous life, or the Foundation he founded, was hunting those unexplainable things in the shadows? In order to maintain the normal world we know? His tone was full of scrutiny and suspicion, but more of it was an instinctive wariness. If this is true, then what exactly is the thing that this Foundation is facing? What can make an organization take control and containment as its core purpose? Foundation. Dr. Bruce Banner, who was standing nearby, pushed his glasses with a complicated expression. He felt the huge pressure hidden in the text, which was a unique temperament that could only be formed by long-term confrontation with unreasonable things. Nick, is there really such an organization on Earth? I have never seen relevant records in any public or confidential files. Nick Fury was silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. Not that I know of. His voice was low and firm, but then he changed the subject, and a hint of deep meaning flashed in his one eye. But I can't guarantee it. Think about that manifesto, Banner. Fury's eyes returned to the screen, his tone cold with speculation. If their highest purpose is to prevent them from being exposed to the public, and they are willing to do anything to achieve this, then we don't know of their existence, and we have never even noticed any traces of their activities. He paused and said word by word. That's the most normal thing, isn't it? Dr. Banner's pupils contracted slightly. Yes, it would be abnormal if an organization that takes hiding as its highest creed could be easily discovered. This organization called Foundation, and the unknown things it controls and contains. What exactly are they? And Xiao Lan, the one who created all of this, and even involved the Chaos Insurgency and the Global Occult Coalition. Who exactly is he? As if with the exposure of the sky, the shadow of the unknown is slowly covering this world that has just experienced an alien invasion and has not yet completely returned to peace. Chapter 6. Inside the meeting room. Nick Fury's speculation was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing silent ripples in the command center. Dr. Banner's eyes flickered behind his lenses, and he was obviously shocked by the logical chain of hiding oneself is the greatest success. Just as the solemn silence was about to solidify, a slightly teasing, yet extremely sharp voice broke the deadlock. Clint Barton, codenamed Hawkeye, the sharpshooter who never missed a shot, was leaning back in his chair in a seemingly relaxed posture, his fingers unconsciously stroking a briefing on the latest Skymare intelligence in front of him. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, scanning the disturbing declaration on the screen. "Hey, boss, everyone," Hawkeye said with a smile on his face, breaking the silence. "If it's true as you said, this Foundation is an expert in dealing with those unexplainable things, and their goal is to hide." He paused, his eyes swept across Fury's single eye, his tone carrying a hint of undisguised ridicule. And, according to Sky Museum's previous warnings, some of these things can distort reality. How could such outrageous and powerful things be kept so secret by them that not a single word of it leaked out? Hawkeye's tone suddenly rose, with an incredible emphasis. The so-called Foundation, its confidentiality and efficiency. TSK, it's much better than our shield. As soon as these words came out, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Nick Fury's one eye narrowed suddenly, and an invisible pressure spread out with him as the center. Hawkeye's ridicule undoubtedly hit his pain point as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., especially after experiencing multiple crises such as the invasion of the Chitauri and possible internal Hydra infiltration. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s omniscient image has long been overshadowed. He took a deep breath, his lips moved slightly, and his signature rebuttal, which was full of absolute authority and unquestionable, almost came out of his mouth. Come on, Clinton. Everybody. A cold and capable female voice, like a precise scalpel, interrupted the conversation before fury could. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, had stood up straight at some point, with her arms folded across her chest. Her eyes, which always contained complex emotions, were now as sharp as ice, staring directly at the people who were stuck in their usual thinking. Have you all forgotten the most crucial point? Natasha's voice was not loud, but it had a penetrating power that could not be ignored. Tianmu is talking about the previous life. She deliberately emphasized the word previous life, as if sounding a warning bell. Who told you that this foundation, this organization founded by Xiao Lan, must exist on our planet, in our timeline? She swept her eyes over everyone, with a calmness that showed she knew everything. Advertisement. Have you forgotten the interstellar general that Tianmu exposed earlier? He was running around all over the universe. Natasha tilted her head slightly, her tone carrying a subtle hint of sarcasm, more like a sigh for the vastness and unknownness of the universe. Honestly, except for those crazy people or those who have specific goals like the previous one. She paused and asked a question that startled everyone present. Who else would have nothing to do and run around the universe? After the words were spoken, the command center fell silent again. But this time, the silence was of a completely different nature. It was no longer simply solemn and vigilant, but was forcibly pulled into a grander and more dazzling dimension by Natasha's words. Previous life, another universe, another timeline. If the huge shadow called Foundation has its hunting ground not limited to the Earth, but spreads across the starry sea, then how terrifying would the abnormality it faces be? And Xiao Lan, who created all this, how deep will his power and his plans touch upon the darkness? This conjecture is more frightening than any previous speculation. At the same time, in the deep universe far away from the blue planet, the Milan, a spaceship with a peculiar shape and full of traces of splicing and modification, is quietly floating on the edge of a desolate star field. Inside the spaceship, the atmosphere was completely different from the depressing shield and was filled with a certain, unique vitality. The huge virtual screen was also playing the image of the sky, and that cold declaration had just ended. Achoo! A loud sneeze broke the relative silence in the cabin. Advertisement. Peter Quill, the man who calls himself Star-Lord, is rubbing his nose with a confused look on his face. What's wrong? A demigod like you can also catch a cold. Gamora glanced at him, her tone as usual, 7 parts concern and 3 parts teasing. Her green skin looked somewhat mysterious under the light of the screen. Who knows? Maybe some B************** D is talking about me behind my back. Star-Lord complained vaguely, and then turned his attention back to the screen. He blew his nose, with a complex expression of curiosity, disdain, and a hint of being scared on his face. Hey, I say, what is this? Foundation? It sounds a bit scary. How do you say it? He looked to his companions for advice. Drax the Destroyer, who was sitting in the corner with muscular body and red lines on his skin, was touching his chin with his overly thick fingers. His expression was extremely serious. One could even say expectant. Control, contain, protect. That sounds very interesting. Drax said in his low and slow voice. If these unexplained things really exist, I would like to see with my own eyes whether they are worth fighting. Oh, come on, big guy, a sharp voice immediately retorted, full of impatience. Rocket the raccoon, dressed in orange-red clothes, was carelessly resting his 2 furry feet on the edge of the console, tapping the tabletop with his small paws from time to time. Who cares about the Foundation or the Containment? Rocket rolled his eyes, showing his sharp teeth, and said arrogantly, so what? No matter how powerful they sound, they are just some guys who hide their heads and show their tails. If we really run into them, we can aim at them and hit them hard with a single shot, and that's it, right? He swung his claws violently, as if he had locked onto an invisible target, and then turned to look at the silent tree man bodyguard beside him. Straightforward and simple. Right, Groot? I am Groot. I am Groot. The tall tree man Groot, with a gentle and curious light in his eyes, nodded heavily, seeming to agree very much with Rocket's simple and crude theory. But if you look closely, you can find that even Groot, in the depths of his pure eyes, reveals an indescribable curiosity about the mysterious organization called Foundation in the sky and the unknown shadow it represents. The Guardians of the Galaxy, a group of marginal heroes who are accustomed to all kinds of bizarre and lawless people in the universe, are now attracted by the tip of the iceberg revealed by the sky. They may not realize that the three words Foundation represent an order and coldness that penetrates deep into their bones, and a determination and sacrifice in the face of the abyss. They had never imagined that the existence named Xiao Lan, who created all this, the storms and shadows stirred up in the previous life, might have already left an indelible mark in the corners of the universe that they had never touched. The exposure of the sky is still continuing, and this universe, as well as countless other possible universes, seem to have begun to slowly deviate from their established tracks under this sudden spoiler. The fog of the unknown is becoming thicker and thicker. Chapter 7. Right now, located in the previous life exposure screen. The cold, declarative words and signs disappeared in an instant, replaced by a shaky, slightly dim first-person perspective. It was as if the audience's souls were collectively possessed by an unknown individual in an instant. As far as the eye can see, there are several neatly arranged surveillance monitors, with meaningless data streams and some blurry black and white images jumping on the screens. The metal walls reflected the pale light, and the air seemed to be filled with disinfectant and a faint smell of rust. This is a place full of coldness and order, yet hiding an indescribable sense of oppression. Then, a calm, slightly hoarse male voice cut through the eardrums of all the audience members as accurately as a scalpel, resounding through the sky curtain in every corner and every consciousness. "How is it? Can you see it?" The voice was devoid of any emotion, as if it was confirming a very ordinary technical parameter. Following this question, the owner of the perspective in the picture seemed to nod, and then a hand wearing a white sterile glove appeared below the field of vision and picked up a paper document. It seems to be a note, or an experimental record. The owner of the gloves flipped through the notes skillfully, and a few clear lines of text appeared in front of all the audience, as if they were directly imprinted in their minds. Begin log, item hashtag, SCP Exploration Mission A7 assigned personnel, D-Class 8432 personnel background, 43 years old, white male of average appearance. No history of mental illness or special psychological background. Records show that he was a C-level researcher who was involved in a serious violation of regulations when handling SCP, resulting in he was demoted to D-Class personnel. Equipped with 1. Standard Exploration Headlamp, Model HL7, rated power 75 watts, built-in high-energy battery pack, continuous lighting for 24 hours. 2. Handheld high-definition camcorder, Model RC45, with real-time image transmission function, and the signal is directly linked to the control room's Bosch terminal. 3. Single-ear wireless communication headset, Model COM3, used to maintain uninterrupted voice contact with the doctor in the control room. Mission objective: enter the anomalous area within SCP and conduct preliminary exploration and environmental data recording. Record. Advertisement: the content of the note ends here. But what really horrifies countless intelligent beings around the world, and even the entire universe, is not the content of the notes themselves. Although the words D-Class personnel, demoted due to illegal operations, and exploring abnormal areas are shocking enough, but the parts of the notes that cannot be seen clearly. The dark ink, like a living thing, stubbornly obscures key information. The SCP number, the specific consequences of illegal operations, the name of the doctor in charge of the connection, and even the specific model of the camcorder were all completely erased. This is incredible. You know, this is the sky curtain. Since its appearance, no matter how ancient the text, how remote the dialect, how obscure the alien language, or even some communications based on non-visual senses, the sky curtain can perfectly translate it and present it to all viewers, ensuring that every individual with basic understanding ability can receive the information clearly and accurately. The image is so detailed that even the trails of stardust can be seen clearly. But now, there was a mosaic on the sky screen. No, that is not a mosaic. That is a more thorough and brutal information concealment. It was as if an invisible hand had forcibly erased certain secrets that people did not want to be seen on the canvas of the sky. Who is it? Who has such great power that he can interfere with the information displayed by the sky? This thought rushed through the minds of all intelligent beings like an electric current, bringing a chill that was even more biting than facing the unknown anomaly. This means that the organization called Foundation, or rather, Xiao Lan, who founded the Foundation, the power it possesses is beyond their current understanding. Not only are they controlling, containing, and protecting those anomalies, they even seem to be able to reversely control exposure itself to a certain extent. For a time, countless planets and countless civilizations fell into deeper shock and silence. Kamartaj, the temple. The ancient sandalwood incense rises up, and the air is filled with the tranquility that has been precipitated by time and wisdom. The supreme sorcerer, Ancient One, was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed on the cushion, as if he had merged into the pulse of the entire universe. The light and shadow of the sky did not leave any trace on her face, but her calm voice, with a hint of insight into everything, gently floated in the empty hall. It seems that someone doesn't want us to see certain names or certain truths. Advertisement. Her tone was calm, as if she was just stating a fact that had been expected. But the faint affirmation in the words carries more weight than any exclamation. Even she, the guardian of time and space, acknowledged the existence of this information shielding and the powerful will behind it. Milan spacecraft, cockpit. In stark contrast to the tranquility of Kamar Taj, the atmosphere here was instantly ignited. Rocket Raccoon let out a signature sneer, his small body almost jumping up from the chair, and his claws slapped the control console vigorously. What the hell? D-class personnel? Just hearing this name. You know that they are cannon fodder going to die? I say, is this Foundation so stingy? Or do they simply have no one available? For an important exploration mission, instead of sending some powerful characters, they send these ordinary people? His tone was full of disbelief and deep contempt, as if he had just witnessed the stupidest operation in the universe. Shut up, Rocket. Gamora frowned, her green face full of solemnity. Unlike Rocket, who only saw the superficial stupidity, she was keenly aware of something deeper. This is obviously the organization's internal operating system. D-class personnel, maybe this is their standard procedure for handling high-risk, low-value exploration missions. She paused. Her eyes swept across the blackened part of the screen, and her voice deepened. Risking one's life to step on a minefield. There must be reasons and considerations behind this. But what exactly do they want this D-8432 to explore? Consideration? A cold, metallic voice interrupted. Nebula, a cyborg with half of her body glowing with metallic luster, stared at the screen with her electronic eyes that showed almost no emotion, her tone full of undisguised sarcasm. Using an ordinary person who was demoted for illegal operations to carry out preliminary exploration. Is this what you call consideration, sister? In my opinion, this is more like cleaning up the garbage and seeing how long the garbage can last in the target area. Her words were brutal and direct, yet they also pointed to a disturbing possibility. Then, her eyes focused on the blackened words, and a cold arc appeared on the corner of her mouth. As for the hidden information, there is no doubt that it is their most core and dirty secrets. The so-called containment and protection is nothing but a lie used to cover up. Oh, Mantis, who was sitting in the corner, clenched her hands nervously, her big black eyes full of worry and pity. Why is it like this? He is just an ordinary person, and he doesn't seem to have any special abilities. Facing those abnormalities, he will die easily, right? This is too pitiful. Her compassion prevented her from understanding this cruel arrangement, and she instinctively felt pity and fear for D-8432, whom she had never met. The members of the Guardians of the Galaxy interpreted this fleeting glimpse of information on the sky in their own ways. Doubt, contempt, vigilance, indifference, sympathy, all kinds of emotions intertwined in the small cockpit. But everyone understands that what Tianmu is about to show next will probably be a more intuitive and more cruel reality that far exceeds any previous description in words. What is that SCP whose number has been erased? What fate will the D-class personnel numbered 8432, who was sent to explore, face? Tianmu's perspective was still locked on the shaking, first-person picture, as if he was about to lead everyone into the unknown abyss in the next second. Chapter 8. The next moment. The image on the sky screen stabilized, but the shaking first-person perspective and the unknown fear contained in it had already gripped the hearts of every viewer like cold tentacles. In the surveillance footage, the light source comes from a high-intensity searchlight above the wearer's head. However, what is creepy is that this beam of light, which should have dispelled the darkness, seems so powerless at this moment. It struggled to lunge forward, but seemed to be absorbed and swallowed by an invisible barrier, and could only barely illuminate the less than 9 rough steps under its feet, and the cold concrete walls on both sides that seemed to stretch to eternity. The stairs further down were completely hidden in the thick darkness, like the mouth of a giant beast waiting to devour its prey, silently waiting for the arrival of the sacrifice. The owner of the perspective, Tester D-8432, was also obviously shocked by this strange scene. His heavy breathing was clearly transmitted to countless worlds through the microphone. F***K. It's so F***G dark. A suppressed curse broke the suffocating silence. There was a barely perceptible tremor in the voice, but it was more of a low-level person's irritability and resignation when faced with a shitty task. Despite his complaints, D-8432 did not stop moving. He stretched out his hand, groped the cold and rough wall, leaned forward slightly, and moved carefully, step by step, towards the unknown depths of darkness. Every step seemed particularly heavy, as if the steps under my feet were not stairs but the threshold to hell. At this moment, a cold, emotionless voice suddenly came through the screen and echoed in the ears of all the audience. "Where's your handheld searchlight?" Confirm functionality. The owner of this voice is undoubtedly the doctor mentioned earlier who is responsible for monitoring this exploration mission. His tone was calm, as if he was asking about the weather, in stark contrast to the dangerous situation D-8432 was in. The picture shook slightly, and D-8432 seemed to tilt his head and briefly sweep the searchlight beam above his head in the direction he came from, the heavy metal door leading to the corridor outside that he had just closed. The light flowed unobstructed there, clearly illuminating the door and the metal walls of a short corridor. Although the brightness is not top-notch, it is enough to prove that the searchlight itself is functioning properly. "It works, boss." D-8432's voice was filled with helplessness and confusion. But this damn place, it can't shine far. The light. It's like the light has been eaten up by something. It can't penetrate the darkness below at all. Receive. The doctor's voice remained emotionless, as if the abnormal phenomenon described by D-8432 was just an ordinary record in the database. Please continue to download. The instructions were unquestionable. D-8432 makes an incomprehensible murmur in his throat, which sounds like a curse, but also like a sigh. He turned around and faced the bottomless darkness again, took a deep breath, and continued going down. The footsteps echoed in the silent stairwell, monotonous and depressing. Advertisement soon. He arrived below the first platform and came to the second platform. The environment here is no different from the previous floor. The same concrete walls, and there are no special marks or objects on the ground except for dust and some unknown stains. Everything seems so ordinary that it's frightening. D-8432 pauses briefly on the platform and quickly scans the area with his searchlight. After confirming that there are no immediate threats, he turns around and prepares to step onto the stairs leading to the next level. The picture suddenly stopped. The camera shook violently, then froze in place, no longer moving downward. D-8432's breathing suddenly became rapid and disordered, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying or heard something he shouldn't have heard. Report, D-8432, why did you stop moving? The doctor's cold voice sounded again, with a barely perceptible urging. He didn't care about the D-class personnel's fear, he just wanted data and results. Silence. The only sound coming from the microphone was D-8432's heavy, fearful breathing, which sounded like the strain of an old bellows. A few seconds later, a voice filled with extreme fear and disbelief tore through the silence. F***K. Did you hear that? His voice was sharp, almost off-key, and filled with uncontrollable panic. Down there. There's a G kid crying down there. I heard it. Right down there. Very close. Hey, a little girl is crying. Crying. The last two words were almost shouted out, with hysteria on the verge of collapse. However, what was transmitted to countless worlds through the highest fidelity radio equipment was nothing more than D-8432's terrified screams and heavy breathing. Dead silence. There was no sound of children crying or any unusual noises. There was only the eerie silence that seemed to come from the depths of hell. New Moon City, Avengers Tower, Combat Command Center. The atmosphere was so heavy that water seemed to drip out. On the huge screen, there was still the darkness that was barely torn open by the searchlight, and D-8432's chest heaving violently with fear. Vision, the artificial intelligence life form with a vibranium body and part of the power of the mind gem, frowned at this moment, and data streams flashed quickly in his scarlet electronic eyes. He folded his arms across his chest and said in a deep voice, The audio analysis system did not detect any fluctuations consistent with a human child's voice print. His voice was steady and objective, full of scientific rigor. There is an unknown, high-intensity field interference in this area, and the readings are extremely unstable. According to the existing model, it is very likely that it has begun to affect the test subject's auditory nerves and brain cognitive system, inducing strong auditory hallucinations. What kid? He just imagined it all. Vision came to a conclusion, but his expression was not relaxed. Because this field that can easily distort the perception of reality itself represents huge unknowns and dangers. Wanda Maximoff, Scarlet Witch, who was standing nearby, rubbed her arms subconsciously, and a layer of fine goosebumps quietly emerged. Her face was a little pale, and her eyes were full of suspicion and a kind of empathy and discomfort. Hallucination, she murmured to herself, her voice a little tense. I know. This is probably an illusion. With her abilities, creating similar illusions is a piece of cake and can even be more realistic and complex. But at this moment, through this first-person perspective, I personally experience everything that D-8432 has experienced, especially the sudden crying that comes from unknown fear. The cold, twisted malice that seemed to act directly on the depths of the soul seemed to be able to seep out along the picture on the sky, making this powerful chaos magic user feel an indescribable chill down her spine. This was completely different from the illusion she had created. This was a more primitive, pure, and more incomprehensible kind of weirdness. Audiences around the world, both ordinary people and extraordinary people, held their breath at this moment. That voice, is it really just an illusion? If it's not an illusion, then what exactly is crying down there? If it was really an illusion, then what kind of power could so easily defeat a person's sanity and make him hear echoes from the abyss? The live broadcast on the sky screen is still going on. The anomalous object numbered SCP, the bottomless dark staircase, and D-8432, who might collapse at any time. Everything turned into a huge question mark, a terrifying shadow hanging in everyone's heart, dragging them into the suffocating darkness, waiting for anything to happen in the next second. The suspense grows wildly in the silent darkness. Chapter 9. New Moon City, PIM Technology Laboratory. Different from the solemnity of the Avengers building, the air here is filled with a high-tech coldness and an equally strong sense of suspicion. Dr. Hank Pym, the genius scientist who pioneered the PIM particle technology, now had his hands on the smooth operating table, his graying brows tightly knitted together, his cloudy but still sharp eyes fixed on the virtual screen suspended in the air, the real-time broadcast of the sky. Next to him, Scott Lang, the second-generation Ant-Man, also put away his usual playful smile and also held his breath, listening attentively. The expression on his face changed from initial curiosity to confusion and a barely perceptible chill. You could hear a pin drop in the lab, with only the low hum of the instruments and the heavy breathing of D-8432 coming from the sky, which seemed to tear his lungs apart. Did you hear that? The first to break the silence was Dr. Hank Pym, his voice carrying the caution and inquiry that is unique to scientists. Scott Lang took a deep breath, as if to expel all the tense air from his lungs, and then shook his head slowly and somewhat uncertainly. No, doctor, he answered honestly. I only heard the guy's frightened breathing and the cold questioning of that doctor. There was no child's crying. Hank Pym nodded, his eyes behind his lenses becoming even deeper. Me too, he said in a deep voice, with an unquestionable certainty in his tone. It is consistent with the analysis results from the Avengers building. Judging from what we can observe so far, this abnormal area-numbered SCP has at least two known terrible characteristics. First, it can interfere with or even devour the propagation of light, artificially creating absolute darkness. Second, it seems to be able to produce powerful mental effects on biological senses, inducing extremely realistic hallucinations. For example, that non-existent crying voice. He paused, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the console. An anomaly that can distort light and perception. It's impossible that the Foundation doesn't have a response plan. Hank Pym's tone was based on experience. It's just that, facing this completely unknown, rule-level anomaly, it's hard to say whether their plan is effective enough to protect this. D-class personnel in time. Scott's Adam's apple rolled. Looking at the desperate darkness on the screen and the figure trembling on the edge of the darkness, he felt a palpitation for no reason. Although he had delved deep into the quantum realm and witnessed all kinds of incredible things, This unknown that directly affected the mind and induced primitive fear still made his scalp tingle. Hallucination, Scott repeated in a low voice with a complicated tone. I hope. It's really just an illusion. However, at this moment, the conversation on the sky screen once again made everyone's heart rise to their throat. Under discussion, the exposure of the sky is still continuing. The cold, unwavering voice of Dr. cut into D-8432's emotional edge of collapse with the precision of a scalpel. D-8432, remain calm. Can you please describe what you heard? The question itself was chillingly calm, as if what D-8432 heard was not a potentially fatal abnormal signal, but merely an experimental data that needed to be recorded. D-8432 was panting heavily, as if trying to calm his fear or trying to distinguish the nagging sounds. After several seconds, he answered in a hoarse, trembling, almost out-of-tune voice. It's a very thin voice. His teeth seemed to chatter. It sounds, maybe a girl, or a very, very small boy. I can't tell. It's crying. It keeps crying. Crying, saying, please, please, help me. D-8432's voice was filled with tears, as if just repeating this voice had exhausted all his courage. Yes, it keeps repeating like this, over and over again. Can you judge the approximate distance? D-8432. The doctor asked, his voice still without any emotion. Distance. D-8432's voice was filled with confusion and fear. I don't know. It's very far, but it also seems very close. It feels like about 200 meters below. This distance judgment is obviously very subjective and full of uncertainty brought by fear. However, the doctor doesn't seem to care about this. Roger that. Description recorded. The cold voice was like the verdict of the final judgment. D-8432, please continue your exploration mission. Continue down the stairs. Advertisement, the order has been given and there can be no doubt about it. Even though D-8432 had just reported the possible presence of a child crying for help down below. Even though this voice itself was extremely strange and abnormal. Even though he had already shown extreme fear. The order is still to keep moving forward. Go deeper into the darkness that swallows up the light, and move towards the source of the crying in the illusion. The hearts of countless viewers around the world were tightened at this moment. How cruel this is. How indifferent to life. The Foundation. This organization called Control, Contain, Protect, what position does it place people in its code of conduct? D-8432's body visibly stiffened, but the obedience that had been instilled in him for so long, as well as the fear that disobeying orders might lead to more dire consequences, eventually overwhelmed everything. He trembled, and like a puppet, he turned around mechanically and cast the beam of searchlight again towards the bottomless dark stairs below. 1 step, 2 steps. His footsteps were extremely heavy, and every step seemed to step on the heartstrings of all the audience. The light of the searchlight was still ruthlessly compressed and swallowed by the darkness, and could only illuminate a limited area under the feet. There was deathly silence all around, with only his own footsteps and heavy breathing echoing in the empty stairs. He went down to the height of a platform, about a dozen steps. Just as he stepped onto the new platform and prepared to pause for a moment, something unexpected happened. This time, it was no longer D-8432's unilateral report of fear. That voice, the sound of the child crying that had only existed in D-8432's description before, clearly transmitted through high-fidelity radio equipment. Woo-woo. Tiny, intermittent sobs, like gossamer threads, seeped out of the microphone. Then came the choked plea with extreme sadness and despair. Please, please, save me. Woo, come down. Please come down. The sound was intermittent and intermittent, as if the signal was bad, or as if the existence of the crying itself was extremely unstable. But this sound was truly recorded, no longer an illusion. In other words, it is an illusion that even instruments and equipment can sense. The whole world seemed to have pressed the mute button at this moment. Countless viewers in front of the screen, whether they are ordinary people on Earth, the Avengers, members of the Guardians of the Galaxy far away in the universe, or observers from other dimensions. Everyone's expression froze in an instant. All previous suspicions, guesses, and analyses were completely overturned at this moment. That's not an illusion. At least, it's not just an illusion affecting D-8432. There is something underneath. A thing, crying and asking for help in a child's voice. Advertisement inside the Avengers building, Vision's scarlet electronic eyes flashed suddenly, and data flow rushed at an unprecedented speed. Alert! Abnormal audio signal detected. For the first time, his voice was filled with a hint of disbelief and shock. The frequency and waveform are highly consistent with the cry of a human child, but there is strong phase distortion and unresolvable background noise. The source is determined to be below the tester. The vertical distance is about 200 meters. This distance is surprisingly consistent with the distance D-8432 estimated just now. Wanda Maximoff's face turned pale, and she subconsciously took a half step back, crimson energy jumping uneasily at her fingertips. The cold malice that had only made her feel uncomfortable before now seemed to become real, passing through the screen and piercing her soul along with the strange cry. No, impossible, she muttered in a lost voice, her eyes filled with horror. What on earth is that? At the same time, in the picture on the sky, the doctor's unchanging cold voice sounded again, but this time, it seemed that even he could not completely cover up the slightest accident. D-8432, can you still hear the crying now? Can. D-8432's voice was as sharp as fingernails scraping against glass. It's clearer. It's right down there. It's right down there. Oh my God. What the hell is that? Receive. The doctor's voice quickly regained absolute calmness. We have been able to clearly receive this sound signal through the equipment. Testing protocol updated. Priority is given to identifying the nature of the sound source. D-8432, please continue moving forward. Pay attention and report any changes in the environment or sound source. If you encounter any emergency that you cannot handle, stop moving forward. The order was issued again, but this time, the nature is completely different. Before, it was heading towards possible hallucinations, and now, it is heading towards confirmed unknown anomalies that make the sound of a child crying. This undoubtedly pushed D-8432 hard towards an abyss that was known to exist and was extremely strange and dangerous. Venom Universe. In the dim room, only the light from the TV screen illuminated Eddie Brock's frowning face. He was still holding a half-cold pizza in his hand, but at this moment he had completely forgotten to put it in his mouth. Oh my God, these guys in white coats are such bastards. Eddie couldn't help but curse under his breath, his face full of disgust and a hint of sympathy. That be D doctor is simply treating this poor guy as a disposable bait. Cannon fodder to be thrown away after use. He looked at the screen and saw D-8432, who looked like he was about to pee S himself, and shuddered with empathy. This crying sound is so creepy and eerie. There must be something super scary waiting for him down there. Stupid and cowardly human. A low, hoarse, and violent voice sounded directly in Eddie's mind. It was the symbiote in his body, Venom. This organization called the Foundation and the doctor who gives the orders are simply stupid. Venom's voice was filled with disdain and a primitive hunger. What's the point of sending this kind of trash down to die step by step? It's a waste of food. No, it's a waste of time. The corner of Eddie's mouth twitched. Hey, man, be respectful. It's also a human life. Human life? When he was sent down as bait, it didn't count as a human life. Venom snorted coldly. If it were you, I should go. Eat this D-class that's in the way first, replenish some energy, then jump down directly. No matter what's crying down there, just tear it into pieces. This is efficiency. This is problem solving. Venom's voice was filled with a desire to kill and devour, as well as extreme contempt for the Foundation's dilatory approach. Eddie sighed and stopped arguing with Venom. He knew that this guy's way of thinking was so simple and crude. But he also had to admit that some of Venom's words, although cruel, were not entirely unreasonable. In the face of this unknown terror, is the Foundation's exploration method really effective? Or is it just piling up data with human lives? And what will be the fate of D-8432 who was pushed into the abyss? Where did that strange cry below come from? What did it mean? The live broadcast on the sky screen is still going on. The darkness seemed to have life. Along with a heart-wrenching cry, it slowly opened its bloody mouth. Chapter 10. Now, just as D-8432's trembling legs stepped down the damn 13th step again, heading towards the deeper and unknown darkness. On the other side, on the cold light screen of the skylight system, the main perspective quietly switched. It is no longer the suffocating first-person exploration, but instead turns to an archive record interface. A slender, bony hand tapped its fingertips on the virtual keyboard, calling up a document marked with a scarlet warning icon. The owner of this hand is the center of this storm, Xiao Lan. Where he is, no one knows. Perhaps it is some different dimension that is isolated from all prying eyes, or perhaps it is a dimensional gap that mortals cannot imagine. The sky screen merely faithfully broadcasts the operating interface that he allows to be seen. On the screen, cold words slowly appeared, as if carrying a chill from another world. Item hashtag SCP-087 Object Class Euclid Special Containment Procedures. SCP-087 is located on the campus of Redacted University. The doorway leading to SCP-087 is constructed of a reinforced steel door with an electric shock mechanism, disguised as a cleaning room to match the design of the building. The door handle is to be locked unless there is written approval from a Class B or higher personnel, and the agreement of at least 2 members of the O5 Council. Description: SCP-087 is an unlit landing stairwell. The staircase descends 13 steps at a 38-degree angle to a semicircular landing approximately 3 meters in diameter. At each landing, the direction of descent rotates 180 degrees. The design of SCP-087 limits the subject's visual range to approximately 1.5 floors. As there are no internal lighting fixtures or windows, any subject exploring SCP-087 will require a light source. However, testing has shown that lights greater than 75 watts will not work well inside SCP-087, as the object appears to absorb excessive amounts of light. Reports from subjects and audio recordings confirm that a sound similar to a child crying and calling for help was heard, recorded as SCP-087-1. The source of the sound was initially estimated to be approximately 200 meters below the first platform. However, any attempt to descend the stairs further failed to bring the subjects closer to the source of the sound. Through the calculation of the depth of the longest exploration record, see document 087-4, it was determined that the depth of the sound source is far beyond the limit that can be reached by the current building structure and geological environment. Xiao Lan's eyes were calm, as if she was reading an ordinary weather forecast. Every word of the anomaly recorded by the Foundation he personally founded is filled with unspeakable weirdness and danger. However, in his eyes, this is just an insignificant piece of the puzzle that makes up the true face of the world. Secure, contain, protect. These cold words are the iron laws he set for this crisis-ridden multiverse. Oh my God. In Peter Parker's room in Queens, the young hero stared at the archive text that had just appeared on the live broadcast on the sky screen and subconsciously took a breath. His brows were tightly furrowed, and the expression on his face was a mixture of disbelief and a sense of physical discomfort. SCP-087. Is this the name of this haunted staircase? He muttered to himself, his eyes scanning the description about light absorption and the crying of a child. Absorbing light. Can only see 1.5 floors. And that crying. Hiss. A chill seemed to run through his body along his spine in an instant. Peter couldn't help but shiver, and a layer of fine goosebumps immediately appeared on his arms. Wow. Peter, Ned Leeds, who was sitting next to him, widened his eyes and looked at his friend in surprise. Your Peter's shock is here again? Is it because of that file? Advertisement? No, it's not Spider Sense. Peter shook his head and tried to soothe the goosebumps on his arms, but the chill from the bottom of his heart lingered. I just feel a little creepy. He pointed at the screen and said, just imagine, a staircase that goes down forever, is always dark and absorbs light. There's a little kid crying down there, but you can never get to her side. This is simply a scene from a horror movie. It does sound super scary. Ned also shrank his neck, imagined the scene, and his face turned a little pale. At this time, Aunt May's worried voice came from the door of the room. She had tried to connect to the sky curtain before, but the strange crying and oppressive atmosphere made her feel extremely uncomfortable, and she soon took the initiative to cut off the nerve connection. Although she didn't know the details, she couldn't help but worry after seeing Peter and Ned's reactions. Parker, dear, Aunt May's voice was pleading, I think you should not watch this sky curtain live broadcast. It sounds very wrong. What if there is any danger? That person named Xiao Lan and that Foundation don't sound like good people. Peter turned around and gave Aunt May a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Aunt May. I'm just taking a look. Besides, this is a global live broadcast. Many people are watching. It should be okay. Having said that, his eyes involuntarily turned to the screen again, to the endlessly extending dark stairs, and to the cold and cruel description in the file. An unprecedented sense of crisis, not coming from physical threats, but from the fear of some unknown, rule-distorting existence, quietly grew in his heart. Immediately following, the screenshot switched back to D-8432's first-person perspective. The beam of light from the searchlight still powerlessly cut through the thick darkness, illuminating only a few limited steps under the feet and in front. The heavy breathing came through the microphone clearly, and every breath was trembling with the sound of being on the verge of collapse. Report. I went down again. About the 17th floor. D-8432's voice was hoarse, filled with inconsolable fear and a kind of futile fatigue. Counting the previous one, this should be the 22nd floor. The environment here. There is no change. Still 13 steps. Still that damn corner platform. His voice suddenly rose, with a hint of desperate crying. Damn it. I feel like I'm not getting any closer to that child. The crying doesn't seem to be getting louder at all. In the monitoring room, the cold instrument data ruthlessly confirmed his feelings. On the audio analysis graph, the waveform representing SCP-087-1 is as stable as a dead electrocardiogram, and its signal strength and distance estimate have hardly changed compared to the initial detection results. It was still the heart-wrenching, intermittent sobbing of a child coming from about 200 meters below. We understand. The doctor's emotionless voice sounded again, like a cold machine command. Data confirmed. The distance of the sound source has not changed significantly. After a brief pause, the order was given again. However, testing protocols require continued exploration. D-8432, please proceed. Yes. D-8432's voice was filled with resigned despair. He knew he had no right to refuse. He is just a consumable, a disposable ruler used to measure this endless abyss. Fear was like a cancer in his bones, gnawing at his sanity, but he still dragged his heavy steps and continued downwards. Advertisement 1 step, 2 steps, 13 steps. Another platform, another 180-degree turn. The darkness is still as deep as before. The crying sound is still as distant as before. Time passes by second amid suffocating oppression and monotonous footsteps. The audience in front of the sky curtain, whether they are the superheroes in the Avengers building, the plunderers in a corner of the galaxy, or the intelligent life forms paying attention to all this in countless parallel universes, all seem to be dragged into the quagmire of time by this endless staircase. D-8432's figure was like a poor creature in an endless loop, constantly repeating the actions of going downstairs, turning, and going downstairs again. His breathing became heavier and heavier, and his mental state was visibly sliding towards the brink of collapse. Report. I have lost count of how many floors I have gone down. His voice was intermittent, full of fatigue and confusion. Control center, are you still there? We've been here all along. D-8432, the doctor's voice responded. According to the records, you have just completed the 50th platform and are now standing on the steps of the 51st floor. You have descended 28 floors in a row. This number made the hearts of many people who were watching the live broadcast sink. 50 floors. According to the estimated height of each staircase, D-8432's current location is already more than 200 meters underground. In theory, he should have reached or even exceeded the initially estimated source of the crying. However, it has been 34 minutes since you first heard the crying clearly. The doctor's voice continued to state the cold facts. According to our continuous monitoring, the intensity of the sound source signal has not increased significantly. No increase. What does that mean? This means that even though D-8432 has gone so far underground, his relative distance from the thing that is making the strange crying sound may not have shortened at all. It was as if there was an insurmountable, distorted space barrier between him and the source of the sound. Or, the more frightening guess is, that crying sound doesn't exist at a fixed point at all. D-8432 stood on the steps of the 51st floor. The light of the searchlight faded powerlessly into the deeper darkness ahead. Below, the faint sound of a child crying still lingered clearly in his ears like a maggot on the tarsal bone, and also lingered in the hearts of all the audience. It's there, clearly audible. Yet, it's out of reach. The passage of time and the depth of space seem to have lost their meaning at this moment. P.S. Does anyone read books of this kind? Newbies are really a bit nervous. Chapter 11. Above the light curtain. D-8432 stood on the cold, silent 51st floor, the searchlight feebly tearing at the inky darkness ahead. The faint but frighteningly clear cry of a child below was like an invisible poison needle, continuously piercing his already fragile nerves. The passage of time and the depth of space seemed to have become a cold joke in the face of SCP-087's twisted laws. He seemed to be forever separated from the source of the crying by an insurmountable dimension. I feel really bad. D-8432's voice was shaking uncontrollably, mixed with heavy breathing. It was transmitted back to the monitoring room through the microphone and also spread to the global sky broadcast. Here, it's too depressing here. Before he finished speaking, the doctor's iconic, emotionless voice came from the headset, as if it was a pre-programmed response. Being in an unknown dark environment for too long and producing negative emotions is a normal physiological and psychological stress response and is recorded. The doctor's voice paused, and there was no trace of comfort in it, only cold, hard instructions. Testing protocols have not been terminated. D-8432, please proceed. D-8432 let out a gasp that sounded almost like a sob, and finally turned into a hoarse syllable. Yes. He knew that resistance was futile. His feelings and fears were just data that needed to be recorded and analyzed by the Foundation during its mission. At the same time, the Royal Palace of Wakanda, the advanced energy screen clearly reflected the live broadcast from the sky, the lonely D-class personnel, and the endless stairs in front of him that swallowed up all the light. T'Challa, the young king, was dressed in simple yet high-tech clothes, with his arms folded, his brows furrowed, and his obsidian eyes full of solemnity. It has penetrated more than 50 layers underground. Converted into our standard measurement unit, this depth is enough to bury a small mountain. However, the distance to that strange cry did not get any shorter. T'Challa's voice was low and a little unbelievable. It's too weird. Has the space been distorted to this extent? Beside him, Okoye, the loyal and brave captain of the Royal Guard, had an expression of undisguised anger and disgust on her face. She slammed the vibranium spear in her hand to the ground with a dull sound. This is simply suicide. Okoye's voice was like a taut bowstring. In Wakanda, we will never let any of our people carry out such a meaningless, almost suicidal exploration. This so-called Foundation, what on earth do they want to do? Going deep into the unknown so desperately. Aren't they afraid of releasing something destructive? T'Challa took a deep breath, his eyes still fixed on the screen, and shook his head with a complicated expression. Okoye, perhaps this is exactly why they are desperate. He sighed helplessly, because what is hidden behind this may be a disaster that we cannot imagine. Therefore, they must explore, understand, and control it at all costs. Advertisement T'Challa's words left Okoye speechless for a moment. She understood what the king meant, but that did not alleviate her rejection of such a cruel practice. On the screen, D-8432's figure moved again. D-8432 dragged his legs, which seemed to be filled with lead, and reluctantly, he stepped down the stairs again, step by step. Every step seemed to be on the edge of the collapse of one's sanity. 13 steps, unchanged. Another platform, another desperate 180-degree turn. He mechanically raised the searchlight and prepared to shine it down the stairs. Just at this moment, suddenly, at the end of the faint beam of light from the searchlight, at the next corner platform, a face appeared without warning. It was a face as pale as bleached bones. Its outline is roughly similar to the face of an ordinary adult human, but the details are enough to make anyone who sees its scalp explode instantly. No eyebrows, no hair, no nostrils, not even a mouth. His entire face was as smooth as a polished mask, and the only facial features were two empty eye sockets without pupils. And it is these two empty eye sockets that are, at this moment, staring intently and motionlessly at the direction where the searchlight is coming from. That is, where D-8432 is. That face, completely still, without any expression or movement, just floated abruptly in the dark corner, as if it had existed there since time immemorial. When the light shone on it, there was not a trace of blood, only the heart-wrenching paleness and deathly silence. What the hell? A heart-wrenching, distorted scream suddenly exploded. What the hell is this thing? Holy shit. Holy shit, holy shit. D-8432's vision was spinning wildly. The beam of light from the searchlight was shaking wildly, leaving chaotic streaks of light on the walls and steps. Through the violent shaking of the first-person perspective of the live broadcast, audiences around the world could clearly feel that he was frightened out of his wits, lost his balance, and fell heavily backwards onto the cold concrete steps. All that came through the microphone was his extremely terrified, completely out of control heavy breathing and meaningless crying. Advertisement. Avengers building, temporary operations command room. Wow. A frightened cry was heard, accompanied by the harsh sound of chair legs rubbing against the ground. Thor Odinson, the god of thunder from Asgard, now had his eyes wide open, his body leaning back subconsciously, and he was frantically holding onto the chair that he had almost knocked over. Oh my goodness, old man Odin. This big face that suddenly appeared, scared me to death. Thor patted his chest, still in shock. He had just been staring at the screen intently, and the moment that face appeared, the visual impact was simply explosive. Next to him, Sam Wilson, the Falcon, suddenly put his hands on the table, leaned forward, frowned, and looked grim. Oh my God, this is too. Sam's voice was a little dry. To let an ordinary person, without any protection or preparation, directly face this level of terrifying existence. Isn't the Foundation's approach too? He didn't say the rest, but his worry and doubt were evident. At this moment, Vision, who had been silently floating nearby, flickered slightly with the mechanical structure of his eyes, and a pale yellow light flowed. Analysis complete. Vision's voice remained steady, but with an unquestionable certainty. Through multidimensional scanning and structural analysis of the optical data transmitted by the live signal, the facial features appearing in the image, its basic bone and tissue density are highly consistent with that of an adult human male. He paused and said the most crucial conclusion. But there are significant facial structure loss and epidermal abnormalities. Based on energy feedback and spatial fluctuation detection, it is confirmed that the image is not an illusion caused by neurotoxins, mental interference, or equipment malfunction. It is a real, physical entity. Buzz. As Vision finished speaking, there was a clear and audible sound of people gasping in shock throughout the command room. Not an illusion. It's not a mental attack. That pale and weird face that suddenly appeared was real. A real, incomprehensible horror thing, deep in the endless stairs, has its first face-to-face contact with explorers and audiences around the world. The unknown revealed a corner of its hideous face at this moment. And at this moment, is that still, pupilless face still in the darkness, silently watching D-8432, who has fallen to the ground? What does it want to do? Fear, like an icy tide, instantly flooded the hearts of all those who were watching the live broadcast. Chapter 12. Under the Light Curtain. Just as Vision's cold and conclusive analysis conclusion struck like a heavy hammer on the hearts of everyone watching the live broadcast through the Sky Dome system, deep in the endless stairs, in the surveillance footage, D-8432's heavy breathing, which seemed like he would die at any moment, continued. The fear did not diminish in the slightest after confirming the authenticity of that face. Instead, it became even thicker and more suffocating because a corner of the unknown was torn open, revealing the hideous entity. At this moment, a calm and almost cruel voice came through the communicator worn by D-8432, resounding clearly in the silent stairwell and in front of countless screens around the world. D-8432. It was the voice of Doctor in the monitoring room. There was no emotion at all, and it was as precise and cold as a scalpel. Received, please reply. Report your current status and describe the target you observed. This voice seemed to have some kind of compulsory calming effect, or perhaps under extreme fear. Any words from the outside world with the nature of instructions could become a life-saving straw. D-8432's chest, which had been rising and falling violently, seemed to calm down a little. He was still slumped on the cold steps, his body pressed tightly against the rough concrete wall, as if he was trying to squeeze himself into it. The beam of the searchlight was still shaking slightly due to the trembling of his arms, but it finally pointed steadily at the corner that made his sanity level drop wildly. D-8432's voice was hoarse, full of weakness and incredible fear after surviving a disaster. Received. Got it. I'm still alive. He swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the pale face floating in the darkness. It's still there, like a skinned human face, no? Not even the outlines of the facial features are complete. He spoke very quickly, with a tearful tone, and his logic was confusing, but he conveyed the visual impact and psychological pressure he was under in an extremely realistic way. It's just G hanging there, not moving. Those two black holes, those two eye sockets. K. It feels like it's staring at me. It's G staring at me. He almost yelled the last two sentences, with a sense of collapse as if he was about to be driven crazy. Is it moving? The doctor's voice sounded again, still with that indifferent tone of being accustomed to all abnormal phenomena and only caring about the data. D-8432 took a deep breath, as if trying to draw a bit of courage from the cold air, but his posture of clinging to the wall revealed his true thoughts. He wanted to escape immediately. No, report. It's not moving. He forced himself to calm down, but the trembling in his voice could not be concealed. It's like AF ******** G, like a ghost that suddenly appeared here, just staring at it, not moving. Shit, this is too scary. What the hell is this thing? At the same time, in a secret space with extremely high information authority that cannot be directly observed by the sky curtain system, a slender and strong hand with distinct joints is holding a metal pen with a simple shape but an indescribable technological beauty, and is recording quickly on an electronic paper of the same extraordinary texture. The tip of the pen moved across the screen silently, yet it seemed to carry some power that defined everything. On the screen, lines of cold and objective text are being generated in real time. Item SCP-087 Exploration Log Supplement D-8432. Timestamp. Data expunged. Advertisement. Depth. 51st floor platform. About -204 meters. Event description. When test subject D-8432 arrived at the corner of the 51st floor platform, he encountered an unknown humanoid entity with facial features. The entity was pale in appearance, lacking obvious hair, eyebrows, nostrils, and mouth structure, and only had 2 deep eye sockets. According to the test subject's report, the entity remained in a static and suspended state after it appeared and continued to stare in the direction of the test subject. Preliminary designation SCP-087-1. Nature assessment. Completely unknown. Preliminary confirmation that it is not the source of the crying sound in SCP-087. Psychological impact assessment. After witnessing SCP-087-1, the test subject showed extreme fear, panic, and mental stress. It is currently difficult to determine whether this reaction is due to SCP-087-1 releasing some kind of meme, mental influence, or simply a physiological stress response consistent with human baseline caused by its abnormal appearance. Further observation and analysis is required. Having written this, the hand holding the pen paused slightly. The recorder does not seem to be entirely satisfied with the amount of information currently available. His gaze seemed to penetrate through layers of space and fell on the small live broadcast screen, and on D-8432's vision that was distorted by fear. The next second, he raised his other hand and gracefully reached for a microphone next to him that had an ancient shape but was obviously a high-tech device. He didn't speak directly, but a clear instruction was instantly conveyed through some incomprehensible way. Let him describe it in more detail. Almost at the same moment this order was issued, the doctor's emotionless voice sounded again in the stairwell of SCP-087, accurately executing the suggestion from a higher level. D-8432, stay calm. Try to get closer to the target. No, keep your distance. Now, please describe in more detail what you saw. Its surface texture? Size? Exact distance from you? Don't miss any details. No. I don't want to watch it anymore. I don't want to get close. D-8432's emotions were instantly ignited again, and his roar of rejection echoed in the narrow space. You bastards. Let me up. Let me go back. I can't stand it. This damn place. However, his refusal and pleading came to an abrupt end. In the next moment, no warning. Swoosh. In the surveillance footage, the pale face that was originally suspended at the corner seemed to break through some invisible barrier and suddenly, straightly, rushed forward in the direction of D-8432. The distance was visually shortened by at least half a meter. The whole process is extremely fast. It is almost completed in the blink of an eye. Because D-8432 himself was in a state of extreme fear and incoherent rejection, his body and head were shaking violently, causing the searchlight beam to swing wildly. Therefore, when watching from the first-person perspective of the live broadcast, the global audience only felt that the picture in front of them suddenly blurred. That face seemed to be close to them as if it had teleported. How did it move? Did it float over? Or was it catapulted? It's impossible to see clearly. All I could see was that pale face with no facial features and only 2 black eye sockets, which suddenly enlarged in my field of vision. That dead, empty gaze seemed to devour D-8432's soul in an instant. What the hell? This time, what D-8432 emitted was no longer a simple scream, but a mixture of extreme fear, near-death despair, and adrenaline surging to the limit. A heart-wrenching sonic boom. Advertisement, run, run. The instinct for survival overwhelms everything at this moment. Without even the time to think, D-8432 used his hands and feet and burst out with all his strength, suddenly jumping up from the ground, his body in an extremely awkward, almost crawling posture, turning madly. Run desperately towards the way you came, towards the stairs on the next level. It's coming. It's coming. The incoherent roar, accompanied by the thudding sound of the concrete steps under his feet, and the chaotic light and shadows formed by the searchlight beam jumping wildly between the walls, ceiling and ground due to his intense running, spread throughout the world through the live broadcast signal. At the same time, in deep space, the interior of the USS Milano from Guardians of the Galaxy volume, the originally relaxed atmosphere, had long been replaced by the depressing and eerie images from the live broadcast on the sky screen. Star-Lord Peter Quill, holding a half-broken energy bar in his mouth, was controlling the spacecraft for automatic cruising while staring at the large screen projected in front of the cockpit along with everyone else. When the face suddenly appeared, he was so scared that he almost swallowed the energy bar. And when that face suddenly rushed forward without any warning, Star-Lord's muscles tensed up. As if by reflex, his hand holding the joystick shook violently. Buzz crunch. The entire Milano suddenly tilted and shook violently, like a drunk space drunk. The alarm lights flashed instantly. Why, you idiot Quill. Watch the road. I'm GRUT. The cabin was suddenly in chaos. Rocket Raccoon roared like a furry bowling ball, tumbling all the way from the control console to the bulkhead, knocking himself unconscious. F***K. I was scared to death. My tail. Quill, can you G fly a spaceship? F***K. Although Gamora and Drax were agile, they were a little embarrassed by the sudden weightlessness and tumbling, and they could barely keep their bodies steady. Only Groot's arms instantly turned into tough living roots when the spaceship shook. With a click, they tightly wrapped around the seat bracket next to him. This way he was not thrown out, but just stared with innocent big eyes and repeated the classic line. The sudden fright caused this group of cosmic gangsters who had traveled far and wide and were used to big scenes to become a mess in an instant. The visual impact and terrifying effect brought by that face from the unknown abyss clearly transcends race and galaxy. At this moment, in the live broadcast, D-8432 is still running frantically upwards. Behind him, deep in the endless dark stairs, is SCP-087-1 still chasing him? What is it? Chapter 13. Somewhere in a hidden yet luxurious apartment, Wade Wilson, or Deadpool, was slumped on the sofa in a very ungraceful manner, stuffing a burrito into his mouth while staring with interest at the huge screen on the wall that was also broadcasting the live broadcast. The footage of D-8432's horrified escape had just ended, and the live feed temporarily switched to an interview with an expert analyzing anomalies. Wow! Deadpool whistled exaggeratedly, and the hot sauce stained the chin of his mask. Look at this group of lunatics in white coats. They really, sent people in again. TSK. Poor little cannon fodder number 2. Are they afraid that the little weird-faced man in the corner of the stairs is not full, so they sent takeout to his door again? He stretched out his tactical gloved finger and tapped the thumbnail of the file about SCP-087 displayed on the screen. Honestly, this staircase is quite interesting. He chewed a burrito and spoke incoherently. What will those nerds at X Academy do if I give it to them? I guess. Probably let that hot-tempered chick who can use the Phoenix Force as fireworks just blow the building and the Foundation up into the sky with a loud bang. Ha. Simple and crude. I like it. The laughter echoed in the empty room, carrying his unique madness and a hint of barely perceptible loneliness. He tossed the half-eaten burrito onto the table, stood up, and walked over to a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror. Swish. He reached out and slowly took off the red and black head covering his face. In the mirror, there was a face covered with hideous scars, almost unrecognizable. Twisted skin tissue, missing contour lines, and a face that is very different from that of ordinary people. He was once in pain, felt inferior, and even dared not face the person he loved deeply. But at this moment, looking at the face in the mirror, I remembered the SCP 087-1 in the live broadcast just now, with no eyebrows, no nose, no mouth, and only two empty eye sockets. Wade suddenly smiled with relief. He stretched out his finger, pointed at his own image in the mirror, and said in a playful and self-deprecating tone, "Hey, look at you, Wade. Actually, you're not that bad looking. At least," he said, grinning with a twisted but genuine smile, "it has a nose and eyes, doesn't it?" After a brief analysis and interpretation by experts from all over the world, the live broadcast on the sky screen switched back to the disturbing darkness. The perspective comes from a new explorer. The efficiency of the Foundation, or rather, the ruthless efficiency of the system established by Xiao Lan, was fully demonstrated at this moment. The third exploration log begins shortly after D-8432's near-death escape. SCP-087 Third Exploration Log. Testing Personnel, D-9884. Gender, female. Age, 23. Body type, medium. Appearance, ordinary. Equipment, standard exploration equipment, floodlight, shoulder-mounted camera, two-way communication headset. Additional basic supplies to support 24-hour survival, compressed food, purified water, thermal blanket, etc. The picture moves steadily downward, and the beam of light from the searchlight pierces the darkness, illuminating the familiar concrete steps and walls. The new test subject, D-9884, was a seemingly normal young woman. Her breathing was steady and her steps were cautious, but she was not filled with the uncontrollable fear that had characterized D-8432 before. Advertisement: perhaps the selection criteria are stricter, or perhaps it is because the ignorant are fearless like a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Dr. D-9884's voice came through the headset, with a slight echo. Exploration begins. Everything is normal at the moment, consistent with the description in the file. Her voice was calm, even a little routine. However, anomalies soon emerged. Wait. D-9884 stopped, and the searchlight beam swept back and forth across the walls on both sides. Doctor, the LED emergency lights mentioned in the second exploration log that were placed along the way, they are gone. The surveillance footage clearly shows that the LED light strip that was supposed to be fixed on the wall as a path marker and auxiliary light source has disappeared without a trace. Instead, some traces were left where the light strip should have been. I saw some sticky substance where the light was originally installed. D-9884's voice showed a hint of hesitation and confusion for the first time. The color is very dark, like dried oil stains. No, more like some kind of organic residue. She didn't come closer, but just shone the beam from a distance. The hearts of global audiences were lifted again. Where did the lights go? Were they eaten by something? Or were they dissolved by the viscous substance? D-9884 continues down. Depth, about 68 meters, 17th floor platform. Stop. D-9884 stopped again, pointing the beam at the ground. There's something here. In the focal point of the picture, there is a pool of dark brown, almost solidified liquid, about half a meter in diameter, scattered in the center of the platform. Can you smell it, D-9884? The doctor asked calmly in the monitoring room. D-9884 hesitates, appears to lean forward slightly, and then quickly steps back. Reporting to the doctor, the smell is very pungent. There was a hint of disgust in her voice that she could not hide. It's like rusty metal and urine mixed together. It smells very bad. Rusted metal? Urine? What is this pool of unknown matter? Who left it there? Was it a previous explorer? Or something else? The audience, including the heroes in the Avengers building, all felt a physical discomfort and a psychological chill. A depressing atmosphere is spreading. D-9884 did not stop for long, bypassing the mass and continuing downward. Time passes by every second. Stairs, endless stairs. The monotonous sounds of footsteps and breathing became the only continuous sounds in the live broadcast, occasionally mixed with the still distant but ever-present crying of a child. Depth, about 392 meters, 98th floor platform. Anomalies have been discovered. D-9884's voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of surprise. Her searchlight was shining on a hole that suddenly appeared on the platform. It was a nearly circular hole with rough edges, as if it had been forcibly broken open by something. The diameter was estimated to be more than 1 meter. Below the cave entrance was bottomless darkness, as if connected to the void of another dimension. Is this new? Hank Pym couldn't help but ask in the monitoring room. There was no mention of this hole in previous records. Advertisement: Yes, Doc. There's no record of that in the files. D-9884 replied, carefully approaching the edge of the cave and shining his flashlight downward. The beam of light sank into the darkness, like a clay ox entering the sea, and could not illuminate the bottom at all. All that could be seen was endless, heart-pounding darkness. Just as everyone held their breath and stared at the darkness, something strange happened suddenly. About 4 seconds later, deep in that dark cave, at an unknown distance, a faint light suddenly flashed. The light was extremely short-lived, lasting only about 2 seconds, like a phosphorescent wave that accidentally rose up in the dark ocean, then went out and returned to silence again. Did you see it? D-9884's voice was a little hurried. Doc, there's a light under the hole. It flashed by. Distance? Nature of the light source. The doctor's voice remained calm. I can't tell the nature of the light source. It's too fast. D-9884 tried to calm his breathing. The distance feels very, very far away. At least, I guess, at least 1 kilometer away. 1 kilometer away? Down in this hole? Could it be that the bottom of this staircase is connected to a wider, more unknown space? What is that fleeting light? The iceberg began to reveal its subsurface part. The horror of SCP-087 lies not only in its face and crying, but also in the depth and unknown structure it implies, which is far beyond imagination. D-9884 bypassed the strange hole and continued to descend. Her breathing began to become a little heavy. The long descent was a huge drain on her physical strength. Time lost its meaning in the darkness. Only the floor counter was ticking monotonously. Depth, about 1.8 kilometers for 169th platform, nearly 2 kilometers deep. This is far beyond any building structure known to mankind. However, woo-woo, the faint, creepy sound of a little girl crying could still be heard from below. It sounded like the distance was still the same. Doctor, D-9884's voice finally revealed obvious fatigue and a hint of uncontrollable hesitation. The depth is 1.8 kilometers. I feel that crying sound is still about 200 meters below. This conclusion made everyone who heard it feel a chill running down their spine to the top of their head. No matter how deep you go, the crying sound always stays about 200 meters ahead. This completely violates the basic laws of physics and spatial perception. I don't want to go any further. D-9884's voice was filled with pleading. It was obvious that she had already consumed a lot of her physical strength. More importantly, the psychological pressure was constantly accumulating. I think it's time to go back. I mean, going down is one thing, but when I come back, I have to climb up a long, long staircase. Her voice was filled with weariness and fear of the endless journey home. However, the only response she received was the cold and merciless voice from the monitoring room. Negative. The doctor's voice was as cold as the polar wind, without a trace of warmth. D-9884, you carry food, water, and blankets that will allow you to survive inside for 24 hours. Instruction, please continue down. The cold command was transmitted clearly into D-9884's headphones through electric current, and also into the ears of every audience around the world. In an instant, an emotion called despair, accompanied by the endless dark stairs leading downwards and the strange crying sound that was still echoing not far ahead, weighed heavily on everyone's heart. Her fate seemed to have been determined by that cold voice. What was waiting for her at the bottom of the endless dark stairs besides the eternal cry? Chapter 14. Exposure on screen. Depth, about 1.8 kilometers, 469th platform. D-9884's breathing was as heavy as an old bellows, and sweat soaked her hair and stuck to her pale skin. The beam of searchlights swept in vain across the endless dark stairs. The feeling of despair was like this bottomless structure, weighing heavily on her heart and the hearts of billions of viewers around the world. The doctor's cold command in the monitoring room, "Please continue going down," still echoed in her ears like an early death sentence. Every word shattered her last glimmer of hope. Going up are thousands of staircases that exhaust the body, and going down is the fear of the unknown and the eternal cry of the girl that seems to be right in front of you. There is no escape. Just when D-9884 was about to be swallowed by the endless darkness and despair, and was about to raise his heavy footsteps and take another step down as if accepting his fate, a chill deeper than the darkness and more biting than the crying came from behind her without any warning. It wasn't a physical low temperature, but a creepy feeling of being watched by some incomprehensible existence. She stopped suddenly, and her body stiffened instantly. There's something behind her. The thought struck her on the verge of collapse like lightning. During the live broadcast, all the audience's hearts instantly rose to their throats. Behind D-9884, right where she had just stood, within the edge of the searchlight and the camera's range. A face that was so pale that it was completely bloodless, with no eyebrows, no hair, no nose, no mouth, and only two bottomless empty eye sockets that seemed to absorb all light. SCP-087-1. It was quietly suspended behind D-9884, only about 30 centimeters away from the camera lens. So close, it blocked her way back. What is even more terrifying is that the face, the two empty eye sockets, did not look at D-9884 who was so close. Its line of sight went straight through the camera lens, across countless signal relays and screens, and landed on everyone who was watching this live broadcast. Inside the building. Oh my God. Tony Stark stood up suddenly from the sofa. For the first time, the cynical self-confidence on his face was gone, replaced by a complex expression mixed with horror and the instinctive analytical desire of a technician. Its sight. Is it locked onto the camera? Is it looking at us? Steve Rogers frowned and subconsciously clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with vigilance and disgust towards this unknown evil. This thing, does it know it's being observed? Thor stood up straight suddenly, and Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, seemed to tremble slightly. He said in a deep voice, "In the ancient legends of Asgard, there are also evil creatures that can see through dimensions and look directly at the observer. But this feels more pure malice." Dr. Banner pushed up his glasses and looked pale. It's beyond our understanding of perception. It's not seeing by reflecting light, it's sensing, or interacting directly with the act of seeing itself. Guardians of the Galaxy ship, the Milano. Oh my, this guy has a good sense of the camera. Star-Lord Peter Quill screamed, trying to cover up his uneasiness with a joke. But, being stared at by such a thing, it doesn't feel good. Rocket Raccoon bared his teeth and growled. Groot, what do you think this thing is? Gamora and Drax remained silent, but their tense bodies and solemn expressions showed their inner shock. They had seen all kinds of wonders in the universe, but this cold and silent gaze that penetrated the screen directly still made them feel unprecedented weirdness. Wade Wilson's apartment. Wow. Fan welfare time. Deep eye contact with the audience. Wade took off his mask, and his scarred face moved closer to the screen, trying to have an eye contact with SCP-087-1. Hey buddy, why are you looking at me? Do you think I'm much more handsome than that D-class personnel? Let me tell you, my self-healing factor. Advertisement before he finished speaking. Phew. The global live broadcast screen was suddenly covered by a dazzling snowflake and distorted colorful stripes. The picture is interrupted. It lasted for a full 4 seconds. And in the 4 seconds when the picture disappeared, a loud, continuous, hoarse scream that was not so human-sounding suddenly broke out from everyone's headphones and speakers. The sound was full of pain and madness, but also had an inhuman texture, like the friction of metal or the wailing of some creature before death. The key point is, this is definitely not D-9884's voice. For seconds later, the picture was restored. The camera seemed to be shaken violently, and when it stabilized again, the lens was facing the endless stairs below. But D-9884's cries burst out like a flood, hysterical, full of the most primitive fear and collapse. What the hell? It's been behind me this whole time. It was just behind me. For so long. It's been looking at me from behind for so long. Oh my God. There it is. Doc. Doc, do you hear me? Do something. Please do something. Get it away. I know it's been following me. I know. I beg you. Get it away. Oh no. It's looking at me. It's still looking at me. It knows I'm here. Her voice had completely changed in pitch, becoming sharp and piercing, and every word seemed to be screamed out with all her strength. It eventually turned into incoherent wailing and begging, which permeated the entire live broadcast signal. The hearts of audiences around the world were also tightened as she cried. The immersive despair and fear made many people subconsciously want to turn off the screen, but they were driven by a morbid curiosity and could not look away. In New Moon City, on the top floor of an inconspicuous building, overlooking the entire city, Xiao Lan stood in front of the huge French window, calmly watching the live broadcast of the Foundation on the huge electronic screen in the city center. D-9884's cries and the fleeting pale face did not seem to cause any ripples in his eyes. He created the Foundation, and he knows the properties of SCP-087 better than anyone else. This global live broadcast was part of his plan, to show this strange world just the tip of the iceberg of horror brought about by containment failure, and also to demonstrate the necessity of the Foundation's existence. Fear is the best teacher, Xiao Lan said with an almost invisible arc at the corner of her mouth. Her voice was low and magnetic, as if she was talking to herself, but also as if she was announcing to the whole world, "It will teach you to fear the unknown." His gaze was deep, as if it penetrated the screen, penetrated time and space, and fell on the end of the deep stairs in the darkness farther away that did not belong to this dimension. In his eyes, the commotion caused by this small shelter was just a chess piece falling on the chessboard. Now, exposure screen. D-9884 had completely lost his mind, screaming, crying, and running desperately down the stairs. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. Even though there was also an unknown abyss below, at least he could temporarily escape the cold gaze behind him. The camera's image was shaking violently, and it could only capture the concrete walls flying past and the stairs going down continuously. Occasionally, the camera would flick back because of her running movements. That pale face, SCP-087-1, is still there, and it's getting closer. Now the distance from the lens is only about 20 centimeters. It seemed to be clinging to D-9884's back, falling down together. Advertisement, those two empty eye sockets were still fixed on the camera and on every audience behind the camera. A creepy illusion spread in everyone's mind. It was not chasing the poor D-class personnel, but us, who were watching. What is even more despairing is that since SCP-087-1 appeared and began this silent pursuit, the originally distant crying and pleading of the little girl in the background has become louder and clearer. This shows that D-9884 is rapidly approaching the source of the crying while fleeing frantically. At the same time, the hoarse and piercing scream that did not belong to D-9884 was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, never stopping, continuously torturing everyone's eardrums. D-9884 runs downstairs like crazy, the floor counter ticking rapidly. 50 floors, 100 floors, 150 floors. In extreme panic, she burst out with astonishing speed and sprinted down about 150 platforms in the blink of an eye. In the audio, the girl's crying sounded very close, as if just around the corner, and the hoarse scream was extremely sharp. Just then, a short scream. The picture suddenly sank, and then fell heavily to the ground. D-9884 trips. The camera fell on the steps, the lens tilted upwards. D-9884 can be seen lying motionless on the steps ahead, seemingly having lost consciousness instantly. In front of where she fell, the stairs continued to extend downward, sinking into deeper darkness. She still hadn't reached the bottom. The live broadcast screen was frozen at this moment. D-9884 lay motionless on the ground, with endless dark stairs below him. The background was the sound of a girl crying and a continuous hoarse scream. Time seemed to stand still. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 12 seconds of dead silence. Audiences around the world held their breath, their hearts pounding, not knowing what would happen next. Then, that face. There were no signs. SCP-087-1's pale face, without a mouth or nose, and with only 2 empty eye sockets, suddenly filled the entire screen. It was as if it teleported in front of the camera and used its 2 black eye sockets to replace everything that the lens could capture. At a close distance, the void appears even deeper, as if it contains the nothingness and malice before the birth of the universe. It, or rather, he, just gazes at every soul through the screen in an indescribable way. The next moment, bang, the screen turned completely black. The audio signal was interrupted at the same time, leaving only dead silence. Never recovered. D-9884, whereabouts unknown. The global live broadcast came to an abrupt end at the most terrifying and suffocating moment. What is left to the world is only boundless fear, huge mystery, and deeper speculation mixed with awe and horror about the organization called Foundation, founded by Xiao Lan. What is hidden in the depths of this endless staircase? Chapter 15. In the video, the suffocating darkness and silence did not last long. In front of countless screens around the world, viewers have not yet recovered from SCP-087-1's terrifying close-up gaze, and the perspective of the live broadcast of the Sky Screen system has quietly changed. No longer was it D-9884's shaky, desperate first-person perspective. Instead, It switched to an observation point of a higher dimension, as if suspended outside the endless stairs, yet as if it were everywhere. A voice, cold, steady, and with unquestionable authority, broke the global silence. This voice belonged to the man who had previously only existed in legends and exposed materials, Xiao Lan, who founded the Foundation. His voice was transmitted clearly through the skylight system to every corner and to the ears of every intelligent life that was paying attention to this matter. "That's enough, Doctor. That's enough." There was no emotional ups and downs, as if he was just stating an established fact. The indifference in that tone was not so much a disregard for life as it was a height that transcended ordinary understanding, a kind of absolute rationality that viewed everything as data. Audiences around the world, including the Avengers, Guardians of the Galaxy, S.H.I.E.L.D., and even supernatural beings from all over the world, were stunned by the sudden sound. It was him, the mastermind, Xiao Lan. He had actually been monitoring this exploration? Or even, is he the superior of the doctor who gave the order? Xiao Lan's voice continued to ring out, as precise and cold as a law. "We have obtained enough intelligence from the 3 explorations. It is best to stop when the number of casualties is acceptable." Still acceptable. These 4 words, like an icicle, pierced the hearts of everyone who heard them. D9884's desperate cry and the terrifying scene that finally froze in his tracks were merely an acceptable loss, in Xiao Lan's words. A chill from the depths of the soul, more biting than the fear brought by SCP-087-1, spreads quietly. On the sky screen, a hand with distinct joints and wearing a black glove opened an electronic file that seemed to have been prepared long ago. The title of the file is Item Number SCP-087. Under the control of that hand, the cursor moved to the Object Class column. After a brief pause, a word was typed in. The font was cold and standard, Euclid. At this time, a description appeared on one side of the screen, which was about the object level of SCP containment. The object class is a rough indicator of the difficulty of containing an SCP. All SCPs that require containment procedures are assigned an object class. Object class is determined by a variety of factors, but the difficulty of containment is the primary determinant. Safe. Containment can be completed relatively easily, or specific conditions are required for activation or triggering. Classification as safe is safe in most cases, but not absolutely safe, and can be safely operated under the premise of taking appropriate measures. Euclid. More resources are needed to fully contain, or the containment process is not safe. Any SCP that is autonomous, alive, or intelligent is usually classified as this because they can think or act subjectively, leading to unpredictability. Also, when SCPs are not easily classified into other standard object classes, they are usually classified as this. Key to level. Extremely difficult to contain continuously or reliably, and containment procedures are often large-scale and complex, or accompanied by huge casualties. The Foundation is often unable to contain these SCPs successfully, which does not necessarily mean that the SCP is very dangerous, but simply that the difficulty or cost of containment is extremely high. Familial class. Items used by the Foundation to contain or counter other SCPs or anomalous phenomena. Top secrets of the Foundation, known only to a few Foundation personnel outside the O5 Council. Apollyon class. Anomalies that cannot be contained and are expected to breach containment in the near future. These anomalies are generally associated with apocalyptic threats or some type of K-class anomaly, requiring a massive effort from the Foundation to deal with. Archon class. Anomalies that are theoretically containable, but are best left uncontained for some reason. Archon class SCPs may be part of reality and therefore difficult to contain completely, or they may cause serious harm, crossed out, adverse effects if contained. Neutralized. Items that have been rendered ineffective or destroyed and are no longer anomalous. It was just one word, but it seemed to carry a tremendous force, landing on the hearts of all those watching. Euclid level. According to some previously exposed Foundation data, this means that the anomaly requires continuous investment of resources for containment, and its behavior cannot be fully predicted, but it is not extremely active or actively seeking to breach containment. That endless staircase that can devour lives, harbors strange entities, and causes global panic. In the Foundation's evaluation system, it is just Euclid. Advertisement Xiao Lan, who created this system and filed SCP-087 so casually. His existence itself seems to be more unfathomable than any known containment object. His words and his actions all demonstrate absolute control. This live broadcast that shocked the world was within his calculations from beginning to end. The victim, named D9884, along with the strange face, were just props for him to teach. Fear is indeed the best teacher. And Xiao Lan is the cold instructor who holds a teaching stick, stands in the shadows, and overlooks the entire classroom. Shield, a secret meeting room in the Triskelion building. The atmosphere was so heavy that water seemed to drip out of it. Nick Fury supported his chin with one hand, his only remaining eye fixed on the word Euclid that finally froze on the screen, as well as the concise and cold file. After a long while, he stroked the stubble on his chin with his rough fingers and spoke in a low voice. Interesting. His voice was hoarse and his eyes were deep. Maybe we can also develop a similar grading system. He obviously saw some kind of order worth learning from the actions of the Foundation. Faced with endless abnormal events and superpowered individuals, a standardized threat assessment and management system is indeed urgently needed by S.H.I.E.L.D. and the entire world. Grading. Tony Stark's voice, with his signature teasing, broke the dullness. He leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and raised his eyebrows at Fury. Grading what? Okay, let me try. He stretched out his fingers and began to count, his tone exaggerated. The cosmic cube has unlimited energy and can open portals. Euclid level, no problem. Our big friend, Hulk. He glanced at Bruce Banner next to him, who pushed his glasses helplessly. He's very well behaved most of the time, but when he goes crazy, no one can stop him. His unstable factor is also Euclid level. Natasha. He looked at Black Widow, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. She can calm the Hulk. She's like a human tranquilizer. Her special ability is used to control other anomalies. According to them, this is considered Thaumiel level. Thor's hammer. He looked at Thor, who was frowning, obviously uncomfortable with the horror content just broadcast. Only those who are qualified can pick it up, and it is basically harmless if left there. Safe level, absolutely. And Ultron. Tony's voice suddenly deepened when he mentioned this name. The playfulness on his face instantly faded and was shrouded in a layer of gloom. That guy is determined to exterminate humans. He keeps evolving, and it's hard to completely eliminate him. Keto level, well deserved. He paused, as if remembering something. His originally slightly relaxed expression completely disappeared, replaced by a sadness and pain that was difficult to conceal. And Jarvis, he muttered to himself, his voice so low that it was almost inaudible. That loyal and omnipotent artificial intelligence butler, whom he created himself, also died because of Ultron. If we follow the Foundation standards, what level would Jarvis be? An absolutely loyal, powerful tool that can help manage everything? There was a brief silence in the conference room. Tony's disappointment was palpable. The list brought back memories he didn't want to touch. Steve Rogers frowned. He could not agree with Xiao Lan's approach of regarding human life as an acceptable loss, but he had to admit that the organization shown by the Foundation and the way it dealt with the unknown were indeed efficient, an efficiency that was cold and cruel. There was thinking about the existence deep in the stairs. The horror that did not belong to the Nine Realms made him feel instinctively alert. Dr. Banner was analyzing the briefing and live broadcast footage, trying to understand the nature of SCP-087 from a scientific perspective, but the more he analyzed, the more he felt that there seemed to be something hidden behind it that transcended the existing laws of physics. At the same time, the Skydome system screen, after showing that SCP-087 was archived as Euclid, briefly switched to a surveillance video-like perspective. The location is inside the building where SCP-087 is located, in front of the door leading to the endless stairs. Advertisement in the picture, several engineers are shown wearing clothes with the Foundation logo printed on them. Although the specific logo is blurred, the circular outline formed by 3 inward-pointing arrows is vaguely visible. They are moving quickly and professionally. They responded without any hesitation or fear, as if they were just dealing with an ordinary pipe leak. First, the entire corridor leading to that door was quickly blocked off and multiple reinforced isolation doors were installed. Then, on the inside of the original door leading to SCP-087, engineering personnel began spraying an extremely thick, off-white, foamy substance, layer after layer, until the entire door is completely covered and sealed. Special sound insulation foam, effectively blocking abnormal audio transmission. Soon, all engineering equipment was removed. The corridor, which was already quiet, became even quieter, and that door, viewed from the outside, had been disguised as an ordinary wall, or in other words, the entrance to an inconspicuous utility room. Containment Procedure Update. The entrance to SCP-087 has been physically sealed and soundproofed, completely isolated from the rest of the floor. The only key to the hidden door that allows access is kept by the designated site supervisor. Follow-up observation. Staff on this floor have not reported any unusual crying or screaming. Containment is considered effective. The footage stops here, showing no information about what's inside and no mention of how to deal with any possible SCP-087-1. The Foundation's logic of action is clear and cold. Since it cannot be understood and cannot be eliminated, then it must be completely isolated. Out of sight, out of hearing, delete it from the real world. As for those who got lost in the endless staircase that stretches downwards in SCP-087, whether it was D-9884 or the previous explorers, their fate, we, and everyone outside the Foundation, may never know. In the galaxy, in the cockpit of a spaceship filled with rock music and snack crumbs. Whoa, wait, is that all? Peter Quill, also known as Star-Lord, widened his eyes and almost spit out the energy bar in his mouth. He pointed at the entrance to the utility room disguised as one on the screen, his face full of disbelief. Just like that, it turned into a storage room. Huh, that's too casual. He waved his arms exaggeratedly. Hey, there's a white-faced monster in there that can teleport. And there's a little girl crying. You all saw it. That thing was stuck to the camera in an instant. He turned to his teammates, seeking agreement. Aren't these guys called the Foundation a little too careless? I feel like this door will be banged open at any moment, and that white-faced guy will come out and give everyone a surprise. Rocket Raccoon scoffed, cradling his laser cannon. Come on, Quill, at least they locked it up. Better than having it wandering around out there. But there was also a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. Gamora crossed her arms, her face solemn, as she thought about the effectiveness and potential risks of this containment method. Drax, on the other hand, had that trademark look of pure confusion on his face. He tilted his head, looked at the screen, then looked at Star-Lord, and asked in his overly serious tone, Why? Why don't they decide to get rid of that white weirdo? His logic is simple and direct. If there is a threat, eliminate the threat. Lock it up like this. Drax frowned, trying to understand this strategy. What's the point? If that weird face can really teleport like you said, that door and those bubbles. He paused, as if thinking about a deeper question, with an unusual gleam in his eyes, although Drax's words came to an abrupt end, leaving a huge suspense. What did he want to say? Although the strange face was locked, what? Did he see some details that others didn't notice? Or did he mean to say that this monster simply could not be restrained by physical means? Chapter 16. New Moon City, on the top floor of a luxury apartment. Outside the huge French window, the strange light of the skylight system was like an artificial aurora shining on Xiao Lan's calm face. He held a glass of deep red wine and shook it gently. His eyes seemed to penetrate the final frozen darkness on the screen and look into the more distant past. SCP-087's live broadcast has ended. Those endless dark stares, those creepy pale faces, those desperate cries and screams. For the people of this world, it is a nightmare that will be engraved in their minds for a lifetime. But for Xiao Lan, this is just a familiar daily routine. The point of view on the screen recording the final moments of the D-Class personnel. Once upon a time, that was his own perspective. In that world shrouded in anomalies and chaos, he stood in the cold observation room, and through the thick bulletproof glass or the cold monitoring screen, he witnessed countless deaths that were far more twisted and desperate than this. Explosion, swallowing, twisting, dissolving, mental breakdown, existence being erased. There are all kinds of strange and bizarre ways of dying. The tense nerves all day long, the cruel decisions that must be made when the containment fails, and the signing of the consumption reports of D-Class personnel. All this had already tempered his heart to be colder than the hardest alloy and more numb than the deepest darkness. He was once a chess player, pulling at the threads of fate of mortals and even gods. The collapse and reshaping of the world was nothing more than a line of text in his experimental records. Death is just a parameter that needs to be quantified and managed. However, after coming to this world, he escaped from the endless containment pressure of the Foundation and lived a peaceful life in a certain sense. It seemed that even he himself did not realize that his long silent heart was covered with a thin layer of almost invisible dust. Watching the live broadcast, the young woman named D-9884 was running and crying in the endless darkness. In the end, she was swallowed by the pale ghost face and disappeared at the end of the bottomless stairs. Xiao Lan's hand holding the wine glass paused slightly. An extremely subtle, almost negligible touch, like a grain of sand thrown into a stagnant pond, caused an imperceptible ripple in the depths of his heart. Soon, silence returned. Perhaps it was this moment of peace that made him feel the noise of human nature for the first time in a long time. But this noise is insignificant. He took a sip of the red wine. It had a mellow taste, but was far less refreshing than the low-quality coffee rationed by the Foundation in his memory. Advertisement, D-class personnel. He whispered to himself, as if stating an objective fact. Yes, most of them were recruited from serious criminals in various prisons, and they were scum who had committed unforgivable crimes. There are also some staff members who were demoted and punished because of major accidents caused by operational errors, violations of agreements, or leaks of confidential information within the Foundation. Using living people to conduct dangerous experiments, to explore unknown anomalies, to serve as bait and consumables. No matter from which angle you look at it, this goes against the word humanity. If the people of this world, including the superheroes, knew the truth about the D-class personnel, they would probably immediately label the Foundation as an evil organization. But there was no regret or guilt on Xiao Lan's face. He knew better than anyone what the Foundation was facing. Anomalies that, once out of control, could instantly destroy a city, a country, or even an entire dimension of reality. For the survival of the majority of people, in order to keep those horrors that are enough to subvert cognition locked away in darkness, sacrifice is inevitable. In order to protect the flame of civilization from being extinguished by abnormal strong winds, someone must always hold firewood and walk into the boundless darkness. Even if the firewood is the flesh and soul of our fellow human beings. This is a necessary price, cruel, but effective. It's worth it. Xiao Lan gently put down the wine glass, her eyes becoming sharp and cold again, as if the momentary touch just now had never happened. Just at this moment. Sizzle. The skylight system outside the window suddenly flickered violently, and strange snowflakes instantly swallowed up the originally dark screen, as if the signal was interrupted. Then, a series of sharp but not harsh buzzing sounds were heard, like whispers from the distant starry sky, or like the mumbling of some higher dimensional being. Xiao Lan just raised his eyes calmly and stared at the frantic snowflakes. He knew that a new display was about to begin. After a few seconds, the snow faded and the buzzing sound disappeared. The picture became clear and stable again. But this time, the perspective has changed. It is no longer the previous fixed surveillance, nor is it the explorer's subjective lens. This is a first-person perspective. It seemed as if all the people around the world who were watching the sky curtain had become the eyes of the person on the screen. The audience saw that themselves were standing outside a holding cell. In front of him was an absurdly thick, bulletproof glass wall, gleaming with a cold metallic luster. It was a typical high-standard containment unit of the Foundation. Advertisement behind the glass wall. The outline of a room can be vaguely seen, but the light is dim and it is difficult to see clearly. My hand was covering the console panel next to me, and seemed to be operating something. Then, the view moved slightly downward and focused on the console screen. On the screen, half a page of a document was clearly presented, as if it was being edited or reviewed by myself. The title and content of the document made the hearts of all those who had just recovered from the fear of SCP-087 start beating uncontrollably again. Project code. Take only 2. Item hashtag. SCP-330. Object class. Euclid. Description. SCP-330 appears as a clear glass bowl, usually filled with individually wrapped candies. A handwritten note is attached to the bowl, clearly reading, "Please, only take 2. Addendum 330-1. All attempts to remove the note have failed. Any attempts to smear, cover, or otherwise obscure the text on the note have also proven ineffective. Addendum 330-2. The object was found by local police in the town of Data expunged 3 days before Halloween Inn. The police were investigating a murder scene that was initially identified as ritualistic dismemberment. SCP-330 was confiscated as potential evidence. Addendum 330-3. During the evidence processing, a person on the scene, for unknown reasons, presumably greed or curiosity, poured out all the remaining candies, quantity 2, in the bowl at once and tried to take them away. The consequence was, all the people on the scene, including the officer, died. The death was extremely tragic. The content of the document ends here. Just take 2. A bowl for candy. Euclid level. The same danger level as that endless staircase and the white-faced ghost. Just because I took extra candy, everyone in the police station died? A tragic death? Countless question marks and fears instantly filled the minds of audiences around the world. What kind of terrifying, murderous intent is hidden in this seemingly harmless candy bowl? And what will happen if the warning, "Please only take two," is violated? Everyone, whether it's the heroes of the Avengers, the weirdos of the Guardians of the Galaxy, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., or even the extraordinary beings hidden around the world. At this moment, everyone held their breath, stared at the sky, their hearts pounding, waiting for the follow-up revelation. Behind that seemingly simple rule, there must be a price that is enough to make anyone regret it. Chapter 17. S.H.I.E.L.D. Secret Meeting Room. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the document on SCP-330, only take two, on the sky, emitting a cold and strange light. The fear brought by SCP-087 just now has not completely dissipated, and new and more incomprehensible threats are coming one after another. Euclid level, a bowl of candy? Tony Stark was the first to break the suffocating silence. He habitually touched his chin, his eyes full of the scrutiny and confusion that only engineers have. It sounds like a lame joke, but everyone in the police station died? The deaths were tragic? He leaned forward slightly, tapping the screen with his finger in the air. The key is, why do we need to delete the data? Data deletion. TSK, what a trick. As a rule of thumb, shouldn't all the details be recorded when conducting an experiment? Unless the deleted parts are more terrifying than all dead. There was a gleam of desire and challenge in Tony's eyes. What a pity, this is just a live broadcast. If we can get the original document, I bet that Friday can definitely dig out those secrets that have been erased. Nick Fury crossed his arms across his chest, his one eye as sharp as a hawk's, staring at the document on the screen, and then glanced at the SCP-087 file frozen on the screen next to him. His voice was low and doubtful. A bowl of candy is on the same level as an endless staircase that swallows explorers. He pondered. The abnormal entity in the staircase, apart from tracking and the final sudden attack on D-9884, does not seem to have shown sustained, active, and strong aggressiveness. At least that was the case in the first two explorations we observed. And this bowl of candy, simply because of taking too much, can cause large-scale and extremely tragic deaths. What exactly is the Foundation's risk rating standard? Or is it that our understanding of risk is simply not on the same level as theirs? Inside the room, Steve Rogers frowned and looked serious. Dr. Banner pushed his glasses up, his eyes full of worry about this unknown regular anomaly. Thor, the god from Asgard, also put away his usual arrogance, with a look of confusion and vigilance on his face about the big terror contained in this small object. This organization called Foundation and the anomalies it contains. Time and again, these battle-hardened heroes are overturning their perceptions of reality and danger. Wakanda. Inside the high-tech palace control room, the atmosphere was equally serious. T'Challa, the young king, stared at the sky with his eyes sharp as torches. Advertisement. This bowl of candy may seem ordinary, even childish, but its potential danger is beyond doubt. The Euclid rating is well-deserved. The Foundation paid such a heavy price in the process of recovering it. This reminds us once again that we must be extremely cautious when facing anything beyond our understanding. We must not take it lightly just because it looks ordinary. Captain Okoye, the guard, stood upright beside the king, holding a vibranium spear, his brows furrowed and his eyes as sharp as a spear tip. Your Majesty, just a bowl of candy can cause a disaster of death of all those present in an instant. The power or rules hidden behind this are chilling, she said in a firm tone. I think we must immediately take more stringent measures and conduct a thorough and in-depth investigation of the entire Wakanda. Make sure there are no similar unknown dangerous items lurking in our pure land. T'Challa's sister, Princess Shuri, also put away her usual liveliness at this moment, and her fair face was full of worry. She stared at the line of data deleted on the screen and analyzed it quickly. Brother, General Okoye, you see, this document deliberately concealed key information, the specific location of the murder scene and the exact circumstances of the victims' deaths. Extremely tragic is a very subjective and vague description. If we have more comprehensive intelligence, such as the exact mechanism of the triggering conditions, the scope of impact, whether there are circumvention measures, etc., we can formulate response plans more effectively. The information asymmetry makes even these countries with cutting-edge technology and resources feel a little powerless. At the same time, the sky screen continued to play. The first-person perspective seemed to carry the consciousness of all the audience, slowly walking into the interior of the containment room that could only be viewed through thick bulletproof glass before. Cold, depressing, and dead silent. This is the first feeling everyone has after entering this containment room. The room is not big. The walls are made of smooth metal. There is no unnecessary decoration. Only a lamp above the head emitting a pale light. In the center of the room, there is a plain wooden table. A man wearing a striking orange prison uniform is standing in front of a wooden table with his back to the camera, or to all the viewers. He was of medium build and his face could not be seen clearly, but his stiff posture and slightly trembling shoulders silently told of his inner fear and struggle at the moment. He is the D-class personnel used by the Foundation to consume dangerous items. Everyone's eyes were focused on the wooden table in front of him. On the table, there was a stainless steel bowl. The material of the bowl is not the transparent glass described in previous documents, but stainless steel with a cold metallic luster. Perhaps the Foundation replaced it to prevent the bowl itself from being easily broken? The bowl was filled with colorful candies, each of which was wrapped in individual candy wrappers, looking like the most common shared candies at Halloween parties. On the side of the stainless steel bowl close to the man, there was a slightly yellowed note. The note was handwritten. The handwriting was a little sloppy, but the color of the ink could be vaguely recognized. What does it say? Due to the perspective and the distance, the audience cannot clearly see the specific words on the note. But combined with the frightening document record just now, everyone's mind simultaneously emerged with that warning with a strange, pleading meaning. Please, just take two. Now this unknown D-class personnel is standing in front of this bowl of death candy. What will he do? Does he know the rules of this bowl? The Foundation, or rather, Xiao Lan, who was demonstrating all this behind the scenes, was going to use this D-class personnel to demonstrate to the world. What happens when you break the rules? At this moment, the world was in silence. Countless people held their breath, their hearts in their throats, their pupils dilated, staring at the sky. Fear, curiosity, and an indescribable sense of anticipation are intertwined in the hearts of every audience member. That hand reaching for the candy bowl, when will it fall? How many more will you take away? Chapter 18. Now, the cold, deadly atmosphere almost seeped through the screen and strangled everyone's throat. Xiao Lan's eyes were calm, as if what was about to take place was not an abnormal experiment that could be fatal in an instant, but just a routine product test. He casually picked up a black, high-tech walkie-talkie placed on the console next to him. The movements were casual, yet carried with them an unquestionable sense of control. Experiment 330-4 begins. His voice echoed clearly in the holding room and in the ears of every audience member through the intercom. There was no emotional ups and downs at all, just like reading a line of code. D-3301, Xiao Lan's voice continued, pointing precisely at the orange prison uniform figure with his back to the camera. Is your prosthesis working properly? Inside the containment room, the D-class personnel known as D-3301 visibly stiffened. His hands were not made of flesh and blood, but simple mechanical prostheses that shone with a metallic luster, which were obviously issued by the Foundation. There was a few seconds of silence, as if to confirm or overcome some kind of fear. D-3301's voice came back through the intercom with obvious hesitation and tension. I think so, sir. Very good. Xiao Lan's tone remained calm. Please raise them above your head. The order was issued. Audiences around the world saw the pair of metal arms raised somewhat awkwardly, reflecting a cold luster under the pale light. Then, try to use your right prosthetic arm to scratch your back. D-3301 complied, rubbing his metal fingers against the back of the orange prison uniform, making a slight scraping sound. Although the action was a little stiff, it did complete the instruction. Left hand, try to touch your right shoulder. Flex your wrists. Try making a fist, then opening it. Xiao Lan, like a rigorous engineer, calmly issued instructions one by one to test the performance of this special tool. D-3301 was like a puppet, trying hard to complete every movement under invisible pressure. He had his back to the camera, so the audience couldn't see his expression, but his slightly trembling shoulders and his almost stagnant breathing between every movement silently told of the tremendous psychological pressure he was under at the moment. Simple instructions, but it felt like a long torture. The confirmation of each action seemed to pave the way for the next truly fatal step. Xiao Lan's calmness formed a sharp contrast with the fear of the D-class personnel, which fully demonstrated the cruelty of the experiment. Meanwhile, in a chaotic apartment that smelled like a mixture of gunpowder and cheap burritos, Puha, advertisement Wade Wilson, also known as Deadpool, suddenly sat up on the shabby sofa that was about to fall apart and burped loudly. He was shirtless, wearing only a pair of red shorts with black spots, and holding a half-drunk bottle of beer in his hand. SCP-087's endless stares and the sudden appearance of a ghost face really made him feel a chill down his spine and even a little nauseous, mainly psychologically. But now this bowl of candy? Oh. Wade looked at the bowl of colorful candies on the skylight and the poor guy in orange prison uniform fiddling with his prosthetic limbs, and his signature smile, a mixture of madness and playfulness, appeared on his face. Compared to that dark, sticky stairwell with crying kids all the time, this bowl of candy looks so refreshing. He staggered to the refrigerator, took out another bottle of beer, bit the cap open with his teeth, and gulped down a few gulps. But speaking of which, he returned to the sofa, sank into it, and said in a tone as if he had discovered a new world. This Foundation is really a treasure organization. His eyes sparkled, and his tone was filled with a morbid excitement. Think about it. SCP-087, where you fall to your death or get bitten to death by a ghost face. And this one where you take the wrong candy and everyone present dies. TSK, TSK, TSK. He stretched out his fingers, as if counting. How many new and exciting ways are there that can ensure you die with peace of mind? After acquiring the self-healing factor, death became an unattainable luxury for him. Countless suicide attempts, from jumping off buildings to bombs, all ended in failure, leaving behind only a mess and endless pain, mainly caused by others. Now, the Foundation's live broadcast has opened the door to a new world for him. Oh my goodness. Wade slapped his thigh, his expression becoming extremely obscene. Just thinking about being able to enter this facility, become a glorious D-class personnel, and then experience such a colorful and varied way of dying. I feel, well. His tone became strange, and his eyes were blurry. It's a bit stony. Wade smiled and did not hesitate. No, I have to have one now. To celebrate finding a new purpose in life. On the sky screen, the focus is still on the depressing containment room. After confirming that the basic functions of D-3301's prosthesis were intact, Xiao Lan's voice sounded again, with a hint of guidance. Okay, D-3301. Now, please look carefully at the wooden table in front of you and tell me, what do you see? The instructions were clear and left no room for doubt. D-3301's body seemed to tense up a little more. He was silent for a few seconds, as if he was gathering up the courage to look at the anomalous object that was under strict containment. His voice was a little dry. A wooden table, very ordinary. On the table, there is a stainless steel bowl. The bowl looks ordinary too. It's the kind of stainless steel cutlery you often see in cafeterias. It's filled with candies, all in various colors, wrapped in candy wrappers. His description was objective and detailed, completely consistent with the information the audience had previously learned through the glass and documents. Then, he paused and added, "There's a note on the back of the bowl. It says, advertisement." He seemed to be trying hard to recall, or rather, some information was being forcibly poured into his mind. It said, "Please, just two." As soon as the words fell, not only did D-3301 himself froze for a moment, but even Xiao Lan, who had remained absolutely calm, raised her eyebrows barely perceptibly. Because, at this moment, D-3301 is facing away from the side of the bowl where the note is stuck. Oh, Xiao Lan's voice finally showed a hint of subtle interest. The note was stuck on the back of the bowl. How did you know what was on it? This question caused D-3301 to fall into even greater confusion and panic. I don't know, sir. His voice began to tremble. I feel it. I feel that's what it says. Am I wrong? His tone was full of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. He didn't even know why he knew the contents of the note. Interesting. Xiao Lan muttered something under her breath, but the whisper was not heard through the intercom. While looking at the screen, he seemed to be operating something quickly on an invisible control interface. Xiao Lan's voice sounded through the intercom again, interrupting D-3301's panic. His tone returned to its previous calmness, as if the little incident just now was insignificant. No, you are right. Log updated. Test subjects have found it impossible to avoid reading the note during testing, and even test subjects approaching the bowl from the opposite direction have noticed the message. Then he issued the final order, like a judge bringing down the gavel to decide fate. D-3301. Please continue. Continue what? It goes without saying. The world is in silence. The air seemed to freeze. Inside the containment room, D-3301 stood there stiffly, with his back to the billions of viewers. His cold metal prosthetic limbs were trembling slightly. He knows the rules. He was made to know the rules. Now, he was ordered to continue. The next step must be, reach out and grab the bowl of candy. Will he follow the rules and take only 2? Still, under extreme fear and pressure, driven by the instinct of survival, or simply due to a mistake in the operation of the prosthesis. Violate the iron rule written on the note, which seems to be a plea but is actually fatal. Chapter 19. In the bedroom of a slightly messy apartment in Queens. Wow. Peter Parker almost put his face against the screen. His eyes, which always showed a bit of innocence, were now wide open, filled with disbelief. This guy? How did he know what was written on the back of the bowl? Telekinesis? Or was it the bowl of candy that was talking to him? Or the bowl itself? Wait, could it be that this D-class personnel himself has some superpowers? A series of questions popped out of Peter's mouth like a string of cannonballs. His best friend Ned Leeds next to him was even more exaggerated. His mouth was opened so wide that an egg could fit in it, and his face showed the same shock. Oh, my old swan. Ned held his forehead. This shouldn't be the point, Peter. The point is, the Foundation only allows them to take the candy and not eat it. This is simply the cruelest torture in the world. You can't even eat it just by looking at it. For a teenager with a sweet tooth, this was unimaginable torture. At this moment, Aunt May's gentle and slightly worried voice sounded at the door. What candy, Peter? Do you 2 little greedy cats want to eat candy again? I have some chocolate beans in the cupboard. Shall I get some for you? No. No thanks, Aunt May. We won't eat it. Absolutely not. Peter and Ned turned their heads almost at the same time, with a hint of horror on their faces, and waved their hands desperately to refuse. Joke. In their eyes, the bowl of colorful stuff on the screen is now 10,000 times more terrifying than the most poisonous poison. Who dares to eat candy? I will have a psychological trauma about candy for the rest of my life. Aunt May looked at the 2 children's overly intense reactions and tilted her head in confusion, but she was considerate and did not ask any further questions. She just closed the door gently. The bedroom returned to silence again, leaving only the heart-pounding images on the live broadcast and the heavy breathing of the 2 teenagers. Within the light curtain, the experiment is still going on. Following Xiao Lan's emotionless command, D-3301's metallic prosthetic limb reached out to the stainless steel bowl with a slightly stiff but precise movement. 1, 2, 3. 3 candies of different colors were carefully taken out by the cold mechanical claws and then gently placed on the wooden table next to them. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Time seemed to be infinitely stretched at this moment. There was dead silence in the containment room. D-3301 remained standing stiffly, with his back to the thick, bulletproof glass. His body trembled slightly, as if he was waiting for some kind of judgment to come. Advertisement. The audience outside the screen were also heart-pounding. No, nothing. He took 3, and nothing happened? Is the previous record wrong? Or is there something special about this D-class personnel? However, Xiao Lan's expression did not relax at all. Through the close-up of the screen, people can clearly see that he is sitting behind the console, his deep eyes still calm. But the fingers on the table were tapping gently at a very regular but slightly rapid frequency. Tap, tap, tap. This slight sound seemed to strike at everyone's heartstrings, silently indicating that the heart of the Foundation's founder was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. He is waiting. Wait for the result that is bound to come. About 45 seconds later. An uncontrollable cry of pain suddenly burst out from D-3301's throat. He suddenly bent down and covered the elbow joint on the side where he wore the prosthesis with his other intact hand. His face was instantly distorted by the intense pain. Veins popped out on his forehead, and cold sweat rolled down like streams. Here we come. The hearts of audiences around the world suddenly shrank. Xiao Lan pressed the intercom button almost at the moment D-3301 cried out in pain, and her originally calm tone took on a hint of unquestionable sharpness. D-3301, release your arms immediately. Do not cover them. Tell me how you feel. Now, the command was cold and firm, carrying a kind of majesty that seemed to control everything. D-3301 struggled in severe pain, his voice intermittent, full of boundless fear and pain. I feel as if there is fire burning my elbow. It's so hot. It's so itchy. It's so itchy. He suddenly raised his head, and through the thick, bulletproof glass, he looked towards the observation room with a look of near collapse, and his voice was filled with tears. It hurts. Sir, I die. I don't want to die. Please, please help me. Do something. Save me. His wails were clearly heard through the microphone in every corner of the world. However, what responded to him was still Xiao Lan's cruel and calm voice. Relax, D. 3301. There was no emotion in Xiao Lan's voice, as if what she was describing was just a normal phenomenon. The burning and itching are normal and to be expected. Advertisement. Now, stand back in front of the table immediately. Keep an observation posture. Otherwise, I will authorize armed security personnel to enter the containment room and take all necessary coercive measures. A naked threat, an undisguised intimidation. Faced with the fear of death and the threat of armed force, D3301's remaining rationality overwhelmed the physical pain. He endured the burning and itching that seemed to melt his bones, his body trembling violently, and moved back to the wooden table step by step. Yes, yes, sir. His voice was hoarse and full of despair. Xiao Lan watched him stand still again, stopped tapping his fingers, and asked again, still in the straightforward tone of scientific record. Apart from the burning and itching, are there any other sensations? D3301 was breathing heavily, his prison uniform soaked with sweat. He closed his eyes, as if trying hard to distinguish the various pain signals coming from his body. A few seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes, with an even more horrified expression on his face. Yes. Yes, sir. I feel my wrist. My wrist hurts so much. Like something broke it. But. He looked down at his empty broken wrist connected to the cold prosthesis, and his voice became shrill due to extreme fear. But my wrist has already been amputated, and that burning sensation is getting stronger. Phantom limb pain, accompanied by a rapidly increasing abnormal burning sensation. D3301 completely lost control and began to pace around the small containment room in agitation, scratching his body with his hands and making meaningless roars and whimpers. He looked like a trapped beast that was about to be forced into a desperate situation. In the observation room, Xiao Lan's eyes did not change at all, still with the same indifference as when examining the experimental subjects. He simply turned his head slightly and gave a gentle look to the two fully armed security guards wearing black combat uniforms and gas masks who were standing by the door and on standby. The two security guards moved in unison, like machines that had received instructions and understood what was being said. Crack, crack. Two crisp and fatal metal collision sounds were heard. That was the sound of bullets being loaded into the dark and ferocious assault rifles in their hands. The air instantly froze to freezing point. Inside the containment room, D3301's wailing continued. Outside the containment room, the cold muzzle of a gun was pointed at him. The founder of the Foundation, who was sitting behind the control console, just watched all this quietly, waiting for the abnormal phenomenon to develop further. Or, when necessary, give the final order. The experiment, or rather, this execution broadcast live to the world, seems to be about to reach its bloodiest climax. Chapter 20. Inside the meeting room of the helicarrier of S.H.I.E.L.D., no, it should now be called SWRD, the atmosphere was as oppressive as solidified lead. Above the light curtain, D3301's distorted, painful face and desperate wails were still echoing, and the cold and ruthless orders of the Foundation's founder, Xiao Lan, were like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart again and again. Bang! A dull sound broke the silence. Steve Rogers stood up suddenly from his seat, and the chair slid backwards and hit the alloy wall. His chest heaved violently, and his blue eyes were filled with incredible anger and a hint of unspeakable sadness. He couldn't bear to watch it anymore. That heart-wrenching scream, that excruciating pain as if the soul was being torn apart that could be felt even through the screen. He originally thought that although the SCP Foundation, which suddenly emerged, acted in secret and used tough means, at least its goal was to control, contain, and protect those anomalies that were powerful enough to destroy the world. He thought that the so-called D-class personnel were, at most, necessary sacrifices, carrying out high-risk reconnaissance missions like the previous exploration of SCP-087. But now what did he see? Living people are used as consumables to test the effects of abnormal items. What is the essential difference between this and those inhumane lunatics in Hydra? It reminded Steve how cruel and crazy human beings can become for power, knowledge, and the so-called greater good. Looking at Xiao Lan's young but calm face in the light curtain, Steve Rogers felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He couldn't understand it, let alone agree with it. This kind of research built on the extreme pain of others, This kind of necessary sacrifice that treats life as worthless is the bottom line he can never cross. He could not agree with this cruel science. The experiments within the light curtain are still going on. Just when the hearts of audiences around the world were in their throats, thinking that a bloody massacre would occur in the next second, something strange happened. In the containment room, D-3301, who was originally scratching, pacing, and screaming frantically, suddenly let out an even more shrill scream. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, as if trying to get rid of some bone-deep thorn, he suddenly grabbed the joint of his prosthetic limb that was still emitting strange white smoke and pulled it hard with all his strength. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound of breaking was heard. The priceless alloy prosthesis containing some unknown technology was actually pulled off by him from the joint of the broken arm. The prosthesis fell on the cold floor with a crisp clang sound. D-3301, who had lost this source of the anomaly, seemed to have lost all his strength in an instant, or perhaps his threshold of pain had finally exceeded the limit. His legs went weak and he fell to his knees with a plop, gasping for breath. Sweat streamed down his face like a waterfall, soaking the ground. But a strange scene happened. After just a few seconds, the amplitude of D-3301's trembling began to decrease, and the extreme pain on his face receded like the tide, replaced by a sense of confusion and exhaustion as if he had survived a disaster. He carefully raised his only remaining good arm and touched his broken elbow, which was empty and only had rough skin covering the bone. No, not burning anymore. His voice was incredibly hoarse. The itch is gone. My wrist doesn't hurt anymore. Advertisement, the phantom limb pain, and the strange burning and itching sensations actually disappeared as the prosthesis was removed. From the time he picked up the third candy until he ripped off his prosthesis on his own, about 3 minutes passed. In the observation room, Xiao Lan's expression remained unchanged, as if all this was within his calculations. He didn't even look at the nearly paralyzed D-class personnel, instead focusing on the data stream on the console. Only after he confirmed that all physiological indicators were stable did he press the intercom again, and his voice returned to that straightforward and emotionless tone. Experiment 330-4, preliminary effects observation concluded. He paused, then issued the follow-up instructions. Armed Security Team 1, escort D-3301 to Medical Wing 3 and transfer him to the Psychological Assessment Department for emergency psychological intervention and follow-up evaluation. At the same time, conduct detailed skin activity, nerve response, and tissue biopsy tests on his arm stump. Armed Security Team 2, recover the abnormal prosthesis in the containment room and immediately send it to Laboratory 7 for material science, energy residue, and mechanical structure analysis. The commands were clear and precise, and the efficiency was amazing. 2 teams of security personnel who had been on standby immediately took action. 1 team filed in, quickly and professionally picked up D-3301, who was slumped on the ground with a dull look in his eyes, and dragged him out of the containment room. The other team carefully used a specially made storage box to seal up the severed prosthesis and took it away. The entire process was smooth, ruthless, and efficient, just like a precisely functioning war machine. The audience in front of the screen looked at the empty containment room and the bowl of still tempting candy on the table, their hearts filled with confusion and a hint of fear. The pain disappeared? Why was it okay to tear off the prosthesis? What was wrong with the prosthesis? Or did the candy have to work through some medium? Countless questions are growing like vines in the minds of audiences around the world. Xiao Lan's order revealed even more disturbing information. Psychological evaluation, skin test, tissue slice, energy residue, and mechanical structure analysis of the prosthesis. What kind of power does this seemingly harmless bowl of candy hide that distorts physics and even plays with perception? What disturbing secrets will the Foundation dig out from this cruel experiment? The fear of the unknown spreads again. In New Moon City, in an apartment filled with the smell of burritos and strong hormones, Deadpool Wade Wilson, shirtless and wearing a pair of sexy red shorts, slumped on a sofa with suspicious stains, holding a bottle of almost empty beer in his hand, and gulped down a few big gulps. "So cool." He burped loudly through the empty bottle next to the pile of garbage and refocused his eyes on the huge screen in front of him that he had brought from somewhere. On the screen, the scene of D-3301 being dragged away just ended and was replaced by Xiao Lan's calm and handsome face. TSK, look at the efficiency, look at the professionalism. Wade smacked his lips and commented in a nasty tone. What a humanistic management. Just after torturing someone half to death, he was immediately sent to psychological massage and full-body SBA. Oh no, it's a biopsy study. He picked his toes and changed into a more comfortable position. But then again, this guy is quite courageous. A real man can bend and stretch. He just gave up his arm. He is much better than some guys who refuse to have their limbs amputated. Hey, am I implying something? He winked at the air, as if he knew someone was watching him. It'll be fine if I just take off the prosthesis. This setting is quite interesting. Wade stroked his chin, revealing a thoughtful expression. Could it be that the curse of the candy needs an anchor point? The prosthesis is the unlucky anchor? Or is it that the material of the prosthesis and some kind of energy in the candy produce a wonderful chemical reaction? Just like mint candy and Coke. Wow, these Foundation guys are going to have their work cut out for them, he smirked. Psychological evaluation? The poor guy will probably be tossed around by guys in white coats asking him, "How do you feel? Did you see the clown? Do you miss your mom?" Skin tests. Histological biopsies? My old swan. Are they going to see if his skin is as thick as a rhino's? Or if his cells can wrap? As for that prosthetic limb, Wade's eyes turned playful. Mechanical testing? Energy residue? Maybe we can find some black technology. For example, a built-in explosion function? Or can it be turned into a laser gun? Next time I go to the Foundation, I'll, borrow one to play with. He picked up the remote control and changed the perspective out of boredom, trying to find something more interesting. However, the most important thing is that bowl of sugar. His gaze finally fell on the stainless steel bowl quietly placed on the table in the corner of the screen. What kind of big secret is hidden behind the warning, please? Just take two. What would happen if I poured out the whole bowl of candy at once? Would the world explode? Or would everyone who saw it turn into popping candy? Wade's face showed an expression of extreme desire to cause trouble. Hey, you science geeks at the Foundation, don't take that guy apart for parts to study. Although that would be pretty exciting, right? Advertisement. I really want to know what happens next. Quick, hurry up. Where is the whip? Just as the global audience and some mercenaries who were looking for trouble were still thinking about the thrilling and abrupt experiment, the light screen's perspective was once again given to the observation room. Xiao Lan was still sitting behind the console, tapping her fingers unconsciously on the smooth desktop, as if she was sorting out the preliminary data she had just collected. Next to him, the man who had been silent before, wearing the same white researcher coat, but obviously less experienced, finally couldn't help but speak. His voice was trembling slightly, and he was confused as if he was trying to understand but couldn't accept it. Director, are we really doing this, okay? His eyes involuntarily glanced in the direction where D-3301 was dragged away, with a complicated expression. Use them to conduct this kind of experiment? This question, like a pebble thrown into stagnant water, created an invisible ripple in the silent observation room. However, Xiao Lan didn't even stop tapping on the table. He just raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at the young researcher indifferently with a look as if he was examining something unfamiliar. New here. His voice was as calm as a pond that had been frozen for 1,000 years. It was without any warmth, nor did it contain any blame or impatience. He was just stating a fact. This kind of calmness is more heart-wrenching than any harsh scolding. The young researcher froze when he looked at him. He straightened his back subconsciously, but did not dare to look him in the eye again. Xiao Lan's eyes fell back on the console, as if the question just now was not worth his attention at all. He continued in a matter-of-fact tone, as if explaining the natural saying, water flows to the lowest place. If not them, then you should be used. Such a casual remark was like an invisible ice pick, piercing the young researcher's heart. Yes, it is the iron rule of the Foundation that D-class personnel are consumables, used to conduct high-risk experiments, explore unknown areas, and even be used as a resource to feed certain specific objects. If they weren't used, who would take the risk? The researchers? The security guards? Or himself? The young researcher's face turned pale instantly. His lips moved a few times, but he couldn't utter a word. Xiao Lan didn't seem to care about his reaction at all. He continued to explain the Foundation, or rather, the truth as he defined it, in the same cold tone as when explaining a research report. According to the archives, more than 95% of all the D-class personnel currently housed at the site have been responsible for at least one death or committed a serious crime punishable by life imprisonment or even capital punishment before entering the Foundation. In other words, before they even come here, they have already been judged as death penalty or worthless by mainstream society. rather than letting them waste resources in prison or continue to create chaos and panic in society. It is better to let them stay here and contribute the last bit of value to protect the survival of human civilization. They're going to die sooner or later anyway, so it's just a nuisance if they keep bleeding. Xiao Lan paused, raised her eyes, and looked through the bulletproof glass of the observation room at the empty holding room. Her eyes were deep and cold, as if she was staring at some higher-level law that mortals could not understand. Why not? For a brighter future for mankind. Add some more firewood. The last 3 words sound light, and yet weigh 1,000 pounds. Cold, cruel, absolutely rational, even with a sense of inhumanity that completely objectifies life. The young researcher was completely stunned, his mouth open and his mind blank. He seemed to realize for the first time how indifferent to life this extremely young founder of the Foundation was deep in his heart. Add some firewood. What a light metaphor, yet what a bloody reality. In Xiao Lan's eyes, these D-class personnel are probably no different from the mice used to test drugs in the laboratory. Chapter 21. The young researcher's face was as pale as paper, his lips moving silently. Xiao Lan's words, add some firewood, circled and echoed in his mind like a spell, almost crushing his remaining sanity and conscience. Outside the observation room, the sound of uniform footsteps and the slight collision of metal instruments could be heard in the corridor. They were the security team and cleaning staff responsible for the aftermath. They had blank expressions on their faces and moved efficiently, as if they were not dealing with a site where a cruel experiment had just taken place, but were merely cleaning up an ordinary laboratory accident. They skillfully used a special container to recover the broken mechanical prosthesis, sealed it carefully, and prepared to send it to the material analysis laboratory. At the same time, another group began to thoroughly disinfect and decontaminate the containment room, leaving no trace of anomalous energy or matter. The whole process was orderly, yet there was a chilling sense of normality. It seems that this kind of thing has long been commonplace in the daily operations of the Foundation. And all this noise and action seemed to have nothing to do with Xiao Lan in the observation room. His attention was completely focused on the control console screen in front of him. The slender and bony fingers jumped quickly on the virtual keyboard. The tapping sounds were crisp and rhythmic, as if composing a cold piece of music. He was integrating the preliminary data from Experiment 330-4. At the same time, the live broadcast screen of the SkyScreen system switched as he operated. It was no longer the empty holding cell, nor was it Xiao Lan's calm face. Instead, there are cold experimental record documents. Retrieving historical experiment records, SCP 330, a line of bold black letters appeared at the top of the light curtain, instantly attracting the attention of audiences around the world. Before I could fully digest the experiment about prosthetic limbs and severe pain, new information came flooding in. Experiment log 330-1 date. Data redacted. A point in the past that matches the current timeline. Subject D. 8466, male, 35 years old, serving a life sentence for multiple violent crimes. Procedure D. 8466 was instructed to remove candy from SCP 330 stainless steel bowl. Record. The subject first took out a purple candy, which he verbally described as having a rich, juicy grape flavor. Subject then removed a green candy, described as emitting an unpleasant herbal odor. The subject reaches out to take out the third candy, **red***. At the moment when his finger is about to touch the red candy, effect trigger, neat, fine lines of blood instantly seeped out of the skin surface of D 8460 SXS arms approximately 2 centimeters below the elbows. Result. After 2 seconds, both of his arms were precisely severed along the bloodline, and the separation surface was extremely smooth. Subsequent observations. The cut surface is extremely smooth. Through high-power microscope observation, its smoothness reaches the molecular level. No known energy fluctuations or physical cutting tool marks were detected during the fracture process. Disposition. The severed limb was processed through standard decontamination procedures. Subject was transferred to the medical wing for emergency treatment, later died from complications. What the hell? Advertisement cut the arm directly. He didn't even touch the brown candy. Is this thing a mind cutter? Peter Parker's eyes widened as well, and Ned next to him took a deep breath and subconsciously touched his arm. This cutting method is not a physical method, nor is it an energy cutting method. It's more like a break in space itself, or some kind of removal on a conceptual level at the same time. Countless viewers watching the global live broadcast were in great shock and panic. Although the experiment on D-3301 was painful, At least he was still alive. But this file showed death and dismemberment nakedly. That seemingly harmless bowl of candy turned out to be such a terrifying death trap. However, before people could recover from the shock of the first experiment, Xiao Lan's operation did not pause at all, and the document on the screen had already turned to the next page. Experiment log 330-2 date. Redacted. Subject. D. 8784, female, 28 years old, with a background in extremist group activities. Experimental procedure. To test whether the effect requires direct physical contact, this experiment uses a remote-controlled robotic arm. D. 8784 controls the robotic arm in an isolated operating room. Record. The robotic arm successfully removes the first blue candy from SCP-330. The robotic arm successfully took out the second blue candy. Operator D. 8784 attempts to control the robotic arm to take out the third candy. Yellow ***. At the moment when the gripper of the robotic arm is about to touch the yellow candy. Effect trigger. D. 8784, who was in an isolated operating room, had neat lines of blood oozing out of the skin of both arms, approximately 1.6 centimeters below the elbows. Note, there was no direct physical contact between the subject and SCP-330 or the main body of the robotic arm. Result: 2 seconds later, both arms of D. 8784 were precisely severed along the bloodline, and the separation surface was also smooth to the molecular level. Subsequent observations. Remote operation cannot circumvent the penalty effect. The effect directly affects the operator who issues the order rather than the tool that performs the action. Disposition. The limb was recovered and, by special order of the O5 Council, transferred to a related experimentation project for use with SCP-data expunged. Subject status. Record sealed. Hiss. This time, sounds of people gasping in shock were heard all over the world. Even the remote control doesn't work? Someone exclaimed. What the hell is this working on? Cutting hands off from a distance. Quantum entanglement. Wait. The severed arm was used for other experiments. Which SCP was it used on? What the hell is data expunged? Inside the Tianjin Bureau meeting room, the atmosphere became even more solemn. Not physical contact. Not even a close energy field. Tony muttered, his eyes flashing with crazy calculation. Is it based on intention? Or some deeper causal binding? Thor frowned, feeling the strange power hidden behind the description, Midgard's magic. No, this doesn't feel like magic, but more like some kind of ancient and cold rules. Countless extraordinary people and scientists are frantically analyzing the information brought by this second experiment. Remote invalid. Intention triggered. Use the severed limbs for other purposes. Data expunged. Advertisement. Every detail reveals the Foundation's bottomless darkness and weirdness that is incomprehensible to humans. And on the light curtain, Xiao Lan's fingers were still tapping steadily on the keyboard, as if he had not heard the global uproar caused by him. The corners of his mouth seemed to bend upwards very slightly, but so fast that it seemed like an illusion. The light curtain refreshed again, revealing the third experimental record. This record is more tortuous and more confusing than the previous two. Experiment log 330-3 date. Redacted. Subject. D. 2857, male, 42 years old, former financial fraudster, indirectly caused multiple bankruptcies and suicides. Experimental procedure. Test whether the effect is time-limited or cumulative. Record. The subject first took out a blue candy, described as smelling like cotton candy, soft and sweet. Subject then removed a pink candy, described as strawberry flavor, smells as soft as it looks. Order issued. After the subject took out 2 candies, the experiment was suspended. D. 2857 was taken out of the containment room and isolated in a standard humanoid containment cell for observation for 24 hours. No abnormalities occurred during this period. 24 hours and 1 minute later, experiment resumes. D. 2857 is taken back to the containment chamber and instructed to continue taking sugar from SCP-330. The subject took out the first in this experimental session and third total, candy, ***, orange ***. Observation. No punitive effect was triggered. D. 2857 was unharmed. The subject was instructed to continue taking candies. He took out his second candy, the second in this experimental session and the fourth in total, yellow. Observation. Still no penalty effect triggered. After hesitating for a moment, the subject was instructed to take the candy again. He reached out and took out the third in this experimental phase, the fifth in total, candy, ***, green ***. At the moment when his finger was about to touch the green candy trigger, bloodlines appeared on both of D-2857's arms approximately 1.8 centimeters below the elbows. Result: after 2 seconds, both arms were precisely severed, with a molecularly smooth cross-section. Preliminary conclusion: SCP-330's only 2 restriction appears to have a 24-hour reset cycle. Taking more than 2 candies in a 24-hour period, regardless of how many times, will trigger the effect. After 24 hours, the count appears to reset, allowing 2 more candies to be taken. However, when a 3rd candy, and 5th total, is attempted again during the new cycle, the effect will still be triggered. Disposal: severed limbs were disposed of using standard decontamination procedures. Subject's follow-up. Records sealed. This time, there was deathly silence. After a brief silence, there was an even greater uproar and chaos. What do you mean? 24-hour reset. Wait, so you take 2 the first time, and then after a day, you can take 2 more? That warning, please. Only take 2 is totally misleading. No, that's not right. Look at the end. When he took the 5th one, it was still cut. This means that although he can take another one after 24 hours, he can still only take 2. This means that a person can only eat 4 at most in his lifetime. This rule is so damn convoluted. What kind of pervert designed this thing? Duh. Chapter 22. The uproar and chaos continue to ferment around the world. The experimental record about SCP-330's 24-hour reset rule was like a huge rock thrown into an already turbulent lake, stirring up not just ripples, but a storm that was enough to subvert cognition. People tried to understand this strange rule and tried to imagine the existence or intention behind the design of this containment device, but the more they thought about it, the more they felt a chill and powerlessness deep in their bones. The Foundation, this huge shadow that suddenly broke into everyone's vision, has revealed just the tip of the iceberg, which is enough to make the whole world tremble. Shield, meeting room in a secret base. Unlike the noisy discussions and panic outside, the atmosphere here is as solemn as substance. Dr. Bruce Banner, the genius scientist known for his gentleness and restraint, looked a little pale at this moment. He stared at the densely packed yet extremely cold experimental records that were scrolling and refreshing on the light screen, and felt a chill running up from his spine to the top of his head. D-8466, D-8784, D-2857, D-3301. These are no longer names, but just a string of cold numbers. In his opinion, everyone, whether good or bad, should enjoy basic human rights. But in the organizational structure called Foundation, these so-called D-class personnel have obviously been completely deprived of their qualifications as human beings. They are like lab mice. No, even worse than lab mice. The sacrifice of lab mice might earn them some mercy and records, but these D-class personnel seem to have only one purpose: to serve as disposable consumables in various twisted, horrible, and incomprehensible experiments. Wasteful? Then throw it away. Banner could almost imagine the indifferent tone in which those senior officials hiding behind the scenes gave orders. Dead? That's great. We don't have to waste resources to keep him alive. Even to keep them alive is just to use the minimum resources to keep them hanging on and maintain their vital signs until the day when they are thrown into the next more cruel and crazy experimental field. Banner clenched his fists unconsciously, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. He thought of the big guy in his body, the one he had been trying to control and was afraid of its destructive power. But even so, he has never treated life as garbage that can be discarded at will so systematically and so naturally like this Foundation. This pure, emotionless coldness made him feel an unprecedented fear. Not fear of physical force, but fear of a certain distortion of order and absolute disregard for life. He felt a sticky sensation on his back, and his shirt was soaked with cold sweat. Nick Fury's sharp single eye swept over Banner, capturing his subtle reaction, but he said nothing. Advertisement, the veteran spy chief, was also in turmoil, but he was better at hiding his emotions under his bottomless scheming. The power and style of the Foundation had far exceeded his expectations, and even made him doubt whether the intelligence network and response system established over the past few decades could still effectively deal with this level of abnormality. Above the skylight screen, Xiao Lan still sat upright on the chair that seemed to symbolize supreme power, his fingers tapping steadily on the virtual keyboard, as if all the noise from the outside world had nothing to do with him. He seemed to be deaf and blind to the shock, fear, anger, or confusion of billions of people around the world. His attention was completely focused on the torrent of data flowing before him. At this moment, a new stream of information silently entered the main screen, presenting it concisely and efficiently. D-3301 Physiological and Engineering Test Report, Mental Status Assessment. No obvious post-traumatic stress disorder or other acute psychological problems were detected. The subject was emotionally stable and had normal cognitive function. Physiological index monitoring. Adrenaline levels have gradually returned to the normal baseline range after the initial peak. Vital signs are stable. Skin pathology test of stump. Skin samples from the fracture site were tested for allergens and inflammatory factors, and no adverse reactions or residual energy caused by abnormal effects were found. Tissue samples from the edge of the incision showed physical cutting characteristics of data encrypted level. Prosthetic mechanical analysis. Model data expunged. The main structure of the prosthesis is intact, and the internal sensors and power systems are functioning normally. The damage detected is mainly scratches on the external coating and slight deformation of the joints due to force impact, consistent with the characteristics of falling onto a hard surface at high speed. Decontamination. The prosthesis has gone through standard hazardous material decontamination procedures and has been confirmed to contain no anomalous energy or memetic contamination. It is approved for recycling and may be put back into use or stored after repair. This report, like all previous experimental records, is full of cold professional terms and descriptions that are objective to the point of being outrageous. There was no mention of the pain D-3301 might be enduring, no concern for his future after losing his arm, only an accurate assessment of the condition of the experimental subject and the loss of the experimental props. Xiao Lan's eyes quickly scanned the report, her fingertips pausing on the keyboard for less than half a second, as if confirming a certain parameter, and then continued to integrate a larger flow of information. His face still had that calm expression, as if D-3301 severed limb and this report were just another insignificant data record added to the database. This extreme calmness and indifference itself exudes a heart-pounding sense of majesty and control. He is like a chess player high in the clouds, watching the changing situation on the chessboard with cold eyes. And all living beings are nothing more than chess pieces at his fingertips. Office of the Chief of Neurosurgery, Sanctuary Hospital, New Moon City. Dr. Stephen Strange rubbed his tired temples, having just finished a difficult brain surgery that lasted several hours. The operation was successful, but the intense mental concentration and physical exhaustion made him feel deeply tired. Advertisement. It looks like my date with Kristen tonight will have to be postponed again. He sighed helplessly and walked to the coffee machine in the corner of the office. Drop. A cup of strong black coffee was quickly served. He picked it up and took a sip. Hiss, a bit bitter. Strange frowned slightly and analyzed subconsciously. The proportion of water should be increased by about 13% to achieve the best balance of body and taste. Even when exhausted, the precise instincts of this former top surgeon and current sorcerer supreme still inadvertently reveal themselves. After a cup of coffee, I felt a little more refreshed. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked out at the huge light curtain hanging above the city, the skylight system. At this moment, the light screen is clearly showing the third experiment record about SCP-330, as well as the newly updated test report of D-3301. Strange sigh sharpened. He read the words quickly, his brain working at high speed, analyzing the information contained therein. Fixed trigger mode, 24-hour reset cycle. He muttered to himself, but the final limit is still 2. What a rule. His eyes were focused on the description that the arms were cut off precisely, with a molecularly smooth cross-section. As someone who once stood at the top of the surgical pyramid, he knew better than anyone how difficult it was to achieve this kind of cutting. That is not a cut-off in the usual sense. It might be more appropriate to describe it as separation. It was as if an invisible, irresistible force was acting directly at the molecular level, completely separating the arm from the body, with precision down to the micrometer scale or even lower. This power transcends any laws of physics he knows, and is even completely different from the way magical energy in certain dimensions he masters. It's not energy cutting, nor is it space distortion. It's more like a kind of enforcement based on the concept or rules level. Strange's brows were getting tighter and tighter. He subconsciously raised his hands. Those hands, once known as the hands of God, had trembled and shattered due to the car accident. Finally, they were restored with the help of Kamartaj's magic and even became more stable. But at this moment, looking at the incredible, precise separation described on the light screen, he actually felt a trace of extremely strange envy. Yes, envious. I envy that kind of absolute, unquestionable, precise operation that transcends all physical limitations. That was a state that was difficult for him to perfectly reproduce even with magic. Strange looked at his own steady and powerful hands, feeling the magical energy contained in them, and then compared them with SCP-330's unreasonable yet extremely precise power of rules. For the first time, he felt an indescribable fear and a hint of imperceptible curiosity towards this organization called Foundation and the things they contained. This world seemed even more bizarre and dangerous than he had imagined. He turned his gaze back to the light curtain, his eyes becoming deep, and above the sky, a new data stream seemed to be brewing. Chapter 23. Collector's Chamber, the Void. The edge of the universe, the singularity area that does not belong to any known star map coordinates, the depths of nowhere. In a mining colony transformed from the skull of an ancient god lies the most prestigious collection in the universe. Inside the museum, the light is dim and hazy, and countless suspended glass display cases are dotted in the huge space like stars. Each display case contains rare treasures from different civilizations, dimensions, and even timelines, or life forms powerful enough to destroy galaxies. The owner of the pavilion, Collector Tanalier Tyvan, was reclining in his ornate chair made from the bones of an unknown creature. He was wearing his usual flamboyant white fur-collared coat, with an unchanging, somewhat morbidly fanatical smile on his face. He pushed up his oddly shaped golden glasses, revealing his iconic, smoky-faced deep eye sockets. His gaze was penetrating through layers of space, focusing on the sky that was also suspended in the void, yet seemed to be everywhere. At this moment, the experimental record of SCP-330 on the skylight has just ended, and the test report of D-3301 is scrolling in cold words. Interesting, so interesting. Tawan stuck out his scarlet tongue and gently licked his cracked lips, his eyes flashing with greed and excitement, a light that even overshadowed the strange glow emitted by the surrounding exhibits. Rules, the law of cause and effect, directly apply to reality itself. He murmured in a low voice, his tone full of joy as if he had discovered a new toy. No energy conversion is required, no complicated rituals are required. Only a simple rule is needed to enforce it, just like the law of the universe itself. He turned his head suddenly and looked at a servant standing behind him, Karina, who was wearing a simple robe and had an obscure face. Karina, this thing, SCP-330. Tyvan's voice was slightly sharp due to excitement. It seems to be able to directly interfere with, or even distort cause and effect. This is exactly the type of thing I lack the most in the category of conceptual existence and rule embodiment in my collection sequence. A perfect little gadget. His fingers drummed nervously on the armrest. I have to have it. It has to have a place in my collection. Karina bowed slightly. Her voice was calm, like a pool of stagnant water. Master, the origin of the Sky Dome is still unknown. The Foundation and SCP it displays do not seem to exist in any cosmic quadrant or dimension record we know of. We seem to have no way of knowing its exact coordinates. No way of knowing? Tawan's smile instantly faded, his brows slightly knitted, and he looked a little impatient. Then go find it. Use all our resources, all our eyes. During the endless travels and transactions, keep an eye out for any information about SCP, Foundation, or that Xiao Lan. He paused, and his tone became serious, even with a hint of imperceptible fear. We don't have much time. Karina, do you remember? He lowered his voice as his eyes swept across a corner of the collection room. The one in the prophecy, the Mad Titan, the devil who wants to wipe out half of the universe. Thanos, he's coming soon. At the moment the name Thanos was mentioned, in an inconspicuous corner of the collection room, an ordinary-looking purple gem bound by some kind of energy field suddenly flashed without warning, emitting a deep and strange light. It seemed as if the name had generated some kind of induction, but then it quickly dimmed and returned to silence. This subtle change did not seem to attract the attention of Tawan, who was immersed in his desire for SCP. His mind was completely occupied by the candy bowl that could enforce the rules and the mysterious Foundation. SCP, Foundation, Xiao Lan. Tawan chewed on these names over and over again, his eyes flashing with a determined light. No matter where in the universe you are, I, Tanlia Tawan, will definitely find you. An organization that even the elders of the universe are concerned about and are willing to use all their resources to find. The mysterious veil of the Foundation seemed to be lifted at this moment, revealing the tip of the iceberg that is enough to move even cosmic beings. And at this moment, the image on the sky began to flicker violently again without any warning. Sizzle, swish. The harsh electrical noise and chaotic snowflakes instantly filled the entire light curtain, as if the signal was subjected to unprecedented interference. Countless people around the world who were watching the live broadcast were stunned. Advertisement, here we go again. What's going on? Is that Foundation trying to interfere with the signal again? Skip the picture? What is it trying to hide? After a brief moment of confusion, the snow and noise quickly faded away, and the picture became clear and stable again. But this time, the scene in the picture caught everyone off guard and shocked everyone, including the various extraordinary forces that were paying attention to this matter. It was no longer the Xiao Lan who calmly issued orders, it was no longer the cold experimental records, and it was no longer the creepy containment object. The picture shows an extremely simple and depressing cell. The grayish-white walls were cold and mottled, as if they had been hastily painted with the coarsest paint, exuding a damp and moldy smell. There were no windows, only a heavy metal door that was tightly closed and had a small observation window that didn't let in much light. The only furniture was a low table made directly of concrete, covered with an almost negligibly thin gray sheet, which was wrinkled and stained with unknown stains. And on this bed, there was a person lying, a man in an orange prison uniform. There was a huge black letter printed on the chest and back of the prison uniform. D-class personnel. What made the global audience's brains crash even more was the person lying on the concrete bed, wearing a D-class prisoner uniform, looking calmly at the ceiling. It was Xiao Lan, the man who founded the Foundation and who had always appeared as the behind-the-scenes controller in previous live broadcasts. Xiao Lan, who had just coldly ordered human experiments and reviewed reports, demonstrating absolute authority and control. How could he be, wearing D-class personnel clothes, lying in such a filthy cell? The sky seemed to have captured a retrospective image of a key node, and a deeply buried past was unexpectedly exposed to the world. Data clip flashes, incident number. Site internal incident 774 Alpha personnel involved. Research Director Xiao Lan. At the time, members of MTF Epsilon, 11, Nine-Tailed Fox, and security personnel. Anomalous item, SCP, involving high-level spatial distortion and mimetic contamination. Event summary. During an emergency adjustment experiment for SCP's containment procedures, Xiao Lan, then research director, made a high-risk judgment based on the limited data at the time, attempting to use the project's characteristics to quickly stabilize it. However, the judgment was biased, and the abnormal chain reaction was not anticipated, resulting in a small-scale space collapse in the containment unit and a brief leakage of mimetic contamination. Aftermath. Members of the MTF team were killed instantly due to exposure to lethal spatial effects while attempting to re-establish containment. Security personnel were severely contaminated by mimetic agents and were euthanized. Responsibility determination. The Accident Investigation Committee determined that Research Director Xiao Lan was primarily responsible for decision-making errors in this incident. Although it was not subjective intent, his wrong judgment directly led to heavy casualties among the armed personnel. Result. In accordance with the Foundation's Internal Regulation Codicil 778-B, after review and approval by the O5 Council, Xiao Lan's position as Research Director and all permissions are revoked, and she is demoted to D-Class Personnel, number D, and is to perform a D-Class Personnel mission for months as a warning to others and to experience firsthand the risks that her decisions may bring. End of footage. The scene refocuses on Xiao Lan in the cell. He seemed to have noticed something, and he turned his head slightly, glancing calmly in the direction of the metal door, as if he knew someone was watching him. That look was still as deep as ever, showing no regret or fear, only a kind of calmness and clarity after having been through everything. Advertisement, even though he was imprisoned and became a D-Class personnel who could be consumed at any time, he did not sink. With his in-depth understanding of almost all the SCP objects in the facility, those characteristics, those rules, those deadly traps, he walked on the brink of death again and again during his D-Class career that lasted for half a month, but he was always able to accurately avoid those routine tasks that would kill other D-Classes instantly. He survived and, in an almost cruel way, proved that knowledge itself is the most powerful weapon, even when one is in the lowest position. This sudden replay of dark history caused an uproar around the world. Countless people were stunned and couldn't believe it. Am I seeing right? That boss was a D-rank. He killed his own men because of a misjudgment, and then he was demoted to cannon fodder? The internal situation of this foundation is too. Wait, he survived because he was familiar with those SCPs? Holy shit. This is terrifying when you think about it. Isn't this just using internal secrets to save his life? What is this? A punishment? Or another form of test? SHIELD, SWORD, the Avengers, the X-Men. All the organizations and individuals paying attention to Skyrim were deeply shocked and thinking. The internal operating logic and rules of this Xiao Lan and this foundation were far more complicated and ruthless than they had imagined. Even if a core figure at the founder level makes a mistake, he will have to pay the price, and may even be thrown into the most dangerous front line. Is this a case of impartiality, or is there something else going on? And how did he return to the position of the master behind the scenes from the status of a D-class personnel? Countless questions flooded into everyone's mind like a tide. Tianmu's accidental flashback not only did not weaken Xiao Lan's mystery and deterrence, but because of the exposure of this D-level past, he seemed even more unfathomable and more dangerous. How terrifying would the will and skills of a person who could crawl back from hell and regain control of everything be? New Moon City Midtown High School. At the same time, in an ordinary classroom at Midtown High School in New Moon City, Peter Parker was sitting in front of his laptop after school. The screen was frozen with the Foundation's clear three-way arrow logo shrinking inside it, just before the sky flashed back. Next to him, his best friend Ned Leeds was holding a Lego Death Star model and carefully putting together the last few parts. Hey Ned, Peter suddenly turned around excitedly, picked up the pencil and a piece of draft paper on the table, and quickly sketched out the outline of Spider-Man's suit. Then, he carefully tried to draw the Foundation's logo outside the classic spider logo on the chest of the suit, or slightly below the abdomen. Look at this. Peter handed the draft paper to Ned, his eyes sparkling. This logo looks super cool, right? A little mysterious, a little, technological. What do you think about adding it to my new suit? Just add a circle of arrows around the spider logo, or just print it on the bottom layer as a background. Ned put down the Lego in his hand, took the draft paper, and after just one glance, the expression on his face changed from curiosity to astonishment, and then to deep disbelief. Parker. Ned's voice was out of tune, and he almost squeezed out these words from between his teeth. Are you serious? He pointed at the Foundation logo on the paper, his fingers trembling slightly. The logo of this organization. Didn't you watch the live broadcast? They captured those monsters. They conducted human experiments. They made that D-thing lose its arms. This is the logo of a super dangerous, super scary organization. Ned slapped the draft paper back into Peter's hands with an expression of, are you crazy? You want to tattoo the logo of this kind of organization on the Spider-Man suit that represents hope and friendly neighbors? Come on, Parker, wake up. Ned shook his head vigorously, as if to dispel this ridiculous idea. This is definitely the craziest idea I have ever heard. No doubt about it. Peter was stunned by Ned's intense reaction. He looked down at his sketch and then looked up at Ned. He scratched his hair and said sheepishly, I just think, it looks pretty cool, and don't you think this organization is, powerful? Looking at Peter's expression, which seemed like he hadn't fully understood the situation and was even struggling with whether it was cool or not, Ned almost wanted to cover his forehead. This best friend who had just acquired superpowers and whose head was full of heroic dreams and novelty seemed to have no clear concept of the darkness of this world and the terror represented by the Foundation. Chapter 24. Above the light curtain. The picture stabilized again, freezing in a cold, suffocatingly simple concrete cell. The walls were a rough gray, and a bed of the same material was the only piece of furniture. And the mastermind who was directing the cruel experiments not long ago, and was feared, terrified, and speculated by countless eyes around the world, Xiao Lan, was now wearing a glaring orange D-level prisoner uniform, lying quietly on the hard concrete bed. His eyes were slightly closed, as if he was resting or thinking about something. There was no trace of the dejection or despair of a prisoner on his face, only a bottomless calmness that was out of tune with the environment. It was as if this prison uniform and this cage were just a temporary costume or a stage set for him. The global audience, who had just recovered from his shocking experience of D-level survival, were immediately struck by this scene. Wait, he's still D-rank. That was a replay just now it's a live broadcast? He's been locked up? What the hell? So he's not some behind-the-scenes boss at all, and has always been a D-rank. Impossible. He was the one who ordered the live broadcast. Could it be? Countless speculations and outcries spread around the world like a virus. This reversal was more unexpected and more subversive than the previous Black history. In the SHIELD command center, Nick Fury's one eye gleamed with brilliance as he stared at the screen, trying to read even the slightest flaw from Xiao Lan's calm expression. At the SWRD headquarters, Monica Rambeau gasped and murmured, "What on earth is he playing at?" Even Tanlia Tawan, the collector of the Void Land, leaned forward slightly, his eyes flashing with strong interest. "Interesting. What an interesting performance." Click. At this moment, a clear sound of metal friction broke the silence of the cell and interrupted the discussions of the global audience. The narrow observation window on the cell door was suddenly pulled open from the outside. The shadow cast a pair of eyes hidden behind the dark tactical helmet eyepiece, coldly scanning Xiao Lan in the cell. It was impossible to see his expression, only a bottomless black. D-9990. A cold, electronically synthesized voice sounded, without any emotion, like a command issued by a machine. "Come out. I have a mission for you." Beep, buzz. Along with the slight beep of the electronic combination lock being released, the heavy metal cell door made a dull friction sound and slowly opened inward. What lies beyond the door is what's visible to the eyes of millions of viewers around the world. And the world. The cold light in the corridor outlined two fully armed figures. They stood on both sides of the door like sculptures, the pulse rifles in their hands flashing dangerous light, indicating the futility of any resistance. Xiao Lan, who was lying on the bed, seemed to be awakened by the sound and slowly opened her eyes. There was no panic, no confusion, and not even much of the reaction that a prisoner should have in those eyes. He just responded calmly. His voice was a little hoarse as if he hadn't spoken for a long time, and also revealed a strange indifference as if he was out of the matter. "Here I come." He slowly sat up from the bed and adjusted his orange prison uniform, his movements so calmly that it seemed as if he was just changing clothes in his own bedroom. Advertisement. Then he stood up and walked out of the cell door. There was no hesitation, nor any fear. As soon as he walked out of the door, the armed men on both sides immediately stepped forward as if by reflex, sandwiching him firmly in the middle, forming a standard escort formation. Their movements were precise, efficient, and full of mechanical ruthlessness. "Let's go." The armed man on the left issued an order again, his voice still calm. Xiao Lan was sandwiched in the middle, her eyes calmly scanning the narrow corridor ahead that led to the unknown and glowed with cold metallic light. He even tilted his head slightly, as if he was looking at the equipment of the two jail guards. At this moment, countless people around the world who were watching the live broadcast through the sky screen fell into an eerie silence again. This strong sense of contrast makes many people feel indescribably absurd and chilling. Did he really lose power? Or was everything still under his control? Nobody knows the answer, but everyone understands that what happens next must not be missed. Guardians of the Galaxy. "Huh, that's what I told you." A shrill, mocking laugh rang out in the cockpit of the spacecraft. Rocket Raccoon was squatting under the console with a wrench in one hand, tightening a loose screw, while his other paw was pointing at the suspended skylight screen in front of him. On the screen, there was a scene of Xiao Lan being escorted by armed men. Look, this is the big boss of the Foundation that you humans have been praising so much. He's locked in that crappy cage." TSK. Rocket's furry face was filled with disdain. "Honestly, that kind of lock. I'm afraid it can't even hold back the shit that Groot pulled out. It's too childish." As he made these sarcastic remarks, he tightened the screws hard, making a creaking sound. "At least I don't have to listen to you blabbering on here." Gamora stood by with her arms folded. Her green skin looked a little cold under the cockpit lights. She glanced down at Rocket and asked, "Is it fixed?" Just now, when the spacecraft passed through a meteorite belt, a violent jolt caused several dashboards to malfunction briefly. Although they recovered quickly, Rocket insisted on conducting a comprehensive inspection. "It's almost there. Why are you rushing it?" Rocket waved his claws unhappily and then pointed with his wrench at the guy in the driver's seat who was wearing headphones, swaying his body gently to the music and pretending not to hear their conversation. "Blame that idiot. Flying a spaceship is like dancing disco." Star-Lord, Peter Quill, who was named, took off his headphones and showed an innocent and silly smile. "Hey, that's called the art of driving, do you understand? Besides, the music just now was really exciting." Before he could finish his words, Gamora glared back at him with an icy look. Rocket snorted and ignored Star-Lord. His eyes returned to the sky again. He watched Xiao Lan's back disappear around the corner of the corridor and muttered, "Humans are so troublesome." The light curtain continues to be exposed. The narrow, deep corridor, filled with pale lights, seemed to have no end. The metal wall was cold and smooth, reflecting the figures of three people. In the middle was Xiao Lan in orange prison uniform, and on both sides were the silent, armed escorts. The footsteps echoed in the enclosed space, monotonous and depressing. Xiao Lan walked slowly and steadily. One could even say that she was comfortable. His eyes occasionally swept over the pipes on the wall, the surveillance cameras on the ceiling, and the faintly visible unit numbers on the arms of the two armed men beside him. Advertisement want to run? The thought didn't even stay in his mind for more than a second. Not to mention that the pulse rifles in the hands of these two armed men are by no means toys. The facility itself is a huge maze full of deadly traps. Xiao Lan knew the dangers here better than anyone else. What's more, he had no intention of running away. Xiao Lan's lips curled up slightly, her eyes looking deep. He knew that the system, whether it was the mysterious sky or the backup plan he had already laid out, would take care of the follow-up for him. Now he just needs to play his role well, a consumable number D, 9990, waiting to carry out the mission. This in itself is part of the plan. The escort journey was not long, and soon they arrived at an area that looked like some kind of transit station or reception center. This place is a little more spacious than the previous corridor, but it also has the cold metallic style, and several powerful lights illuminate the surroundings in great detail. In the middle of the room, there were already two figures waiting there, also wearing orange D-class prisoner uniform. On the left is a woman, probably in her 20s, with a simple ponytail, a haggard face, and obvious tension and fear in her eyes. Her prison uniform number is D-4472. On the right is a slightly plump middle-aged man with a messy stubble. He looks evasive and his hands are unconsciously rubbing the corners of his clothes. He also looks panic-stricken. His designation is D-8153. Seeing Xiao Lan being escorted over, the two men subconsciously shrank their necks and looked at this new companion with complicated eyes. The two armed men escorting Xiao Lan had a simple handover with the other two armed men who had been waiting there for a long time. There was no verbal communication, only a few standard gestures and eye contact. Afterwards, the two men who had originally escorted Xiao Lan turned and left, and their footsteps quickly disappeared deep in the corridor. Only Xiao Lan, D-4472, D-8153, and the last two armed men who were responsible for controlling them were left in the room. The two new armed personnel were also taciturn. They stood at the edge of the room, one on the left and one on the right, like two door gods. Their cold eyes were like searchlights, scanning the three D-class personnel in front of them. The air seemed to freeze. An invisible pressure enveloped D-4472 and D-8153, causing them to breathe cautiously. Only Xiao Lan was still standing there calmly, as if she was unaware of the tense atmosphere. He even had the leisure to observe the subtle reactions of the other two D-class personnel calmly. Task: what kind of mission will it be? 3 D-class personnel are required to participate simultaneously. A faint light, a mixture of scrutiny and understanding, flashed across Xiao Lan's eyes. The hearts of the global audience in front of the sky rose to their throats. They knew that the Foundation's mission was often related to those horrific objects in containment. What kind of hell will be waiting for this former big boss and the other two poor fellows this time? Suspense, like a cold, poisonous snake, entangled everyone's heart. Chapter 25. This moment. The images on the light screen are like a cold scalpel, precisely cutting the audience's nerves. The picture focuses on one side of the corridor, and a figure is looming behind the hopelessly thick, bulletproof glass. The white lab coat was like a shroud, and it made the man look even colder. He was leaning forward slightly, his pale fingers rapidly tapping something on the operating table in front of him that was glowing with a cold metallic luster. Every key pressed seemed to strike the hearts of billions of people watching the live broadcast. Audiences around the world held their breath, an ominous feeling looming like a dark cloud. Sure enough, the next second. Click sizzle. A subtle but clear sound of metal friction and air pressure release came from the heavy containment room door behind Xiao Lan, D-4472, and D-8153. The door slowly opened like a giant steel mouth ready to devour a living sacrifice. At the same time, a male voice with a bit of condescension and a hint of morbid excitement was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears and also to the shelter through the ubiquitous broadcasting system. D-9990, D-4472, D-8153. The voice paused, as if enjoying the tension brought by this deliberate pause. These are your experimental subjects today. Go say hello to it. The tone was frivolous yet cruel, as if what was being discussed was not a potentially fatal anomaly, but a harmless joke. Along with this instruction, The scene inside the containment room was completely exposed to everyone. There were no imaginary monsters, no twisted flesh and blood, or even nothing that looked aggressive. It was an empty, standard, even simple containment room. In the center, there is an ordinary wooden table standing alone. On the table was a metal tray shining silver. Inside the tray, there is a piece of cake? Yes, a cake that looks extremely tempting. Advertisement: the soft cake base is dotted with juicy red strawberries, deep and tempting chocolate crumbs, and delicate lace carefully framed with white cream. In the center of the cake was a small birthday card with a line of English written in beautiful handwriting. Happy birthday, Mary Rose. Warm, sweet, and full of life. However, this seemingly harmless dessert exudes a soul-freezing horror under the cold file labels of the Sky Curtain system. Item hashtag SCP-871 Object Class Heater. Description: SCP-871 is a collection of anomalous entities that look like cakes. Currently, 237 individuals have been confirmed. The smallest individual observed is a cupcake weighing about 15 grams, and the largest individual is a giant annual cake weighing 22 kilograms and nearly 2 meters in height. Special containment procedures, daily consumption required. Core abnormal characteristics. When any instance of SCP-871 is eaten in its entirety by a human, approximately 24 hours later, a cake entity with a similar appearance will appear on the nearest available flat surface to the location where the previous instance was eaten. Warning: if any instance of SCP-871 is not eaten by humans within 24 hours after it is created, it will not disappear. Instead, a new, independent cake entity will be created out of thin air at a random location nearby. Threat assessment. This anomaly has the potential to grow exponentially. According to the deductive model, if it is allowed to proliferate freely, it will only take about 80 days for the cake entities produced by SCP-871 to cover the entire surface of the planet, leading to an XK-class doomsday scenario. Hiss. When these words, along with a close-up of the Mary Rose cake, appeared on the screen, the whole world seemed to have pressed the mute button. The people who were discussing Xiao Lan's prisoner status in the last second were terrified by this seemingly absurd yet extremely deadly information in the next second. Exponential growth? Global coverage in 80 days? A piece of cake? Countless people stared at the screen with their eyes wide open, feeling a chill running from the soles of their feet straight up to the top of their heads, and all the hairs on their bodies stood up. How could this be a dessert? This was clearly a world-destroying disaster wrapped in sugar. The seemingly warm, happy birthday, Mary Rose was, in everyone's eyes, tantamount to the death knell of civilization. The young woman D4472's face turned as pale as paper in an instant, and her body began to shake violently and uncontrollably. She looked at the cake with eyes filled with extreme fear, as if what she saw were not cream and strawberries, but a huge mouth of the abyss ready to devour anyone. D8153, the slightly plump middle-aged man, collapsed to the ground with a plop, holding his head with both hands and uttering meaningless sobs. It was obvious that his mental defenses had been completely broken by the horrific truth. Advertisement: only Xiao Lan. He still stood there, his posture upright, his face calm. In fact, when he saw the cake and related information, the corners of his mouth even lifted up slightly for a moment, and a hint of understanding and amusement flashed across the depths of his eyes. It was as if he had known it for a long time, or even all this was within his expectations. This calmness that was out of tune with the surroundings, this composure in the face of a world-destroying anomaly, made all the spectators who were observing him, as well as the armed personnel around him, feel an indescribable weirdness and palpitations. Shield, secret base. Tony Stark stood up from his seat abruptly. The iconic cynicism on his face had disappeared without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. Jarvis, analyze the growth model of SCP-871 immediately. Verify the possibility of covering the entire world in 80 days. His voice was rapid and powerful. Dr. Bruce Banner next to him pushed up his glasses, his face also looking very ugly. Tony, this model is probably true. Once the power of exponential growth is activated, the consequences will be disastrous. It is not a simple replication, but a continuous creation of new sources. Even the usually calm Captain America Steve Rogers frowned at this moment. This thing is simply a biological weapon. No, it is more terrible than any biological weapon we know of. Nick Fury's one eye was fixed on the screen, and his voice was as low as a dark cloud. Self-replication, exponential growth. The Foundation calls it keto level. Now it seems that they may have even underestimated the potential threat of this thing. It only takes 80 days to flood a planet with cakes. Tony Stark took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down, but his voice still trembled slightly. If it is given enough time and space, it can even fill the entire universe. Gentlemen, Tony looked around, and every Avenger and S.H.I.E.L.D. executive had a look of shock on their faces. This SCP-871 is by no means simple. This threat, we must treat it with the highest priority. Highest priority. When these words came out of Iron Man's mouth, their weight was enough to crush the nerves of any ordinary person. At this moment, the global audience in front of the screen had just recovered from the shock of the 80 days of sweet doomsday, but their hearts were once again tightly gripped by Iron Man's warning assertion. Even the Avengers are so afraid. So, what will be the fate of Xiao Lan and the other two who are locked up in that small transit station and about to face this sweet bomb? What kind of cruel mission will that cold-blooded Foundation give them? Eat or not eat? Who's coming to eat? Chapter 26. On the light curtain, the Mary Rose birthday cake marked with SCP-871 still exudes a sweet and deadly temptation. Fear, like an invisible plague, spread wildly in the transit station and in front of countless screens around the world. Sitting diagonally opposite Xiao Lan, the plump middle-aged man codenamed D-8153, his Adam's apple rolled up and down violently, making a clear gulp sound. Sweat had soaked through the hair on his forehead, and strands of it stuck to his skin, making his already frightened face look even more miserable. He was not greedy. The action of swallowing was purely due to the life instinct and extreme fear of the world-destroying dessert in front of him. We do have to eat it? His voice was trembling and crying, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. His eyes were fixed on the cake, and he glanced with fear at the armed men around him who were armed with guns and had expressionless faces, as if the bullet would pierce his head in the next second. A cold, electronically processed male voice resounded throughout the transfer station through the loudspeakers on the wall, with a condescending indifference and even a hint of twisted humor. Yes, D-8153. Just consider it as an early birthday celebration for you. The voice paused, and the invisible researcher seemed to adjust his posture behind the screen and continued in that creepy and calm tone. After all, no one knows when you will die, right? How can this be a blessing? This is clearly a death warrant. The young woman D-4472 next to her suddenly raised her head, tears instantly blurring her eyes. She almost threw herself towards the loudspeaker, her voice shrill and desperate. We appreciate your kindness. Please, can you let us go back? We are willing to do anything. Clean toilets, carry corpses, anything. Don't let us eat this. Please. She spoke incoherently, almost begging, trying to use the most humble gesture to buy a glimmer of hope for life. However, what responded to her was still the emotionless electronic voice. Okay, put away your cheap tears. Listen carefully. This is the destruction procedure for SCP-871, and it is also an ongoing experiment. The voice on the loudspeaker suddenly became serious, and you, as D-Class personnel, have no right to refuse. This is an order. Destroy? D-8153 looked up as if he had grasped the last straw, with a trace of morbid excitement and questioning on his face. Destroy? Then why not just throw it into the incinerator and burn it? Just like you deal with those other worthless D-Class personnel. Burn it to ashes. Isn't that the end of it? His words starkly revealed the cruel and cold reality within the Foundation that D-Class personnel were considered expendable. This made countless viewers in front of the screen feel a chill in their hearts, and their eyes towards the Foundation became more complicated. Oh my! To everyone's surprise, the researcher on the loudspeaker did not get angry immediately. Instead, he made an almost playful, drawn-out sound. Incinerator? Mr. D-Class, your idea is very creative, but, unfortunately, that won't work. He paused, as if enjoying the final struggle of his prey, and asked in a persuasive tone, "Do you want to know why?" This researcher actually showed extraordinary patience. If it were Xiao Lan. No, if it were the O5-1 who once ran the Foundation, facing such doubts and delays, he would have probably lost all patience long ago. Under the cold orders, the guns in the hands of these armed men would completely purify all the questioning voices in the room along with the lives. Xiao Lan still stood there, his hands in the pockets of his orange prison uniform, ignoring the panic and pleas around him. His gaze fell calmly on D-8153, then swept across the loudspeaker on the wall. The almost invisible curve at the corner of his mouth seemed to deepen slightly. Incinerator? Naive. At the same time, in an unknown, chaotic room, Wade Wilson, also known as Deadpool, was slumped on a tattered sofa, picking his feet while staring at the equally tattered TV screen on the wall. The screen showed the live broadcast of the SCP-871 containment room. Wow. Wait. Stop. Wade sat up straight, slapped his thigh, and shouted excitedly, eating cake while being pointed at by a gun. There is such a good thing. Hey, I say, you three lucky guys in prison uniforms, what are you still dawdling about for? Eat it quickly, while it's hot. Or while it's still in cake form. He seemed to be amazed by this forced welfare. When was the last time I had a proper cake? My 12th birthday? Or some unlucky guy's wedding cake that I robbed before I shot him in the head? He muttered, then kicked an open pizza box at his feet in disgust. There were only a few slices of pizza left in the box, and some unsightly green and white mold spots had grown on them. He hesitated for a moment, but finally didn't dare to take a bite. He suddenly grabbed the entire pizza box and smashed it to the ground. Chow! Chow pizza! What a lousy TV! Chow that damn cake! Chow SCP! Chow lousy himself! And, you bastards who watched the live broadcast, but didn't give tips. Deadpool stood up suddenly and paced back and forth in the small room like a trapped beast, letting out a series of incoherent and foul-mouthed roars at the air, at the screen, and at the whole world. The image on the light screen suddenly switched to another scene. It seemed to be a response to D8153's naive question just now, and it also seemed to be a more intuitive popular science for the global audience. The picture shows another highly guarded room. A robotic arm is holding an SCP-871 entity that looks almost identical to a Mary Rose cake and slowly putting it into a small high-temperature incinerator. The orange-red flames instantly engulfed it. Under the high temperature, the cake quickly deformed, charred, and carbonized, making a sizzling sound, emitting black smoke, and finally completely disintegrated into a pile of lifeless ashes. Did it work? Was the destruction successful? Countless viewers held their breath, and a glimmer of hope just rose in their hearts. However, the cold voice in the loudspeaker sounded again, with a hint of mockery. Look there. Following the command, the camera suddenly pulled back and aimed at a metal table next to the incinerator. There, the clean tray that had originally held the cake that was thrown into the incinerator. Right on that tray, right in the place that had just been cleared, a brand new, perfect, sweet-smelling Mary Rose birthday cake suddenly appeared there. It was exactly the same as the one that was burned. No more, no less, no faster, no slower. It appeared out of thin air at the moment when the old cake was completely reduced to ashes. This scene, like the most terrifying magic trick, severely impacts everyone's visual nerves and rational cognition. The laws of physics? The law of conservation of energy? At this moment, they all seemed like a joke. As you can see, the researcher's voice calmly explained the desperate reality. If any instance of SCP-871 is completely destroyed by any means other than active human consumption, including being eaten by non-human organisms or physically incinerated as in this case, it will immediately reset at its original location or on a nearby available surface. In other words, there's nothing you can do with it except eat it. The researcher paused, as if giving everyone time to digest the information. Then, the electronic voice delivered the final instruction with an almost polite cruelty. So, the scene cuts back to the transfer station, in front of the cake that exudes an ominous sweet fragrance. The researcher's voice was like the final death knell. Please. He even simulated a sound similar to raising his hand to say please, which was incredibly polite. There was deathly silence in the transfer station. D-4472 and D-8153 collapsed completely to the ground, with only endless despair and despair on their faces. The armed men's guns were still pointed steadily at them, and at the calm Xiao Lan. To eat or not to eat? Who eats first? Should I succumb to fear, or choose another, perhaps faster death? And what will Xiao Lan do? How will this man who founded the Foundation and is now trapped in a D-class prison uniform deal with the first bite of the sweetness of the world-destroying cake he released with his own hands? Everyone's eyes were focused on him, waiting for his choice and the start of this sweet doomsday. Chapter 27. Deep in the universe, the huge Templar II fleet was quietly suspended in the dark vacuum, like a dormant metal behemoth. On the throne, the huge, burly figure, Thanos, was leaning forward slightly. His purple skin seemed to be tense with some strong emotion, and in his eyes, as deep as ancient wells. For the first time, there was a flash of incredible shock when facing a power that was not an infinity stone. Infinitely growing cake. Just by eating it, can it trigger the near-eternal reproduction of matter? Thanos' thick fingers unconsciously stroked the armrests of the throne, making a dull metal friction sound. His thoughts were instantly pulled back to his hometown, Titan, which had long since turned into ruins. Population explosion, resource depletion, civilization's wailing, ultimate demise. That is the eternal pain in his heart, and also the source of his unswerving determination to implement the balance plan. He firmly believed that uncontrolled reproduction was the cancer of the universe, and that only by randomly and impartially wiping out half of all life could long-term survival be achieved. But now, this anomaly, called SCP-871, if this proliferation could be controlled, if the cost of eating it was not unbearable, wouldn't that mean a nearly unlimited source of food? Thanos' heart, a heart that had long been cold and hard for the sake of the balance of the universe, suddenly began to beat violently, uncontrollably. No need to wield the butcher knife anymore. No need to bear the stigma anymore. All you need to do is control the production and distribution of this cake, and you can solve the resource crisis that has plagued countless civilizations from the root. Balance, he murmured in a low voice, with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. Perhaps there is another way, a new antidote. His eyes were fixed on the ordinary-looking cake on the screen, and the D-class personnel who was standing calmly in front of the cake, Xiao Lan. This Foundation, this Xiao Lan, how many secrets do they hold that could subvert the universe's cognition? At the same time, in the top-floor laboratory of the PIM Technology Building. Oh my goodness, Dr. Hank Pym suddenly raised his head from the microscope and looked at the light screen in shock. The beaker in his hand almost fell out of his hand, and the bright blue liquid inside shook violently. This reset mechanism, he exclaimed, his eyes flashing with a fanatical scientific light, generated out of thin air in the original location. This is simply more intuitive than quantum entanglement, reflecting a certain kind of eternity. Indestructibility. He stood up excitedly, paced back and forth in front of the laboratory table, tapping his temples with his fingers. Wait. No. He stopped abruptly, frowning, and fell into the classic dilemma of scientists. If the original cake is completely destroyed, then the new piece, can it still be considered the original piece? The atoms that make up it are new, and the information is copied. Damn it. Hank scratched his hair in annoyance. The ship of Theseus paradox again. I knew it. These damn philosophical questions always linger. He looked at the cake that kept regenerating on the screen, feeling the great scientific temptation, but also being troubled by the philosophical paradox behind it. But, he muttered to himself, a trace of solemnity flashing in his eyes. Ignoring the paradox, this continuous increase of matter out of nothing is indeed a real entropy reduction phenomenon. This completely violates the laws of physics he knows. What on earth is this Foundation? In the live broadcast on the light screen, the stagnant atmosphere in the transfer station was broken by an abrupt action. While the 2D-class personnel were still trembling with fear, and while countless viewers were still terrified by the terrifying properties of SCP-871, Xiao Lan moved. Without any hesitation, without any delay. He didn't even look at the miserable plight of his two companions, nor did he heed the researchers' joking urging in the loudspeaker above his head. He just calmly reached out and picked up the cheap-looking metal spoon on the table. Then, under the astonished gaze of everyone, he scooped out a large piece of cake covered with thick cream and strawberry jam and put it directly into his mouth. His movements were smooth and natural, as if he was not facing a world-destroying anomalous entity, but enjoying a normal afternoon dessert. The sticky and sweet cream instantly filled his mouth and covered half of his face, but he didn't care at all. He even squinted his eyes slightly, as if he was savoring it. Strawberry flavor, not bad. He commented vaguely and scooped another spoonful. Yes, he has always liked sweets. This is one of his few little hobbies that doesn't quite match his identity as the mastermind. This scene stunned everyone inside and outside the screen, including the Foundation researcher behind the loudspeaker who maintained a cold and mocking tone. After a brief silence, a burst of suppressed laughter broke out from the loudspeaker, with a kind of satisfaction that was almost admiration. Very good. It seems that there is still a smart one among you three. The researcher's voice sounded again, this time with an undisguised threat and urging, like a cold countdown. Eat quickly. Eat quickly. Don't dawdle. If you don't eat the cake now, you will be fed with hot bullets later. He seemed to have deliberately amplified the ticking sound of the clock, which was transmitted throughout the transfer station through the loudspeaker. You have 25 minutes, 34 seconds, 33. The countdown to death, accompanied by the sweet aroma of cake, forms a disgusting and absurd combination. The two D-class personnel who were originally lying limp on the ground, when they heard the gunshots and the countdown, their instinct for survival instantly overwhelmed their fear of the cake. They jumped up from the ground as if they were scalded, no longer caring about their manners or being disgusted, and almost rushed to the table, using their hands and spoons, desperately stuffing that piece of world-destroying cake into their mouths. The way they ate was so miserable and fearful, which formed an extremely ironic contrast with Xiao Lan, who was eating calmly and even had a hint of enjoyment on her face. Soon, with the other two people swallowing almost frantically, the SCP-871 entity that attracted the world's attention was completely eaten up, and even the tray was licked clean. Time passes by every second. The armed men at the scene did not let down their guard, and the researcher's voice disappeared. The atmosphere became tense again, and everyone held their breath, waiting for possible side effects. After a few minutes, it was quickly scanned and tested by the on-site medical equipment. The researcher's emotionless voice came through the loudspeaker again. Test results: D-9990, D-4472, D-8153. Vital signs are stable. No known toxin reactions were detected, and no digestive system abnormalities were found. Preliminary judgment is that the destruction procedure of SCP-871 is successful. Upon hearing the words success, D-4472 and D-8153 seemed to have all their strength drained away in an instant. Their legs went limp and they collapsed to the ground again, gasping for breath, their faces showing a mixture of relief at surviving the disaster and lingering fear. Okay, mission over, the researcher announced coldly. D-4472, D-8153, return to your cells. Two armed men immediately stepped forward, roughly lifted up the two almost exhausted people, and dragged them away from the transit station. From beginning to end, Xiao Lan just stood there calmly, wiping the cream from the corner of her mouth with the sleeve of her prison uniform, as if what she had just experienced was just an ordinary snack. When only Xiao Lan and a few armed men were left in the transfer station, the voice on the loudspeaker sounded again. This time, the tone seemed less formal and more strange. D-9990, Xiao Lan, you stay. Someone up there wants to see you alone. The armed man slightly adjusted the direction of the gun, silently blocking all possible escape routes for Xiao Lan. Talk alone? After just destroying the world-destroying cake? Is it to silence them? Or something else? Xiao Lan raised her eyebrows slightly. It seems that this D-class personnel experience game is finally entering the next stage. Chapter 28. The light curtain suddenly flashed. The image that was just frozen on Xiao Lan's face covered in cream, but with eyes as sharp as a knife, seemed to have been forcibly switched. Sizzle. After a brief flash of snow, a completely new scene appeared before the eyes of everyone watching the live broadcast on the sky screen. It is no longer a cold and depressing transit station, but a bright and clean office with a slightly sci-fi style. Soft lighting, a neat desk, abstract art paintings hanging on the wall, and a man wearing a neat Foundation researcher's uniform, or more like some kind of high-level supervisor's uniform. He was walking slowly towards his desk with a cup of steaming coffee. That face was none other than Xiao Lan. But at this moment, he took off the orange color of the D-level prisoner uniform and put on a dark uniform that symbolized order and power. Although the logo on the epaulettes was blurry, it faintly revealed his extraordinariness. There was no more cream on his face, and his expression was no longer the subtle enjoyment and vigilance he had when facing the world destruction cake. Instead, he had the calmness and indifference unique to a superior, as if D-9990, who had just experienced the test of life and death, was just an insignificant phantom. Even Nick Fury, who had been observing calmly, had a hint of solemnity in his one eye. Xiao Lan's identity was much more complicated than he had imagined. As countless viewers were shocked and confused, Xiao Lan in the screen had already returned to his desk. The comfortable seat automatically adjusts to the right height. Ding ding. The embedded computer screen in front of him lit up, and a notification of a new email popped up. Xiao Lan picked up the coffee, blew away the hot steam, took a sip, and opened the email at the same time. The email was lengthy, filled with bureaucratic jargon and polite words specific to the Foundation, but the core content was concise and clear. 2. Blackened, Xiao Lan. According to the blacked out protocol and the blacked out directive, Please go to the Containment Unit in Area C at 1400 hours today to supervise the routine cleaning and maintenance of the containment room of item SCP-173. Relevant D-Class personnel and security teams are in place. Please ensure that the special containment procedures of Peanut are strictly followed. Good luck with your work. 05-Blackened Office. SCP-173. Seeing this number, even Xiao Lan raised her eyebrows slightly. Of course he knew what this number meant. Peanut, as some people in the Foundation nicknamed it, is a concrete statue that looks rough and funny, but is actually extremely dangerous. A ruthless killer who will break your neck if you take his eyes off him for even a moment. Cleaning its room was never an easy or pleasant task, especially in the early days of the Foundation, when the relevant procedures were still being explored and perfected. The price paid was often bright red and tragic. Xiao Lan put down the coffee cup, her expression still calm, but a barely perceptible coldness flashed across the depths of her eyes. It seems that it is time to consume another batch of D-Class personnel. The light screen image switched again, or rather, it moved along with Xiao Lan's perspective. He left the office, took the internal elevator, and soon arrived at a heavily guarded area. The cold metal walls glowed white, and the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant. At the end of a long corridor was an alloy gate as heavy as a bank vault door, with eye-catching red letters on it. Containment Unit C. SCP-173. Warning: unauthorized personnel are strictly prohibited from approaching. Special regulations must be followed when entering. In front of the gate, two fully armed security guards wearing black combat uniforms and full-coverage tactical helmets stood solemnly, with the muzzles of their Gauss rifles slightly lowered, maintaining a vigilant posture. Next to them were three people wearing orange D-Class prisoner uniforms. They looked very young, and perhaps because of fear, or perhaps because they were numb to their own fate, their faces had an expression mixed with uneasiness and indifference. One of them was even yawning lazily. Xiao Lan walked over, her footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. The two security guards immediately stood at attention and gave him a standard Foundation salute. "Sir." Xiao Lan nodded slightly, her eyes falling on the three D-Class personnel. Strange faces. Yes, every D-Class personnel is almost a stranger to him. Their numbers are like running water, and their lives are often as short as consumables. The first meeting could very well be the last. This was the cold and true norm in the Foundation's cruel operating system. He noticed the somewhat nonchalant attitude of the three men, especially the one who was yawning. Xiao Lan frowned slightly. It would be fatally foolish to underestimate SCP-173. He stopped and swept his gaze over the three people as if it were real. The originally slightly casual atmosphere froze in an instant. The 3D-class personnel subconsciously stood up straight and held back their yawns. Numbers: D. 1103, D. 2477, D. 3801. Xiao Lan's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty that was clearly heard by everyone. You should have been briefed on this mission. He paused, looking at the trace of nervousness that flashed across the faces of the three people in front of him, and continued in an almost cold tone. But I have the obligation and the need to emphasize the rules to you again, because any negligence will cost you your necks, that which will be broken in an instant. He pronounced the word "twist off" with extraordinary clarity, as if he was stating a simple fact. The faces of the 3D-class personnel turned pale instantly. The three of you will enter this room. Xiao Lan raised her hand and pointed at the heavy alloy gate, and clean up the excrement inside. Yes, that thing will excrete, a kind of filth mixed with concrete debris and unknown blood. This detail caused a disgusted expression on the D-class personnel's face, and also made many people watching the live broadcast feel physically uncomfortable. During the entire cleaning process, Xiao Lan emphasized, every word seemed to hit their nerves. There must be at least two people in the room, always maintaining direct visual contact with the statue, SCP-173. Do you understand? It has to be direct eye contact. It can't be through a camera, it can't be reflected in a mirror. It has to be your eyeballs, staring at it. If all eyes are away from it at the same time for even a fraction of a second, one of you, or all of you, will die. He looked at the three people's bodies trembling slightly with fear and continued. As for how to cooperate specifically, you can discuss and decide among yourselves. I can tell you a method that others have used and proven to be effective. When you need to blink, remind your companion loudly. Make sure that the other two people's sights are still firmly fixed on it at the moment you close your eyes. Okay, now. Xiao Lan turned sideways and motioned for the security guard to open the toolbox next to her. Inside was a bucket, a mop, and some special cleaning agents. Take your tools, go in, clean this place up, and get out alive. His tone was eerily calm, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. It's no big deal. After saying this, he raised his hand and seemed to be operating a portable data terminal. The next second, a clear file window popped up in the corner of the light curtain. It was the official file about SCP-173, item hashtag, SCP-173 object class, Euclid Special Containment Procedures. Item SCP-173 is to be kept in a locked containment chamber at all times. When it is necessary to enter SCP-173's containment chamber, no fewer than 3 personnel may enter at any time, and the door must be relocked upon entry. While in the containment chamber, personnel must maintain eye contact with SCP-173 at all times until all personnel have left the containment chamber and the door has been relocked. At least 2 persons must maintain eye contact with SCP-173 at all times. The cold words and concise description outline a creepy and terrifying existence. Especially the statement, at least 2 people must maintain eye contact with SCP-173 at all times, which confirmed Xiao Lan's previous warning and raised the invisible pressure to the peak. The 3D class personnel stared at the file intently, cold sweat already oozing from their foreheads. They finally realized what kind of horrible cleaning task was waiting for them behind this door. Xiao Lan just stood quietly by the side, like an indifferent spectator, waiting for this cleaning show that was destined to be not peaceful to begin. Chapter 29. On the light screen, the file text of SCP-173 was displayed coldly, like the inscription on a tombstone. But then, more additional information emerged, pushing this fear to a new peak. Addendum SCP-173-A. Discovery and Containment. The object was first observed and documented by the Foundation in 1993. Its successful containment came at the cost of data expunged, task force members permanently disabled, and data expunged D-class personnel lost. The object's origins are still unknown. Construction and materials. The main body is composed of concrete and twisted steel bars, with obvious traces of Krylon brand spray paint on the surface, forming its unique face pattern. Abnormal properties. SCP-173 has the ability to move autonomously and is extremely hostile. The key is that it cannot move under direct visual observation. At no time, visual contact with SCP-173 must be broken. Supplement to standard operating procedures. Personnel entering the containment room are required to remind each other loudly when they need to blink to ensure that their eyes are in contact. Attack mode. Recorded attack methods include, but are not limited to, moving behind the target at high speed, breaking the cervical vertebrae at the base of the skull with irresistible force, or directly strangling the target by choking. In the event of any attack, all personnel on site must immediately activate and comply with Level 4 Dangerous Entity Containment Protocol. Addendum SCP-173-B. Unusual sound recordings. Multiple personnel on duty have reported that, when it is determined that no one is inside the containment chamber, they will periodically hear a sharp, piercing, scraping sound coming from within. This phenomenon is currently considered normal, but any change in the sound pattern must be reported immediately to the HMCL, Hazardous Materials Containment Liaison, supervisor on duty. Physiological phenomena. A reddish-brown viscous substance accumulates on the floor of the containment room. Analysis confirms that it is a high concentration of blood and feces. The specific source of these excrement is unknown. According to the containment protocol, the internal environment must be thoroughly cleaned every 2 weeks. Each new piece of information was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of the 3D class personnel and all the people watching the live broadcast through the sky screen. Data deleted. It's data deleted again. People have learned from previous live broadcasts that this word often represents an unimaginable horrific cost or a cruel truth that needs to be covered up. Such a terrible sacrifice was made to accommodate such a statue. Origin unknown. Excrement source unknown. The unknown is often more frightening than known dangers. The scraping stone sound makes people imagine a lot. A still statue, in the dark, constantly, scratching the wall or the ground. What is it doing? Countless audiences in front of the screens, from the command center of S.H.I.E.L.D. to the Palace of Asgard, from the spaceship of the Guardians of the Galaxy to the Museum of Collector Tanliativan. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the light screen, not daring to breathe. Dr. Bruce Banner subconsciously touched his neck, as if he could feel the cold, breaking touch. Unbelievable. Nick Fury muttered to himself. He thought he had seen enough strange events, but the tip of the iceberg shown by the Foundation had completely overturned his cognition. How many of these things have they contained? Just as everyone was shocked, Xiao Lan moved. With a blank expression, he pushed the toolbox containing a bucket, a mop, and special cleaning agents in front of the 3D class personnel. The movements were quick and decisive, without any unnecessary words. Take it. Those two cold words sounded like an order. Then, under the complicated gazes of everyone, Xiao Lan turned around and walked towards the reinforced glass observation room next to the containment unit with steady steps. His back was straight and upright, as if he was indifferent to what was about to happen, and as if everything was under his control. This calmness and indifference made Star-Lord from the Guardians of the Galaxy curl his lips. Hey, this guy actually knows how to find a safe place. He leaves the mess to others and hides away to watch the show. Rocket Raccoon rarely agreed. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the screen. No, Quill, you don't understand. This guy, he's not watching the show. He's confirming the rules. Xiao Lan walked into the monitoring room. Thick soundproof glass completely isolates the inside and outside. He stood in front of a row of consoles flashing data, his eyes fixed on the largest monitoring screen in the center. The screen showed the interior of SCP-173's containment room. As soon as the surveillance camera lit up and focused on the interior of the room, everyone, including Xiao Lan and everyone watching the live broadcast, could clearly see that corner of the room was originally empty. However, just as the heavy alloy gates slowly opened, and the eyes of the D-class personnel and the outside world were cast in, it appeared, without any warning, appearing out of nowhere. It's as if it has always been there, but there has never been any observer to define its existence. Boom. This scene exploded in everyone's mind like thunder. Oh my god. It wasn't there. Teleportation? No. This is more like an observation effect? A quantum state. How is this possible? When did it pass? Countless exclamations, doubts, and gasps were heard everywhere. Even the well-informed Collector Tawan suddenly stood up from his seat, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented light. Interesting. So interesting. This way of existence. The surveillance footage stabilized. In the containment room, the concrete statue named SCP-173 stood quietly in the corner of the room. The light is not bright, but it is enough for people to see its details. Its body is made entirely of rough, yellowish concrete, and one can even see some tiny air bubbles and signs of demolding on the surface. Its strange humanoid outline is supported by a few clumsy concrete cylinders that can be called limbs. The sole of its feet was covered with dried or semi-dried, thick reddish-brown dirt, exactly the mixture of blood and feces described in the archives, emitting a disgusting visual impact. The most eye-catching thing is its big and round head. It had some indistinguishable paint, apparently Krylon spray paint, on it, with extremely strange facial patterns, several thick black stripes surrounding two disproportionate eye areas. There is also a small inverted triangle nose and a curved mouth line below. Looking at it as a whole, the pattern actually looks a bit like a clumsy cartoon raccoon. Yes, if you ignore its weird texture, disturbing proportions, and the dirt on the soles of its feet, and just look at that face, you might even find it a little funny and cute, but no one laughed. Everyone knew that this was not some avant-garde work at an art exhibition. Its appearance here, in the Foundation's heavily guarded containment unit, can only mean one thing: dangerous, deadly. This is a horrific anomaly that the SCP Foundation has determined to require a huge cost to control. A monster that can break your neck in an instant if you blink. Outside the monitoring room, 3D class personnel were holding crude cleaning tools and standing in front of the fully opened gate, as if they were standing at the entrance to hell. Their bodies were shaking uncontrollably with fear, and cold sweat had soaked through the orange prison uniforms on their backs. Inside the door is the peanut statue that is motionless but exudes endless malice. Outside the door was Xiao Lan, a senior executive of the Foundation, who was watching all this with indifference. A cleaning game about survival, fear, and rules is about to begin. And the terrifying statue was silently staring at the prey at the door with its empty, painted eyes. It's waiting for that fatal, even if only for a moment. Blink. This moment, the heavy alloy door opened completely behind them, revealing the disgusting scene inside the containment unit. What hit me in the face was a stench that was almost condensed into substance. What comes into view is a picture of hell. The entire concrete floor was almost covered with a thick, sticky, reddish-brown dirt. Vomit. D. 9876, who was standing at the front, was the first one who couldn't hold back. He suddenly bent down, subconsciously covered his mouth and nose with one hand, and made a violent retching and coughing sound. His face instantly became paler than the wall. This sudden action instantly made the nerves of the other two D-class personnel, D-7610 and D-4532, tense to the extreme. Their eyes were as if nailed to the ground, fixed on the motionless concrete statue in the corner, SCP-173, not daring to even blink. D-9876. The cold, emotionless voice rang through the hidden speakers in the containment unit like electricity, precisely cutting into the suffocating silence. It's Xiao Lan. He was sitting upright on the cold metal chair in the monitoring room, watching everything that was happening inside through the reinforced glass and high-definition camera with an expressionless face. His voice came through the intercom system, clear and penetrating. Please do not cover your face. Before clearly informing your companions and getting confirmation, it is absolutely forbidden to make any unconventional actions that may cause a brief interruption of vision. His tone was calm, yet carried an unquestionable authority, as if he was stating a law of physics. This is for the safety of all of you. Remember the protocol. D-9876 shuddered all over, as if he was poured with ice water. He raised his head suddenly and lowered the hands that were covering his mouth and nose. Very good. Xiao Lan's voice remained calm. Now, start your work. As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Lan reached out and pressed a red button on the control console in the monitoring room. Buzz-boom. The extremely heavy alloy door of the containment unit slowly and irreversibly began to close with a teeth-grinding metallic friction sound. The heavy shadows gradually swallowed up the light outside the door. Finally, with a loud clang, the gate was completely locked, isolated from inside and outside. The 3D-class personnel and the deadly statue were completely trapped in this filthy, small, death-threatening space. In the monitoring room, Xiao Lan withdrew his hand. He leaned back in his chair, his posture relaxed, as if what he just closed was not a door leading to a potential death trap, but just the door of the office. He reached out and picked up a document from the folder next to him. It was the SCP-173 Containment Unit Regular Cleaning and Maintenance Record. He turned to a new page, took out the black fountain pen from his breast pocket, and ran the pen tip across the paper, leaving a line of clear handwriting. Recorded date: XXXX year X month X day. Supervisor: Xiao Lan. Participating D-class personnel numbers: D-9876, D-7610, D-4532. Task: standard cleaning procedures. He wrote leisurely, as if he was doing an ordinary clerical job. This record of calmness and orderliness written on the brink of death. Outside the screen, whether it was the command center of S.H.I.E.L.D., the space station of SWRD, or the Guardians listening attentively beside the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard, everyone felt an indescribable chill when they saw this scene. This Xiao Lan. What on earth had he been through to be so accustomed to such a scene that would cause a normal person to have a mental breakdown, and even enjoy it? Meanwhile, inside the containment unit, the cleaning work began in an extremely depressing atmosphere. D-9876 and D-4532 stood side by side like the most loyal sentinels, their eyes wide open like bells, unblinking, staring at SCP-173 in the corner with all their strength. Fine beads of cold sweat oozed from their foreheads and slid down their cheeks, but they didn't even dare to wipe the sweat off. D-7610, however, fought back the churning in his stomach and picked up a long-handled metal scraper and an open bucket. He half knelt on the ground and began to carefully scrape off the disgusting solidified substance on the floor, bit by bit, and shovel it into the bucket. The sound of the metal scraper rubbing against the concrete floor was extremely harsh in this silent space. Cha-cha-cha. Everything seemed to be going on in an orderly manner. The rules were being followed and the tasks were being carried out. However, the strong and indissoluble stench in the air was like an invisible hand, constantly teasing everyone's tense nerves. D-7610's brows furrowed more and more, and he felt that his lungs were about to be marinated by this damn smell. His hands moved faster involuntarily, and the sound of scraping the floor became more rapid. Be careful. Don't be distracted. D-9876, who was always on high alert, immediately noticed his anxiety and shouted in a low voice with uncontrollable tension, "Damn it. If you want to die, don't drag us with you. Finish it quickly so we can get out. Keep your eyes on him." His gaze was fixed on SCP-173's drawn eyes, like a searchlight. Got it. Don't F asterisk 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 G rush me. D-7610 replied without even looking up, his tone filled with annoyance and suppressed anger. You two keep an eye on it. I'll do it as soon as F asterisk asterisk K. He cursed and scraped the dirt off the ground faster. He couldn't help but complain again. His voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for everyone in this small space to hear clearly. What the hell? This damn thing, this broken statue, it can poop. It can also have its period? This blood, this red stuff, where the hell did it come from? F asterisk asterisk K. Even the two fully armed security guards standing guard in the corridor outside the monitoring room vaguely heard this complaint through the crack in the door and had extremely strange expressions on their faces. And in the containment room, D-7610's finishing touch of complaint was like a feather, accurately scratching an extremely tense funny point. D-4532, who was standing next to D-9876, suddenly froze. Then, his shoulders began to shake violently and uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth, his face turned red, and the veins on his neck popped out. D-7610's complaint about statues having their periods, seemed extremely absurd yet extremely vivid in this environment. It accurately hit his nerves that had long been twisted by fear and pressure. He wants to laugh. He couldn't help wanting to burst out laughing. In this desperate situation where there is absolutely no room for distraction and every blink of an eye could mean death, in this cold, filthy concrete cage, facing that still but murderous statue, D-4532, he can hardly hold back his laughter. His vision began to blur because he was trying hard to suppress his smile. His gaze fixed on SCP-173 seemed to show a tiny hint of loose. Chapter 30. Inside the monitoring room, Xiao Lan's cold eyes caught the extremely subtle but fatal tremor of D-4532's body, as well as his eyes that were beginning to blur as he tried to suppress a smile. He didn't even need to look at the instantly surging heart rate and cortisol levels on the vital signs monitor to tell that this D-class personnel was on the verge of losing control. Buzz. There was a slight electrical sound, and Xiao Lan activated the intercom system. His voice was calm and precise, like a scalpel, cutting into the extremely tense atmosphere in the containment unit. D-4532, calm down. D-4532 shuddered suddenly, and the muscles on his face twisted due to the sudden change of emotions. He forced his eyes to refocus and stared at SCP-173 and sweated even more. Just now, just a little bit. If the supervisor hadn't spoken, if he had really laughed, even if his vision was only blurred for a moment, then the consequences. He didn't dare to think about it. His back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Then, Xiao Lan's voice sounded again, this time directed at the outspoken D-7610. D-7610, if you continue to say something irrelevant to the mission, Xiao Lan said without any ups and downs, as if stating an established fact, your food rations today will be reduced. D-7610, who was scraping the ground vigorously, froze in his movements, and the annoyed and cursing expression on his face froze instantly. Food ration cuts? In this damn place, food is their only comfort and source of energy. Cutting rations is worse than being shot directly. He immediately closed his mouth, leaving only the chattering of his teeth. Although his hands were still moving roughly, he no longer dared to make any sound of complaint. The audience outside the surveillance screen was once again shocked by Xiao Lan's extreme calmness and efficient management methods. The atmosphere returned to that suffocating silence. The only sound was the scraping sound of the metal scraper rubbing against the ground, and the heavy, suppressed breathing of 3D-class personnel. After a while, D-7610, who had been squatting and cleaning, suddenly stopped and let out a painful groan. He grimaced and slowly and with great difficulty straightened up, one hand firmly supporting his lower back. F***K, I can't take it anymore. His voice was hoarse, filled with pain that he couldn't hide. My waist is F***G about to break. Maintaining the same posture for a long time, the high mental tension, coupled with the anger and fear that had been forcibly suppressed before, finally made his body protest. He panted heavily, turned his gaze to D-4532, who was also staring at SCP-173, and handed the metal scraper and bucket forward, his tone filled with a hint of pleading and an urgency that could not be refused. Then who? D-4532. You come and take my place. Quick. D-4532's eyes were dazed for a moment, and it was obvious that he had not yet fully recovered from the shock. But when he saw D-7610's face twisted in pain and the filthy tools handed to him, he nodded subconsciously. Well, the two of them performed the handover very carefully, keeping the range of movement to a minimum. D-7610 staggered back to the wall as if relieved, right next to D-9876, and immediately focused all his attention, staring at SCP-173 with almost bursting eyes. D-4532 took the tools, took a deep breath, suppressed his nausea and fear, squatted down, and continued the unfinished work of D-7610. Time passed by minute in this torturous cycle and dead silent staring. Finally, okay, it seems almost done, D-4532 said in a dry voice. He stood up and looked at the concrete floor which had basically returned to its original color. Although the stench in the air remained, at least the disgusting solids and unknown liquids had been cleaned up. D-9876 and D-7610 also carefully scanned the floor to confirm that the cleaning work was basically completed. The three of them revealed an irrepressible desire in their eyes. The desire to leave here. In the monitoring room, Xiao Lan nodded and glanced at the time. The efficiency is pretty good. He pressed the intercom button again. Well done. His voice remained calm. Now, follow my instructions. Maintain eye contact and do not look away, even for a second. I will open the outer gate for you. Once the door is open, everyone, continue to stare at SCP-173, then, slowly, step by step, move backwards out of the containment unit. Just as you came in, remain alert and keep your eyes open until the gates are fully closed behind you. Do you understand? His instructions were clear, concise, and free of emotion. Understood. The 3D class personnel responded almost in unison, their voices trembling slightly due to excitement and nervousness. Get out. I can finally get out. Just stare at it and slowly back away. It's not that hard, right? Xiao Lan's finger gently brushed across the console, finally landing on the green button that stood for on. Just a tap. Buzz crack. The heavy alloy gate emitted a reassuring mechanical sound and began to slowly rise upwards. The light from outside the door came in. For the three people who had been trapped in the dim and smelly environment for a long time, that light was almost equivalent to hope. However, just when the gate had just risen less than half a meter, and the hearts of the 3D class personnel had just risen. Sudden change. Sizzle. A sharp sound of electric current burst suddenly rang out. In the monitoring room, the operating screen in front of Xiao Lan was instantly covered by a field of violently flashing snowflakes. All the indicator lights began to flicker wildly. He frowned slightly and subconsciously reached out and patted the edge of the console. Sizzle snap. Not only did it not recover, the power indicator lights on the entire console, as well as the incandescent light on the ceiling of the room, began to flicker wildly, on and off, as if they had epilepsy. Every flash is accompanied by a teeth-grinding, crackling sound. The light switches rapidly between bright and dark. A cold, emotionless, mechanical female voice suddenly came out from the PA system, echoing throughout the entire area, so calm that it was chilling. Warning: the power supply system in Area C is abnormal. Repeat, the power supply system in Area C is abnormal. Warning: backup power failed to start. Warn. Inside the containment unit, the alloy gate that had just risen halfway suddenly stopped rising with a clang as the power was cut off. It was stuck in midair. What made the 3D class personnel even more terrified was bang, a crisp sound of metal falling to the ground. D-4532 dropped the metal scraper in his hand due to extreme fear. At the same time, D-9876, who had been standing at the front and had never taken his eyes off SCP-173, suddenly contracted his pupils to the extreme under the flickering light that was like a strobe light from hell. Fear, like a cold tide, instantly overwhelmed him, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Because he clearly saw, just at the moment when the lights went out and came on again, the concrete statue that was originally facing the wall with its back to the corner, SCP-173. I don't know when it turns out. Turn around. The crude yet extremely creepy face drawn with spray paint was now facing the three of them. In the flickering light and shadow, that still posture exudes an unprecedented, terrifying malice. It moves. It moved in the darkness. Ah! The uncontrollable scream finally broke out of the throat. Don't panic. Xiao Lan's voice came out through the intercom that was forcibly cut into the backup line almost at the moment the power anomaly occurred, trying to suppress the situation that was about to collapse. Listen, the power will be back on soon. It's just a temporary outage. Until then, everyone, Keep an eye on SCP-173. Use your eyes. Stare at it intently. Just like before, his voice was more severe and urgent than ever before, echoing in the containment area that was plunged into semi-darkness due to a power failure and sounded a shrill alarm. In the flickering light, in the piercing alarm and the suppressed breathing of the D-class personnel, time seemed to freeze. Every second of darkness may mean the sound of a broken neck. And when the light comes up next time, will they still be able to see each other? Xiao Lan's order was like the last piece of ice thrown into boiling water. Instead of cooling it down, it caused it to boil even more violently. His voice still echoed over the intercom, carrying with it an authority that tried to force calmness. However, to the 3D-class personnel who were in hell at that moment, the sound was so distant that it seemed to come from another world. Despair, like the deepest darkness, had already swallowed them up. Just then, bang! There was a dull and loud noise, like the final wail of some huge machine unable to bear the heavy burden. Not flickering, not flickering. It's a complete and total power outage. In the control room, the console screen in front of Xiao Lan went out instantly, and the last bit of snow signal also disappeared without a trace. The incandescent lamp on the ceiling of the room had completely bid farewell to its light. Only a few red emergency indicator lights in the corners of the room lit up stubbornly, casting a dim and eerie halo like a ghost's lair. At the same time, a sharp and monotonous buzzing alarm sounded throughout the area at a fixed frequency, like a death spell. Beep dot beep dot beep. The cold mechanical female voice sounded again, losing its previous calmness and carrying a subtle urgency. Warning. Zone C main power system is completely down. System overloaded. Attempting to switch to backup power. Backup power system overloaded. Switching failed. Warning. Emergency backup power supply is starting. Estimated start time, 6:05. This cold countdown, in the dead silence and darkness and the piercing alarm, seemed exceptionally long and also exceptionally deadly. At the same time, corridor outside SCP-173's containment unit dark. Pitch black darkness. The moment the main power supply was completely cut off, the alternation of light and dark that was like a strobe hell also stopped. But what followed was absolute darkness that was even more terrifying than the strobe light. Human beings' instinctive fear of darkness is infinitely magnified at this moment. The alloy gate stuck in midair was like the threshold of hell, mocking their tiny hope. What's even more terrible is, in that moment of complete power outage and absolute darkness, even the trained armed guards with willpower far beyond that of ordinary people could not control the instantaneous dilation of their pupils and the instinctive shift of their vision. This is especially true for the 3D-class personnel who have long been filled with fear and despair. They might even close their eyes out of extreme fear at that moment. And this is enough for SCP-173. It moved. In the absolute darkness with no one watching, the concrete statue began its hunt in a way that could not be observed or understood. Crack! A bone-breaking sound so crisp and teeth-grinding suddenly rang out in the silent darkness. That sound, like the death knell sounded by the god of death, accurately hit the eardrums of every survivor and also hit their hearts hard. It's not the sound of a metal scraper falling. It's not the sound of debris colliding. It was the cervical vertebrae. It was the sound of the fragile cervical vertebrae of humans being instantly broken and shattered by an irresistible force. What followed was the subtle pop sound as the skin and muscles were forcibly torn apart, and the dull sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. One fell down. The shadow of death, like a real cold tide, instantly submerged every remaining person. The sticky liquid with a rusty smell seemed to have splashed on someone's face. The fear that was suppressed to the extreme finally turned into a hysterical scream. F***K, F***K, F***K. It's gone. The voice of a D-class personnel was completely distorted due to fear. He waved his arms wildly in the darkness, trying to touch something, but only grabbed nothingness. What the hell? Where is it? Where is it? Another voice was crying, and the body hit the cold wall due to violent shaking, making a dull bang sound. Suddenly, someone felt a breeze blowing past their cheek, carrying with it the unique coldness of concrete and some indescribable stench. Where's the wind coming from? Shit. What the hell? My eyes. Then there was another scream of fear, but this time, the voice was filled with incredible discovery. What did I kick? Shit. Was it the guard? The guard was killed. Someone stumbled in the darkness, and his hand touched a warm but lifeless body, and a head twisted at an extremely unnatural angle. The two guards are finished too. The unspeakable fear completely destroyed the last line of psychological defense. Let me out. Let me out, eh? The final scream, with its infinite desire for life and extreme fear of death, resounded throughout the darkness-shrouded corridor of death. Then, come to an abrupt stop. It was as if an invisible hand suddenly strangled my throat. Dead silence. Inside the monitoring room. 2, 1. The countdown to the mechanical female voice is finally over. Emergency backup power conversion completed. Base power in Area C has been restored. Buzz. The dazzling, incandescent light instantly came back on, dispelling the red light and darkness in the monitoring room, making everything as bright as day. The console screen in front of Xiao Lan also lit up again, with snowflakes flashing a few times, and quickly switched to the images of various surveillance cameras. However, the main screen was supposed to show the situation in the corridor outside the containment unit, but at this moment, it was dead silent. There was no trace of living human breath. But on the ground inside and outside the gate, 5 bodies were lying in a disorderly manner. 3D class personnel in orange jumpsuits. 2 guards wearing tactical vests who were supposed to be armed. They were in different postures, some lying prone, some lying on their backs, and some curled up. But without exception, their heads were drooping on their shoulders in a horrifying angle that was completely contrary to their physiological structure, as if they were just the heads of randomly placed low-quality dolls. Blood oozed from their broken necks, gathering into small puddles of dark red stains on the cold floor, emitting a strong smell of rust that could seemingly be smelled even through the screen. And the concrete statue that they were supposed to be staring at, SCP-173, long gone. It left the original stage and disappeared in the blind spot of the surveillance screen, or somewhere further away. Chapter 31. Right now, things were completely out of control, heading in the worst and most uncontrollable direction. The brief but deadly darkness in Area C was not an isolated case. A rare and torrential rain swept across New Moon City, mercilessly washing away everything on the surface and quietly seeping into this steel fortress hidden deep underground. The critical external backup generator set was as fragile as paper in the face of this natural disaster and was completely damaged by the torrential rain. The main power supply was already overloaded for unknown reasons, and the backup system was strangled by the natural disaster. When the power supply network of the entire facility is overwhelmed and the ultimate protection mechanism is triggered, forcing a power outage and restart, in those few seconds, or even shorter, so short that there is no time to react, that brief, absolute darkness and silence became the key for countless nightmares to break free from their shackles. Not just SCP-173. The fragments of data streams transmitted from the alarm system, mixed with the interference of snowflakes, and the continuous disappearance of life signals in various areas, all silently told a more terrifying fact. Several, even dozens of anomalous objects that were contained by the Foundation at great cost, took advantage of that fatal dark gap at the same time and broke through their respective containment measures. They are out. Those who distort logic, desecrate common sense, and regard life as worthless are now wandering freely in this facility that once called itself a cage. They do not distinguish between D-class personnel, C-class personnel, or even A-class or B-class researchers and agents with higher authority. In the eyes of these gods or monsters who have broken free from their restraints, all humans are nothing but warm flesh and blood squirming in the darkness. They are prey. They are toys. They are bugs that can be crushed at will. This underground fortress, which had been built at a cost of unimaginable resources and was intended to control, contain, and protect, had, at this moment, ironically turned into a gigantic and desperate slaughterhouse. A living hell. Human technology, weapons, and well-trained guards seem so pale and powerless in the face of certain rules that break containment. At this moment, deep in this maze of steel and concrete, human beings have truly become meat on the chopping board, to be slaughtered at will by those invisible or visible terrors. Warning: massive, multi-object containment breach detected. Repeat: massive, multiple object containment breach detected. Attention all A-level and B-level personnel. Attention all A-level and B-level personnel. Immediately abandon the current mission, follow the instructions of the nearest security team, or refer to the emergency passage signs, and evacuate to the main exit of the Facility A. Repeat: evacuate to the main exit of the Facility A. All non-combat sequence C-level personnel. All non-combat sequence C-level personnel. Please report to the nearest safe lockdown area immediately and hold on. Repeat. Report to the nearest safe lockdown area immediately and hold on. Warning. The facility's internal communication system may be disrupted at any time. Please act quickly. The emergency broadcast system covering the entire facility was playing the cold and urgent evacuation instructions over and over again at maximum volume. The mechanical female voice now sounded a little bit trembling on the brink of collapse. It seemed as if the announcer himself was experiencing unimaginable fear. In the monitoring room, the dazzling white light still illuminates everything. Xiao Lan stood in front of the control console, with countless bright red warning signs and rapidly disappearing life signal points jumping on the screen. Screams, explosions, and some indescribable, sanity-destroying noises from all over the facility were coming intermittently through the lines. He listened to the futile broadcast, an almost imperceptible, cold curve at the corner of his mouth. Hold, a very light curse, full of sarcasm, escaped from his throat. This bunch of idiots. His voice was low and contained a kind of indifference, as if he was looking down on an ant. That's easy to say. Gate A. Security lock area? It's outside now. Heh, they are lucky to have 10 living people running there. He didn't need to read the specific report. Just based on the instantaneous destructive power caused by SCP-173's breach of the containment just now and the degree of chaos reflected by the alarm system at this moment, he could roughly infer the tragic situation outside. He knows better than anyone what things the Foundation contains. How many breakthroughs have there been? He narrowed his eyes slightly and slid his fingers quickly across the console, trying to retrieve more specific information, but most of the data streams had been interrupted or interfered with. Forget it, it's not important. He gave up trying, his eyes returning to the silent corridor of Area C on the main screen. Just one peanut numbered 173 is enough to make everyone in this facility who is still breathing drink a pot of water, not to mention. He didn't finish his words, but the unfinished meaning was more frightening than any clear description. He exhaled slowly, as if he was just dealing with a trivial trouble. Well, he brushed off the white coat that symbolized the authority of the Foundation but seemed a little ironic at the moment. Since this is the protocol, then, report to the secure lockdown area first. He turned and walked towards the heavy alloy door of the monitoring room. The heavy alloy door slid open silently. The corridor outside the door formed a sharp contrast with the brightness inside the monitoring room. The light from the emergency light was dim and weak, barely outlining the outline of the corridor and staining the walls and the ground with an ominous blood-red halo. The air was filled with a strong smell of rust, disinfectant, and some indescribable stench that seemed to be a mixture of decay and burning. Surprisingly quiet. Apart from the faint background noise of alarms and screams in the distance, the corridor itself was eerily quiet. It was so quiet that I could clearly hear the sound of my heart beating in my chest and the subtle roar of blood rushing through my veins. Xiao Lan slid out of the monitoring room like a ghost, his back pressed against the cold wall, his eyes scanning both ends of the corridor sharply. There are no moving objects, no signs of life. There was only dead silence. At this moment, his eyes caught a fleeting, blurry figure at the corner at the end of the corridor. The figure was also wearing some kind of uniform. He moved very quickly, almost crawling around the corner, without even glancing in Xiao Lan's direction. Heh. Xiao Lan's eyes didn't waver at all. She understood clearly. It should be someone else from the Foundation. He whispered to himself, his tone so calm that it seemed like he was stating a fact. At this time, if you don't try to escape, you are a real idiot. Yes, in the face of disaster, all beings are equal. No matter who you are or what level you are at, survival is your only instinct. Expecting someone to stop and verify your identity or offer help, that is a luxury only available in peacetime. Xiao Lan's eyes fell on the emergency evacuation map hanging on the wall next to her. The routes to various areas and safe points are marked on the map with lines of different colors. He stretched out his hand without hesitation, and with quick and decisive movements, he ripped the plastic-covered map off the wall and held it tightly in his hand. Without any hesitation, he followed the route marked on the map leading to the nearest safe lockdown area and took his first step. He did not choose to run. His steps were steady and quick, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in his own back garden. However, each step fell precisely in the dimmest shadows, and he seemed to have merged into the dim environment. This road is destined not to be peaceful. After only moving forward a dozen meters, the scene in front of us began to become shocking. The first person to fall was a woman in a white researcher's coat. Her body was lying on the ground in an extremely twisted posture. Half of her head was missing, and the exposed cervical vertebrae were broken in uneven pieces. The dark red blood mixed with the grayish-white brain tissue formed an abstract and terrifying painting on the floor. Her eyes were wide open, with the lingering fear before death. Further ahead were two security guards wearing tactical vests. Their weapons fell around them, and the body of one of them was cut open by some sharp weapon, his internal organs spilling all over the ground. Another one had a horrible hole collapsed in his chest, as if it had been hammered through by some huge force. There were also D-class personnel wearing orange prison uniforms. Their causes of death were even more bizarre. Some were cut in half, some seemed to have been corroded by strong acid, leaving only skeletons, and some, there was not even a complete body to be found, only broken flesh and bone fragments scattered on the ground. The walls and ceiling were covered with splattered blood, claw marks, and some sticky liquid of unidentifiable origin. The stench in the air grew stronger, almost nauseating. These once vibrant lives have now turned into cold and miserable embellishments in this painting of hell. The horrific scene was enough to make any sane person collapse on the spot, or at least feel intense discomfort and fear. However, Xiao Lan did not pause at all, and she did not even focus her eyes too much on the corpses. He just walked past the debris calmly and indifferently, as if they were just garbage thrown away on the roadside, and not the same creatures that were still breathing a few minutes ago. His eyes were always fixed on the deeper and more unknown dark corridor ahead. The hand holding the map was as steady as a rock. The secure lockdown area is still ahead. But how many pairs of hungry eyes are lurking on the road leading there? The next moment, Xiao Lan's footsteps suddenly stopped when she stepped into the next corridor. It wasn't because he saw some fresh corpses. To be honest, there were so many corpses lying all over the road that he was a little tired of seeing them. It was because of the sudden increase in the suffocating stench in the air, and large, sticky, black stains like asphalt began to appear underfoot, on the walls, and even on the ceiling. It wasn't dried blood, nor was it scorch marks from an explosion. It was a kind of decay that seemed like a living thing. A disgusting black slime with a pungent mixture of sour and rusty odors is slowly but surely corroding everything it touches. Under its coverage, the steel wall made a crackling sound as if it could not bear the weight. As if splashed with strong acid, even slight distortion and dissolution can be seen at the edges. What made Xiao Lan's pupils shrink even more was that the surface of the huge black stains was not completely still. They seemed to be rippling slightly and regularly. It was as if beneath the stain, there was something indescribable, breathing and wriggling. That scene was even more bizarre than piles of corpses, and it challenged the bottom line of reason even more. This was no ordinary chemical leak, nor was it a byproduct of an explosion. This is a sign of abnormality. Moreover, it is a unique and extremely disturbing sign of a certain anomaly. Xiao Lan's brows were instantly locked, and his eyes were as sharp as a knife, quickly scanning the surroundings. There was no panic in his movements, but rather an almost cold caution. He slowly took half a step back to a fork in the road that he had just passed. On the wall there was an electronic information screen that was still lit in an emergency state, scrolling a partial list of items that were originally scheduled to be contained in this area. Although most of the entries were now flashing glaring red, unknown status, or containment breach warnings. His eyes quickly swept across the familiar numbers and codes, and finally, accurately locked onto one of the entries. At that moment, there was a glimmer of understanding in his eyes, but also a hint of trouble. "So it's you," he whispered almost inaudibly. There was no emotion in his voice, only confirmation of the fact. On the screen, that line of cold data silently explained the source of this strange scene. Item hashtag SCP-106. Project name: Horrible Old Man. Object class: Keter. Special containment procedures. Under the current state, the original containment procedures have become invalid. Describe: SCP-106 appears to be an elderly male humanoid, whose physical form is in a state of advanced decay. Its skin and muscle tissue appear to be in the process of long-term decomposition, emitting a strong odor of decay. SCP-106 is not known for its agility, and its movements are usually slow, and it has been observed to remain completely still for long periods of time, days. However, it has an unusual ability to cling to and remain on any vertical surface, and can even remain suspended upside down indefinitely. SCP-106 has a unique corrosive ability. Any solid matter that comes into physical contact with it will rapidly begin to age, rust, decay, and eventually completely disintegrate. During this process, a black, slimy substance will form on the surface of the object, which is highly similar to the substance covering the surface of SCP-106. SCP-106. Likewise, SCP-106 is able to defy normal laws of physics and pass through solid matter, leaving behind a distinct trail of black slime with the same corrosive properties. SCP-106 is able to disappear and enter a hypothetical pocket dimension by contacting a solid surface. The specific nature, size, and internal environment of this pocket dimension are still under research and are speculated to be related to the origin of SCP-106 or its own ability construction. SCP-106 can use this pocket dimension to quickly move between any two interconnected, even if they are far apart, solid surfaces, for example, entering the inner wall of a room and instantly appearing from the outer wall or ceiling of the room. Behavioral Pattern Appendix: Hunting and Capturing. SCP-106 exhibits active hunting behavior. It tends to first destroy the target's limbs or attack vital organs, rendering the prey incapable of movement but keeping it alive. SCP-106 will then forcibly drag the incapable prey into its pocket dimension. Observational data shows that SCP-106 seems to have a clear hunting preference for human individuals between the ages of 10 and 25. Warn: any object or person dragged into SCP-106's pocket dimension should be considered permanently lost/confirmed killed in action, KIA. Based on the extremely dangerous assessment of the internal environment of the pocket dimension and the huge losses caused by multiple failed exploration attempts, any form of rescue operation for personnel or objects captured by SCP-106 is strictly prohibited under any circumstances. Looking at the lines of cold, cruel, yet extremely familiar descriptions on the electronic screen, Xiao Lan's eyes were as gloomy as the stormy night outside the window. SCP-106, the Scary Old Man. A Keter-class containment object. A moving source of decay. An existence with an independent dimension that can drag its prey into an endless abyss of terror. If the threat posed by SCP-173 is swift, direct, and a physical hunt that can break your neck in the blink of an eye, then what SCP-106 brings is a kind of despair that slowly penetrates, is everywhere, corrodes everything, and can even play with space at its fingertips. Chapter 32. Xiao Lan slowly raised her head, her gaze once again directed towards the black corroded area that was constantly rippling and exuding an ominous aura, as well as the dark corridor deeper inside that was dyed red by the emergency lights. The sickening smell of decay in the air seemed to become even stronger. The road to a safe, lockdown area, it became more dangerous and more interesting. However, this fun is based on absolute rationality and confidence in one's own abilities. Xiao Lan knows more about SCP-106 than most people in this world, including those extraordinary people who are watching all this with fear and trepidation through the sky curtain system. After all, its containment measures, in a sense, were one of the many crazy designs that he personally decided on back then. In his mind, the design of SCP-106's standard containment chamber, which could be described as abnormal, flashed across his mind. The primary structure must be constructed of specially reinforced steel lined with lead. This is just the first layer. The entire room must be wrapped in 40 layers of identical, corrosion-resistant composite materials. There must be a precise gap of no less than 36 centimeters between each layer of material. The arrangement and combination of the support framework that supports these hierarchical structures must be completely random and irregular. They need to be rearranged after each maintenance to prevent 106's possible learning and adaptability. What's even crazier is that the core of the entire containment unit, the lead steel room where the scary old man is imprisoned, must be permanently suspended in the center of the entire multi-story structure through a powerful ELYD electromagnetic field system. Make sure that its distance to the nearest inner wall surface is never less than 60 centimeters at any time. Absolutely no physical contact is allowed. Even for the daily maintenance and observation of the containment area, all personnel, whether researchers, security forces, or even D-class personnel used to implement the recall protocol, must strictly abide by an iron rule. At any time, the distance to the outer structure of the containment room must not be less than 60 meters. It was a design that spared no expense, piled up technology, and was almost paranoid to the extreme in order to imprison a Keter-class anomaly. And now, this terror that should have been bound by heavy shackles was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, openly smearing its mark of decay on the corridor in front of him. What does that mean? This means that the incredibly complicated containment system has completely collapsed. Either the electromagnetic field that maintained suspension failed, or the multiple layers of armor suffered unimaginable damage, or both. Damn it, it's this old guy. Xiao Lan cursed in a low voice, with a little imperceptible irritation in her voice, but more of it was expected confirmation. I should have thought of it earlier. Who else could have corroded the alloy wall into this state in such a short time? He looked at the devastated corridor in front of him, the black mucus that was swollen and flowing like abscesses, and the walls and ceiling that were corroded beyond recognition. He was at a loss for a moment. It's not scary, but tricky. The biggest problem was that he couldn't tell exactly whether the corrosion marks were new or had been there for some time. SCP-100's movement is not always swift. It may have infiltrated here just seconds ago, or it may have left a signpost here hours ago, or even earlier. But in either case, it points to a disturbing possibility. That scary old man may be nearby at any time. No hurry, no hurry. Xiao Lan took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress the waves in her heart that were rising due to the sudden increase in variables. The role he plays now is more than just a prisoner involved in a containment breach incident. He is Xiao Lan. He was one of the decision-makers behind the scenes who once stood in a higher dimension and overlooked the operation of the Foundation. This scene was not enough to make him lose his composure. His body was pressed against the wall, and he took every step with extreme caution, trying to stay away from the huge black rust spots on the ground that were still sizzling at the edges. God knows behind some stain, that haggard, rotten old thing is grinning with that lipless, dark mouth, ready to move like a spider waiting for its prey to fall into a trap. The stench of decay in the air almost solidified into a substance, so stinging that it made people's eyes sore. The dim red light of the emergency lamp made the flowing black slime look like living things, adding a bit of eeriness. The entire corridor was eerily silent. There was only the sound of Xiao Lan's deliberately light footsteps, and, just as Xiao Lan was concentrating on keeping an eye out for SCP-106 that might appear from any angle, his ears keenly caught a hint of a strange sound. The voice was extremely faint, as if it came from far away, yet also as if it was a whisper in the ear. It's a kind of crying sound. It was thin and low, carrying an indescribable sadness and despair. Like a little girl sobbing helplessly in the dark. This crying sound seems familiar. Xiao Lan's movements suddenly froze, and her brows instantly twisted into a shape. He stopped immediately and listened attentively. That's right. It's crying. Moreover, the crying sound was not fixed in a certain direction. It seemed moving. No, to be more precise, I am continuously and little by little getting closer to the source of the sound. It was as if this corridor, which had been corroded beyond recognition by SCP-106, did not lead to the safe area he had expected, but to another, equally deadly source of terror. Xiao Lan's face finally darkened completely. In his mind, fragments of memories about SCP-087, as well as the desperate screams of D-9884 and the image of him being devoured in the recent live broadcast, flashed through his mind. Although he was not sure whether the crying sound was definitely from SCP-087-1. After all, it was not the only anomaly contained by the Foundation that could make similar sounds. But whatever the source, in this environment, this sudden and unexplained crying sound is approaching. Definitely not a good sign. In front of them is the decayed realm of the scary old man SCP-106, which may launch a surprise attack from any part of the wall, ground, or ceiling at any time and drag people into a pocket dimension of despair. Then there is an unknown, approaching, an ominous cry. And all this started simply because he, a theoretical senior supervisor, received a damn email instruction to go to Area C at 2 p.m. to supervise an ordinary SCP-173 excrement cleaning and maintenance task. As a result, the main power supply tripped, the backup power supply failed, and the heavy rain damaged the generator set. A series of seemingly coincidental accidents eventually led to a catastrophic mass containment failure sweeping the entire underground facility. Little Peanut SCP-173, Scary Old Man SCP-106. And now there is another strange source of crying. God knows how many more dangerous and indescribable things have escaped from their cages in this chaotic darkness. Xiao Lan stood there, feeling the rotten smell in the air that almost choked her, and the creepy low sobbing sound that was getting clearer and closer to her ears. His situation instantly escalated from dangerous to a desperate situation where he could not move forward, advance, or retreat. Or, is there a third way? Deep in the darkness, the crying sound was still approaching him little by little. just when Xiao Lan's nerves were stretched to the limit by the approaching, ominous cry. Bang! 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 The sudden, air-tearing sound of gunfire was like a huge rock thrown into a dead silent pond, instantly breaking the suffocating depression in the corridor. The gunshot didn't come from far away. It sounded, not far ahead. What followed was a man's distorted, dying scream of extreme fear. Don't come over here. Back off. Get the F***K away from me. Don't you? AA. The shrill scream came to an abrupt end, replaced by a chilling puff sound, as if something huge and soft was forcibly torn apart and then fell heavily to the ground. The slippery sound of sticky liquid splashing around echoed in the empty corridor, which was particularly creepy. Xiao Lan's pupils suddenly shrank. He held his breath almost subconsciously and hid his body deeper into the shadow of the wall. At that moment, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. At the corner of the T-shaped corridor about 20 meters ahead, a pale, unusually tall figure flashed by like a ghost. The speed is incredible, and that direction was exactly the only way to the safe lockdown area in his original plan. Oh shit! Xiao Lan cursed inwardly, and the expression on her face became more solemn than ever before. Ahead is the corrosive field of SCP-106, the terrible old man, with murderous intent at every step. Then there was the strange crying sound of SCP-087-1, which was getting closer and closer. Now, the only passage has been blocked by a sudden and obviously abnormal violent incident. This damn situation. He did not choose to retreat immediately because the crying sound was too close, almost lingering not far behind him, and retreating would also mean running into unknown danger. We must figure out what happened ahead. Xiao Lan gritted her teeth, and like the most experienced hunter, she used the swaying shadows under the emergency red light as cover and moved slowly and silently towards the T-corner. In addition to the rotten stench left by SCP-106, there seemed to be a strong, disgusting smell of blood in the air. After a few seconds, he finally poked out half of his head very carefully and glanced vigilantly at the scene on the other side of the corner. Then, his breathing suddenly stagnated. In the middle of the corridor after turning the corner, he saw a pale being squatting on the ground with his back to him. Its body is extremely thin, as if only a layer of skin is left covering its bones, but it is also abnormally tall. Even when it is squatting, one can see that the proportions of its limbs are far beyond those of ordinary people, making it look extremely uncoordinated. It seemed to be weeping softly. The subtle, suppressed whimpering sound replaced the previous screams and gunshots, becoming the only source of sound in the area at this moment, revealing an indescribable sadness and weirdness. Next to it, there lay a corpse wearing an orange D-class prison uniform. The death was miserable, and the body seemed to have been torn into two irregular halves by some huge force. The internal organs and blood flowed all over the ground, forming a sticky dark red. In the corpse's hand, he was still tightly grasping a security pistol that was obviously stolen. The black muzzle of the gun was slightly tilted upwards, and the barrel was emitting a burning red light due to the continuous shooting just now. There were even wisps of white smoke. A few drops of blood splashed onto the hot barrel, making a slight sizzling sound, like drops of oil falling into a fire. The scene before my eyes was bloody, weird, and full of impact. Xiao Lan's eyes quickly scanned the scene, his brain working at high speed, trying to analyze the sudden situation. The dead D-class personnel apparently shot the white entity in desperation, but the result was obvious. And this white guy with his back to him, sobbing. What is it? The Foundation has contained thousands of anomalies, and some have the characteristics of white, tall, and thin, but an intense feeling of uneasiness ran through Xiao Lan's spine like an electric current. Almost subconsciously, with a hint of temptation and warning, he lowered his voice and spoke in a deep voice. Hey you. Just 2 words, like a stone thrown into a calm lake. The sobbing of the white figure stopped instantly. The surroundings fell into a terrible, heart-stopping silence. It was as if the whole world had been paused. The air froze. Time seemed to have stopped flowing. Xiao Lan felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible giant hand, and then began to beat wildly, making loud boom, 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 noises that made his eardrums buzz. He saw it clearly. At the moment he opened his mouth, with the help of the flickering red light of the emergency light, he finally caught some details of the side of the squatting white existence. Its skin was a bloodless pale white, as smooth as polished marble, without any hair, no eyebrows, or any body hair that a human or humanoid creature should have. Its limbs, especially its arms and calves, are incredibly long and completely out of proportion, as if they had been forcibly stretched. Its equally pale hands had extremely sharp fingers like the claws of a wild beast, and were covered with fresh, uncoagulated bright red blood, which formed a shocking contrast with the dark red old bloodstains between its fingers and on its arms that had long since dried and turned black. These characteristics, these combined, eerie features, boom. It was as if a silent bomb had really exploded in Xiao Lan's head. Countless fragments of information about a specific SCP project swept through his consciousness like a tsunami. That number, that name, that horrible quality. SCP-096. The shy person, that Keter-class anomaly whose face must absolutely not be seen. Hold. Xiao Lan's face turned pale instantly, and cold sweat soaked her back. He suddenly realized what a stupid and fatal mistake he had made. In the chaotic situation of containment breach, in the absence of sufficient information about the environment and the object encountered, actively making any form of contact with an unidentified being with strange behavior and who had just finished killing, even if it was just making a little sound. This is simply like wishing that you were not dying fast enough. He actually wanted to test the other party just now. You're simply playing with your own life. He held onto the cold alloy wall, and, almost relying on instinct, he stepped backwards very slowly, one step at a time, controlling his muscles so that no unnecessary sounds were made. Under extreme shock and warning, the brain worked even more crazily. All the archival details about SCP-096, the containment breach plan, the encounter rules, ... flashed by as quickly as slides. Don't look at its face. Absolutely not. Once you see it, he didn't dare to think about it anymore. At this moment, he saw with horror from the corner of his eye that pale, skinny figure squatting on the ground. After she stopped sobbing, she seemed to notice something behind her. Its bald head of equally bizarre proportions. Very slowly, trying to turn around. At this moment, all the hairs on Xiao Lan's body stood up. An extreme fear of death coming from the depths of his soul instantly wrapped around his heart like an icy, poisonous snake. Run. Duh. Chapter 33. Xiao Lan's figure, like a sharp arrow shot from a bow, resolutely plunged into the darker side corridor ahead, where only sporadic emergency red lights were flashing. SCP-096. The shy guy. Xiao Lan's eyes were cold, but his brain was working frantically. He knew very well that as long as he hadn't seen that face clearly, in theory, 096 hate lock would not be triggered. 15-08? What if, in that dim, flickering red light, my retina caught even the slightest facial feature when that guy turned his head? The consequences are disastrous. He now had to assume that the worst had happened, that the White Death could catch up with him at any time at an incomprehensible speed and tear him to pieces, just like the unfortunate D-class personnel just now. We must find a safe evacuation point as soon as possible, or at least find an area that can temporarily block or even fight against the anomaly. He ran, his eyes scanning both sides sharply. The light from the emergency lights cast long, twisted shadows on the cold alloy walls and ground, dancing wildly as he moved, adding a bit of weirdness. Heavy containment unit doors passed him by. Most were tightly shut, with status lights on their doors flashing red, warning, or failed madly. But there are also some doors that are wide open. Inside the door was a standard holding room, but it was now empty, with only some fixed facilities and debris scattered on the ground, indicating the chaos and violence that had occurred here not long ago. When passing another open door, Xiao Lan suddenly caught a glimpse of dazzling color from the corner of her eye. Bright orange. That's the color of D-class prison uniforms. He subconsciously paused for a moment and quickly glanced inside the containment room. In the deepest corner of the room, with his back to the door, stood a man in an orange prison uniform. The pure white reinforced walls of the containment room formed an extremely abrupt contrast with the bright orange. The D-class personnel seemed to have been driven completely crazy by the horrific scene and desperate situation before him. He leaned against the corner of the wall motionlessly, his head, again and again, mechanically hitting the cold wall with a numb but stubborn force. Boom, boom, bang. The dull impact sound was particularly clear in the relatively quiet corridor, carrying a kind of despair that made people feel depressed. Xiao Lan could even see that the man's forehead was already a blur of flesh and blood, and the scarlet blood was flowing down the pale wall, leaving behind a series of shocking marks. Xiao Lan's gaze stayed on the man for less than half a second, then moved away indifferently. Crazy D-class personnel. This is all too common in the Foundation, especially at disaster sites like this one of large-scale containment breaches. No value. He might even get in trouble because of his noise. Xiao Lan had no intention of going forward to check or lend a helping hand. He was about to move forward, looking for the next key node marked on the map. Warning. The host is detected to be in a high-risk containment breach environment. New mission released. Mission objective. Before successfully evacuating the current facility, the students must complete at least 3 temporary containment, suppression, or processing measures for 103 SCP objects. Mission failure penalty. If the host fails to complete the mission before evacuation, the next time he enters any containment facility, whether it is a Foundation site or not, a large-scale containment failure event of the same level or higher will be triggered until the mission is completed. The cold, emotionless electronic sound cut into Xiao Lan's mind as precisely as a scalpel. His steps suddenly stopped. It wasn't because of fear, but because of a sudden irritability and cold, murderous intent. Xiao Lan turned around slowly and looked back at the D-class personnel in the containment room, who was still knocking on the death knell with his head. But he looked as if he was no longer a poor, crazy creature. System tasks? In his previous life as the highest will and behind-the-scenes controller of the Foundation, he had never experienced this kind of being forced. This feeling is not good. But the penalty for failure, repeated containment failures, until the mission is completed? This is simply a maggot in the tarsal bone, haunting us. If what this system said was true, then no matter where he escaped to this time, next time, hell would still be waiting for him. Unless he completes this damn mission. Xiao Lan took a deep breath, forcing down the rage in her heart and the discomfort of being ordered. He is not an impulsive person. He understands that the situation is stronger than people. Since there is no way to resist, then all you can do is accept it and then solve it in the most efficient way. 3 SCP objects. The corners of his mouth curled up in an icy arc, and his eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Okay, let me see. His eyes scanned the surroundings and finally stopped at the T-shaped corner where he had just escaped. That SCP. He did not forget the pale, thin, sobbing figure. According to the logic of the system, the person who bumped into the door was most likely one of the mission targets. Although it is extremely dangerous, it may be possible to handle it as long as it is handled properly. The premise is that he needs more detailed intelligence and the right tools. That thing is wandering around here, which means its containment chamber is in this area. Xiao Lan whispered to herself, a calculating gleam in her eyes. Then, the archives in this area must have complete information about it. He quickly pulled out a wrinkled, sweat-soaked paper map from the inside pocket of his prison uniform. This was the backup area map that he had snatched from a guard whose neck was broken by SCP-173 during the previous chaos. Press the map carefully against the cold wall and smooth it out with your fingers. Under the dim red light, the complex lines and markings can barely be discerned. His finger moved quickly across the map, searching for the archives room mark. CX, Ken, found it. The location of the archives room was not too far from where he was now, and he only had to cross 2 more corridors. Very good. Xiao Lan put away the map and ignored the D-class personnel who was still hurting himself in the corner. He turned and moved quickly and cautiously in the direction indicated by the map. This time, his goal was no longer just to escape. It's hunting. A few minutes later, Xiao Lan stopped in front of a heavy metal door. The sign above the door clearly reads Area C-03 Archive Section. The surroundings were unusually quiet, with only the dull thumping sounds coming faintly from a distance, caused by some unknown abnormality, and the humming sound of the wind in the ventilation ducts above heads. It seems that this place has not been affected by the out-of-control anomaly for the time being. Xiao Lan glanced at the identification panel next to the door. This type of small regional archive is not as heavily guarded as the central database and has relatively low authority requirements. Security clearance level 2 or above. He recalled the relevant regulations, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly without being noticed. As for him, Xiao Lan, as a senior personnel who was seconded to participate in the experiment, even if he was wearing a D-class prison uniform, the temporary work permit he held had an authority level of level 3. Without hesitation, he took out the temporary work card with a few unknown stains from his pocket and swiped it lightly on the identification instrument. Ding! Authorization confirmed. Welcome, Director Xiao. Accompanied by a slight electronic sound, the indicator on the identification panel turned from red to green. Crack! The heavy metal door made a dull unlocking sound and slowly slid inward, revealing the neat and cold interior of the archive room. It really works. Xiao Lan's eyes flashed with understanding. Even in this hellish chaos, the Foundation's deep-rooted hierarchy and authority rules were still operating faithfully. He slipped sideways into the door, and the metal door behind him closed automatically, isolating him from the unsettling silence and potential danger outside. The archive room was well lit. Rows of server indicator lights flashed regularly, and the air was filled with the unique, slightly burnt ozone smell of electronic equipment. In the center is a main control terminal. Xiao Lan walked straight over, woke up the screen skillfully, and began to check the database. His fingers tapped quickly on the virtual keyboard, entering the filtering instructions. Area C-03 and adjacent areas. Status, currently marked as Containment Breach or Status Unknown. Features, humanoid, white, tall, thin. Keywords were entered one by one, and the database responded quickly, starting to filter the massive amount of SCP project files. On the screen, project numbers and briefings flashed by quickly. He simply skipped over most of them. Not this, nor. His eyes were fixed on the screen, and his brain, like the most efficient search engine, compared every feature of the project he saw with the details he had just caught when he glanced around the corner. Finally, a number and a thumbnail made his pupils shrink suddenly. That's it. He immediately clicked on the archive link. The next second, detailed project information filled the entire screen. Item hashtag SCP-096 Object Class Euclid Special Containment Procedures. Current status invalid. Description: SCP-096 is a humanoid creature, measuring approximately 2.38 meters in height. The subject displays very little muscle mass, and preliminary weight analysis suggests that it is in a state of mild malnutrition. Its arms are severely out of proportion to its body, with each arm measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length. The majority of the subject's skin is completely devoid of pigment, and no hair has been observed on its body. The cold words on the screen clearly outlined the pale figure who had just turned his back to him and was squatting and sobbing at the corner of the corridor. SCP-096. The Shy Person. Euclid Class. Xiao Lan looked at the information on the screen, especially the clearly marked Euclid level. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of deep thought flashed across her face. Although he instinctively classified it as a direct threat of Keter level, the official archives listed it as Euclid. Perhaps there is a subtle difference between them. Can it be used? His fingers tapped lightly on the edge of the console, his eyes quickly scanning between the project description and the subsequent containment measures, appendix, and other items, his brain analyzing every word at an unprecedented speed, trying to find the key information that can complete the system task and keep himself alive. Time: it's urgent. Those out-of-control surprises outside won't wait for him too long. Item description: SCP-096 is a humanoid creature, measuring approximately 2.38 meters in height. Xiao Lan's mind immediately flashed with the pair of arms that almost reached her knees and were as pale as dead bones. The file's description was extremely accurate. The majority of the subject's skin is completely devoid of pigment, and no hair was observed on the body. Pure white, like a freshly painted wall, or an uncarved bone. This is the first visual impression of SCP-096, a sick, unnatural, very pale. SCP-096 jaw can open up to 4 times the normal angle of a human jaw. Seeing this, Xiao Lan's pupils shrank slightly. 4 times. What does that mean? This means that once it decides to attack, its mouth can open to an incredible angle, enough to swallow an adult human head with ease. That was not a bite, but more like a kind of swallowing from the abyss that could not be measured by common sense. He could even imagine that under the pale skin, the bones were twisted and stretched in an unnatural way just to achieve this horrific physiological structure. Just imagining it was enough to make him ordinary people feel a chill down their spine. Except for the lack of pigment in the eyes, the rest of the facial features are similar to those of an average human. It is unknown whether SCP-096 is blind. No higher brain functions have been found, nor is it considered wise. The eyes have no pigment. Are they pure white, or are they some kind of transparent, unfocused state? Blindness. Xiao Lan's heart skipped a beat at the possibility. If 096 is blind, then what sense is its attack mode based on? Hearing? Smell? Or some kind of abnormal perception that the Foundation has not yet fully understood? But they are not considered to be intelligent. This may be a point that can be exploited. A beast that has no complex thinking ability and acts only on instinct is easier to catch than a cunning hunter. Easier to deal with, in theory. But the Foundation's archives sometimes make mistakes. In other words, They are the optimal explanation based on the observation conditions at the time, rather than the absolute truth. Xiao Lan did not come to a conclusion immediately. He continued to read down, and his eyes fell on special containment procedures. This is the key. How to imprison something can often better reflect its danger and characteristics than describing it itself. SCP-096 is to be kept in a 5M x 5M x 5M steel airtight cubicle cell at all times, and must be inspected weekly for cracks or holes. Standard high-risk humanoid containment specifications, but emphasizes steel, airtight, and requires weekly inspections. What does this imply? Does it possess a powerful physical destructive force? Or is it some unknown property that can corrode or penetrate materials? Or is it just the highest level of precaution taken by the Foundation based on its potential risks? Xiao Lan was more inclined to the former. Considering its disproportionately long arms and quadruple-angled jaws, its physical destructive power should not be underestimated. Absolutely no surveillance cameras or optical tools of any kind are allowed in SCP-096 cell. Here we come. Seeing this, Xiao Lan's eyes suddenly became as sharp as a knife. Absolutely not allowed. Such harsh words. Why? Because look, this confirmed his previous guess. SCP-096 abnormal triggering mechanism is directly related to visual observation. : Security personnel are to use pre-installed pressure sensors and laser detectors to confirm that SCP-096 is in its cell. The Foundation can always find a workaround. If you can't see, then use other ways to perceive. Pressure sensors confirm weight and position, laser detectors construct a rough outline, all to avoid direct visual contact. No photographs, videos, or portraits of SCP-096 may be created without the permission of the O5 Council. Not even visual records. Not even hand-drawn portraits. This is simply the ultimate in visual isolation. The permission of the O5 Council. This raises the seriousness of this matter to the highest level of Foundation operations. Xiao Lan's fingertips unconsciously tapped lightly on the edge of the cold console, making a very slight tapping sound. Combining the above information, a clear logical chain formed in his mind. SCP-096 itself may not have the intention to actively attack. Its danger is completely triggered passively, and the key to triggering it is its face. Chapter 34. Xiao Lan's eyes, like the most sophisticated scanner, scanned the cold words on the screen line by line. Every word and every punctuation mark may hide the boundary between life and death. He saw the part that he had previously ignored, or rather, that was temporarily put aside by his rapidly working brain. A further description of SCP-096 hunting mode. SCP-096 cannot be stopped by any known materials or methods. The black words on the screen seemed to carry a chill that froze one's bones. Can't be stopped. It is not difficult to prevent or requires special means to prevent, but absolutely, unquestionably, unstoppable. What does this mean? Iron walls, vacuum isolation, energy barriers? In front of that shy monster, they are all as fragile as paper. Once it identifies its target, the whole world will make way for it. SCP-096. One's physical location does not appear to affect SCP-096 reactions. It seems to have an innate sense of where SCP-096-1 is. One extrasensory perception? Spatial awareness? Or some deeper causal lock that defies the fundamental laws of the universe? Xiao Lan's brows knitted even tighter. This ability has gone beyond the power of the simple physical level and has entered the realm of a certain concept or rule. No matter where the target escapes to, hides deep in the center of the earth, or even crosses dimensions, as long as the cause and effect of being seen is established, 096 can accurately locate it and fight to the death. SCP-096 will kill SCP-096-1 upon reaching its location. In 100% of cases, no trace of SCP-096-1 remains. 100%, no trace left. It's not as simple as tearing it apart or swallowing it. It is a complete erasure. From a physical level, from an existential level, the target will be completely eliminated from this world, without even a trace of debris left. Xiao Lan's fingertips felt slightly cold. This is no longer a simple killing. This is an absolute end that is almost like divine punishment. He once again thought back to the D-Class personnel corpse he had seen at the T-junction just now, with its stomach ripped open and its internal organs spilling all over the ground. Wait, that body is still there. This means that the erasing effect of 096 is only for the SCP-096-1, who first saw its face. As for obstacles encountered during the pursuit, or people like him who only witnessed its back or masked state, it will not actively attack. Or in other words, the attack method is different. This difference in details may be a point that can be exploited. But more importantly, it's this guy? Luckily, I ran away when he turned around and didn't see his face. Xiao Lan let out a light breath, as if to completely expel the cold air in her chest that had condensed due to fear. He confirmed once again that he had made the most correct response at that critical moment. There was no curiosity, no hesitation, and not even any attempt to confirm what the blurry image was. Under the palpitating dim red light, at the moment when the eerie silence was broken, he followed the most primitive and effective survival instinct: evacuate. Thinking of the terrifying hunting characteristics of 096 described in the archives, and then thinking of the miserable death of the corpse just now. The muscles were torn abruptly, the bones were unnaturally broken, and the warm internal organs and blood were winding on the floor. Even Xiao Lan, who was used to seeing life and death and had even directed countless tragedies himself, couldn't help but feel a physical discomfort. He swallowed subconsciously, and his Adam's apple rolled, making a slight sound. Fortunately, it wasn't the face that I saw. Otherwise, he would probably be the one being erased. He refocused his eyes on the screen and found that the main text of the file had ended, but at the end, there were two appendices. Addendum 096-1A. Recovery Log Interview Recording. Addendum 096-1B. Post-Operation Psychological Evaluation Summary of Task Force Alpha Nine-Tailed Fox. Xiao Lan tapped the control panel with her index finger and opened the first appendix. Written records replaced the previous formatted archives, presenting a more colloquial and more emotional style. He scanned it quickly. These appear to be interviews with personnel involved in SCP-096 initial discovery and containment by the Foundation. Those who participated in the operation described the scene vividly with trembling and fearful voices. These words, mixed with personal emotions and subjective feelings, made Xiao feel the deep fear brought by SCP-996 more intuitively than the cold and objective data before. A conversation record suddenly caught his eye. Have you heard? A terrible anomaly appeared near the Alps. It traveled over 60 kilometers just to kill one person. The interlocutor's tone was filled with disbelief and amazement, as if he was telling a ridiculous story. 60 kilometers was already an astonishing distance for a normal creature, and for an abnormal, the persistence and kinetic energy behind this number was even more chilling. Are you kidding me? Its motive for killing people. I mean, what did that unlucky guy who died do? He died, right? Another voice was full of doubt and a hint of black humor. Ordinary people could not understand what kind of deep hatred required such a shocking pursuit. And the fate of that unlucky guy seemed to have been determined long ago. I don't know. When the helicopter of the recovery team found the thing, it was already running wildly. Not long after the image was transmitted back, the signal was cut off. Now the second team is collecting the troops. The first voice became heavier. They would chase and kill as soon as they found the enemy, without any buffer in between. And the 4 words "the signal is cut off" often mean the worst outcome. Team 2? What about Team 1? The questioner's voice suddenly rose, with a hint of ominous premonition. The brief silence, like a solid block of lead, weighs on the hearts of everyone who reads this text. Then came the despairing answer. All are dead. Those 3 cold words, like 3 heavy hammers, struck Xiao Lan's heart hard. Total destruction. A well-trained and well-equipped Foundation recovery team, facing SCP-096, couldn't even carry out basic resistance and information transmission, and was completely wiped out. Oh. The questioner uttered short and horrified syllables, as if unable to accept this cruel fact. No need to talk anymore. They are back. The council asked me to interview the commander of Team 2 for some notes. The first voice hastily ended the conversation, seemingly unwilling to dwell in the fear any longer, and instead returned to the established procedure. The next part of the record is obviously the transcript of the interview. Hello, Major Weaver. The interviewer's voice sounded calm and professional, but there seemed to be a hint of subtle nervousness between the lines. Yeah, a low and hoarse voice responded, full of fatigue and perhaps suppressed fear. This should be the surviving commander of the second team, Major Weaver. How did the mission go? Can you tell us the details? Major Weaver was silent for a few seconds, as if he was organizing his words, or as if he was recalling a scene that he didn't want to touch. My team and I were searching SCP-096, one's house. You know, the guy who was being hunted. It was just like an ordinary suburban residence. Nothing special, except that there was a faint smell of blood in the air and a kind of extremely panicked atmosphere. We split up and searched every corner, trying to find any clues as to why the target was targeted by 096, or any information that the target might have left behind. Major Weaver paused, as if the next words were extremely difficult. In a room that looked like a study, we found a laptop computer that was open, the screen was still on, and it was showing a magnified photo. The interview record ends here. Xiao Lan's pupils suddenly contracted. Photo. Could it be that the initial trigger was just because of a photo? That unlucky guy may have never even seen SCP-096 in person, but just saw a damn photo on the internet or in some encrypted file. And the team that was wiped out later. Did they also see the photo or the danger of 096 in some way during the pursuit or the attempt to contain them? A chill ran up Xiao Lan's spine again. The triggering mechanism of this shy monster's danger is far more bizarre and more difficult to guard against than he had initially imagined. So, how feasible is his plan of using bait? More importantly, he had to confirm the premise of his own safety. Now it seems to be becoming more urgent. The words on the screen, as if accompanied by Major Weaver's heavy breathing and suppressed trembling, appeared clearly in front of Xiao Lan. The interview continues. In a room that looked like a study, we found a laptop computer that was open and the screen was still on, showing a magnified photo. The interview record is briefly interrupted here, as if Major Weaver needs time to calm down. However, Xiao Lan's thoughts were like a high-speed precision instrument, and she captured the key in an instant. Photo. It was indeed a photo. The original cause that set off everything. The recording started again, and Major Weaver's voice continued to sound with a hoarseness and incredible absurdity after surviving a disaster. F***K. Do you know what is in that photo that can trigger that monster? SCP-096. His voice suddenly rose, as if he wanted to roar out the fear and absurdity that had been pinned up in his chest. He stretched out a hand, and his 4 fingers trembled slightly in the air, as if he was measuring something insignificant, yet extremely deadly. 4 pixels. Major Weaver's voice was almost distorted. 4. Damn. 4 pixels as small as dust, mixed in the snow in the background of a damn mountaineering photo. 4 pixels. Xiao Lan's pupils suddenly shrank, like needle tips. Not a fuzzy outline, not recognizable facial features, just 4 pixels that are almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Hidden in the corner of a vast snowy landscape. Ridiculous. It is so ridiculous that it is unbelievable. I suspect that the unfortunate fellow, SCP-096-1, didn't even know what he saw. Major Weaver's voice was full of dark humor and a deep sense of powerlessness. He might have just been flipping through old photos when his finger slid across the screen, zooming in, and then his eyes wandered to the unknown. I glanced at it casually, muttered, "Look, I was so handsome back then," and then continued to browse the next photo as usual, or turned off the computer and prepared to go back to the next photo. Go get some coffee and get through his damn ordinary day. Then what? Maybe a few hours later, or maybe the next day, he turned his head and looked out the window, his eyes unconsciously sweeping across a corner. The visual of those 4 pixels, the residual information, or in other words, some deeper marker, is activated. Then, that monster, that shy fellow we designated SCP-096, seemed to have sensed a call and came from a place more than 60 kilometers away. Fong, like a precision-guided meteorite, rushed over with incomprehensible fury and persistence. Major Weaver's voice paused, as if he was recalling the bloody final scene. Rush over here. Tear him and everything around him to pieces. The horrific sight of the D-Class personnel's corpse at the T-junction reappeared in Xiao Lan's mind. No, according to Weaver's description and archival records, SCP-096, one's fate will only be more thorough, more clean. Even traces of existence will be erased, just because of 4 pixels. This is no longer a simple matter of risk-level assessment. This is a nearly unsolvable, rule-based killing. As long as the observable condition is met, no matter how insignificant or unintentional, it will trigger a fatal outcome. This made Xiao Lan feel even more disappointed with her previous luck. He was able to avoid the frontal attack because of luck, but also because of his long-developed instinct to remain highly alert to any abnormalities. Then, the plan of using bait. Its risk is like dancing on the edge of a knife. Any slight negligence may lead to the loss of all help. The interviewer's voice sounded on the screen at the right time, with a hint of urgency and professional inquiry. Then how did you determine that it was that photo, those 4 pixels that triggered all of this. Major Weaver took a deep breath, his tone carrying a hint of relief at having survived the disaster. But more than that, there was strong dissatisfaction and ridicule towards certain people and things. Our scramble device. When the signal from Team 1's helicopter disappeared, we realized something was wrong. Xian Naheo, Team 2 rushed to support and arrived at the scene. As soon as we got near the field, the scramble device sounded a high-risk visual mimetic alarm, directly locking down the house and the damn laptop inside. Scramble? Xiao Lan's eyebrows slightly raised. A new term. Some kind of detection or protection device for visual hazards. The Foundation's technical reserves are indeed deep. The lieutenant was very quick to react. He rushed in first, covered the screen with a standard cover, and then took the laptop away before I had a chance to see it. We took it on the helicopter. Major Weaver's voice was filled with fear. Before we arrived, that damn monster, SCP-096, had already taken to the Black Hawk, which was full of elites, was torn down from the sky like a piece of paper. It also tore apart a Rhino armored personnel carrier that was accompanying the support. Oh my god, the scene. It's AF G mess. There's debris and blood everywhere. Major Weaver's voice dropped again, full of the indelible marks of battlefield trauma. A squadron of Black Hawk helicopters, specially designed armed transport vehicles made by the Foundation with powerful firepower and defense. Rhino, armored personnel carrier, a mobile fortress that can withstand attacks from heavy weapons. In front of SCP-096, it's like a toy. This once again confirms the cold description in the file. No known materials or methods can stop SCP-096 from advancing. Not only does it kill people, it's also an unstoppable obstacle-breaking machine. Xiao Lan's eyes were as calm as water, but her inner assessment of 096 was once again elevated to a new level. This was not just an anomaly that needed to be contained, it was an anomaly. Walking disaster tool. So, the interviewer's voice brought Xiao Lan back to her senses. What is this scramble device? It was clear that the civilian researcher responsible for recording the events was not aware of all the sophisticated equipment used by frontline troops. Major Weaver seemed to have heard a big joke and suddenly laughed, his voice full of sarcasm and contempt. Chapter 35. Right now. Located on the screen. Major Weaver's voice seemed to carry the smell of gunpowder and blood. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, filled with endless ridicule and deep hatred for the so-called high-tech equipment. It didn't work, he screamed, his voice cracking with excitement. With an almost insane self-deprecation. That thing is a piece of G shit. A piece of beautifully packaged, expensive shit. It killed an entire nine-tailed fox task force. Team Alpha, did you know? In the end, only 3 people crawled out alive, including me. His eyes were red as if they could bleed, and his knuckles were white from being pinched so hard. It's all because of those idiot pedants who sat in the office, drank coffee, and thought they were right. He suddenly pinched his throat and imitated in an extremely exaggerated and disgusting tone. The most advanced SCP-096 hostile response avoidance countermeasures scramble system. Oh, listen to this name. How F*** G cool. After finishing the imitation, he suddenly resumed his heavy breathing, like a wounded beast. Bullshit. We can just go to a supermarket, buy the cheapest paper bag from Walmart, put it on the monster's head, and that's it. Simple. Effective. His voice rose again, full of accusations of blood and tears. But no. Who are we? We are the Foundation. We have to use the most advanced technology. The most complicated. The one that is most likely to fail. Scramble. The interview on the screen ended here. Major Weaver disappeared, leaving only his roar full of despair and anger, still echoing in Xiao Lan's ears. A simple paper bag versus the expensive scramble. Xiao Lan's eyes did not fluctuate at all, but her fingertips tapped lightly on the smooth armrest. This kind of low-level mistake, this serious disconnect between theory and practice, often means the cost of life in high-intensity, abnormal confrontations. Weaver's anger is not without reason. The assumptions made in the laboratory are also a deadly cancer within the Foundation. He calmly closed Weaver's interview record and swiped his finger across the screen to pull up another encrypted file labeled Scramble Project Leader Interview with Dambaran Goose. The authority verification is passed, and a new interview screen pops up. In the picture, there is a middle-aged man wearing a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses, who looks gentle and refined. It was Dr. Dan, one of the main leaders of the Scramble Project. However, at this moment, There was no trace of scholarly elegance on the doctor's face, but instead a kind of rage, as if his reverse scale had been touched. He had evidently just reviewed the transcript of the interview with Major Weaver. That brainless muscle idiot. That damned brute. What did he call me? AR asterisk 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 D scholar. AB asterisk 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 D. 737-inch Dr. Dan suddenly stood up from his chair, his face flushed, veins bulging on his neck, and he pointed in the direction of the screen and cursed, his saliva almost spraying onto the camera. He knows nothing. Does he think scientific research is just a game? Does he think designing a system that can resist the harm of visual memes is as simple as putting it in a paper bag? A sharp alarm sounded slightly. The interviewer's voice was calm and controlled as he interrupted. Dr. Dan, please be careful with your words. I just want to ask you a few questions about the scramble device. Please stay calm and control your emotions. Otherwise, the security forces outside the door will have to take necessary restraint measures against you. The cold warning was like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, causing the furious Dr. Dan to freeze instantly. He panted violently for a few times, and the anger in his eyes was gradually replaced by a complex emotion, perhaps grievance, perhaps unwillingness, or perhaps powerlessness against reality. He took a deep breath, forced himself to sit back in his seat, straightened his messy white coat, and pushed his glasses up on the bridge of his nose. Sorry, I lost my composure. He whispered, his voice still trembling slightly. Alas, you see, Weaver. Major Weaver and the others didn't understand. The failure of Scramble was not due to a design error, but it was because we didn't understand the triggering mechanism of SCP-096 thoroughly enough at the time. His expression became serious, with the concentration and a hint of frustration that are unique to scientific researchers. From the system identifying SCP-096 facial features, to calculating and generating the mask signal, to projecting the mask signal to the wearer's eyepiece or the corresponding area of the retina. This is a complete process. This takes time, even if it's only nanoseconds. Dr. Dan raised his head and looked through the lenses, as if he saw the catastrophic failure. That's where the problem lies. In the moment before the system completes the masking command and generates the mosaic, even if it's only a very short window of time, perhaps less than 1,000th of a second, his voice sank, carrying with it the deep helplessness of a technician faced with the insurmountable laws of physics. The unprocessed, raw image photons carrying SCP-096 facial information have been transmitted to the retinas of those soldiers. And then, Dr. Dan's tone was full of bitterness. The brain may not even have time to understand what they saw, and the visual signal has been recorded. These poor guys, they didn't even realize that they saw something they shouldn't have seen, and didn't realize what that terrifying mouth meant. But for SCP-096, the fact of being observed has already been established. Its hostile reaction was irreversibly triggered at that moment. Xiao Lan listened quietly, her face as gloomy as water. It is true. Speed of light. The speed of information processing can never exceed the speed of light propagation. This is a fundamental physical paradox. From the very beginning, Scramble's design had a fatal flaw that could not be remedied in theory. It tries to intercept the information after it arrives, but ignores the fact that the arrival of the information itself has already fulfilled the triggering condition. This once again confirmed his previous judgment. So about that photo. The interviewer's voice sounded again, leading the topic to the source of everything. Have you seen the subsequent analysis report? When mentioning that photo, Dr. Dan's expression instantly became extremely serious, even with a hint of unspeakable fear. You hit the nail on the head. His voice lowered even more, as if he was telling a horrible secret that must never be told to outsiders. This is the most disturbing and horrifying part of the whole incident. He leaned forward slightly, staring at the camera, and spoke slowly and slowly. Do you know when the mountain climbing photo of the original victim, SCP-096-1, which triggered the recovery operation, was taken? Without waiting for the interviewer to answer, he gave the answer directly, his tone so heavy that it seemed like he was announcing the end of the world. According to our subsequent investigation, that photo was taken at least 10 years ago, maybe even earlier, 10 years. Xiao Lan's pupils shrank suddenly. That photo has probably been in his photo album, on his computer hard drive, for a full 10 years, or even longer, and he himself may have long forgotten that there was such a blurry figure in the background of the photo. Dr. Dan's voice carried a tone of despair that bordered on despair. Until one day 10 years later, when he happened to look through old photos, maybe the screen was enlarged, or maybe he just glanced at them accidentally. Those 4 damn pixels actually entered his effective field of view and were marked by his visual system. 10 years. Xiao Lan's fingertips rested on the armrest, and a chill slowly climbed up his spine. What does this mean? Do you understand? Dr. Dan's voice trembled slightly, his eyes filled with great worry about the future. This means that the triggering mechanism of SCP-096 has an extremely terrible delay. This means that its curse can lurk. It can wait. This means, Dr. Dan's voice suddenly rose, filled with incredible fear. Anywhere in this world. Literally, anywhere. There is no way that the image of SCP-096 can be hidden. It's like countless time bombs that have not been detonated. God knows how many photos and video clips there are out there, hiding the face of that shy guy, hiding those fatal pixels, lying there quietly, unnoticed by anyone. They are waiting for a certain moment, a pair of eyes that are attentive enough or unlucky enough. Dr. Dan's words hit Xiao Lan's heart like a heavy hammer. If 4 pixels trigger a hunt, it is already absurd and terrifying enough. Then this kind of image mine that can lurk for 10 years, spread all over the world, waiting to be activated, completely pushes the threat level of SCP-096 to an almost unsolvable and catastrophic level. This is no longer a question of containment breach. This is a potential, unpredictable, and undefendable global mimetic disaster that may break out at any time. The limitation of the speed of light, the delay in information processing, Scramble's fatal flaws have been exposed. Expecting to cover up after seeing the face is like trying to cover up one's own faults. The system can never react faster than the speed at which photons hit the retina. Moreover, in this chaotic and out-of-control facility with alarms wailing, where could one find the expensive equipment that might have been damaged or lost in some corner? Unrealistic. Well, the simplest and crudest method is often the most effective. Completely isolate visual information before potential observation behavior occurs. Close your eyes. Or, creating an effective blindfold, he glanced around and soon locked onto a room not far away with a sign that read Staff Lounge. Without any hesitation, Xiao Lan turned around and walked towards there steadily and quickly. The door of the lounge was violently damaged and hung crookedly on the door frame. Inside was a mess, with overturned tables and chairs, scattered documents, and several messy single beds. That's enough. Xiao Lan walked directly to a bed, reached out and grabbed the gray bed sheet, and pulled it apart. The sound of cloth tearing was particularly harsh in the silent corridor. He continued to do the same thing and pulled the sheets off the other 2 beds. He quickly tied 2 of the sheets together, connecting them end to end, to make a simple but strong enough cloth rope about 3 meters long. Maybe it would be useful later. Then he picked up the remaining complete sheet and folded it several times. Since the paper bag that Idiot Weaver mentioned is feasible, Xiao Lan whispered to herself, with a hint of mockery towards the Foundation's rigid procedures. Then, the bed sheets with even lower light transmittance should also be possible. To verify, he covered his face directly with the folded bed sheet. The eyes were instantly plunged into pure darkness. Not a single ray of light could penetrate the thick fabric. It felt rough to the touch, with a faint smell of disinfectant and dust. Very good. Xiao Lan pulled off the bed sheet, folded it carefully, and held it in her hands. The preparation is complete. He turned around and walked towards the T-shaped corridor filled with the breath of death again. The lingering smell of blood in the air seemed to be even stronger, and the faint smell of rust irritated the nasal cavity. Soon, the familiar corner appeared in sight again. And that figure, SCP-096, still curled up there, like an orphan abandoned by the world, facing the cold wall. However, the torn body of the D-class personnel with its internal organs spilling all over the ground had disappeared without a trace, as if it had been completely wiped out by some invisible existence. Only a dark red pool of blood was left, which was several times larger than before, sticky and hideous, reflecting a strange luster under the pale light of the emergency lamp. A blood-stained pistol was casually abandoned at the edge of a pool of blood, with the muzzle pointing at the ceiling. Woo-woo. Low, suppressed whimpering sounds, like a wounded beast licking its wounds in a dark lair, came intermittently from the corner. The sound is not loud, but it is like an invisible file, repeatedly scraping people's nerves in the dead silence. The other corpses scattered around, and the solidified blood splatters on the walls were silently telling of the horror that had just happened here, and that could happen again at any time. Xiao Lan stopped. Her eyes remained calm, and she just watched quietly. He didn't even try to hold his breath, but just let it out very slowly and slowly, like a top predator entering hunting mode. This guy squatted in the corner with his face covered, his shoulders twitching slightly as he sobbed and made pitiful whimpers. It looked so fragile. It can even arouse an inexplicable desire to protect in bystanders. Who would have thought that such a being who seemed to need comfort was actually one of the most terrifying and unpredictable killing machines in the Foundation's archives? Shy person. The bloodiness behind the code name is enough to scare even the most determined fighter. Xiao Lan even remembered that not long ago, when the containment breach had just begun, he had been tempted to approach the other party because of his extremely deceptive appearance. Asked about the situation. Looking back now, it was like a mad attempt to walk on the edge of death. Just recalling those cold words in the archives, Major Weaver's accusation with tears and blood, Dr. Dan's horrified inference, and the 4 pixels that crossed time and space. The pursuit. Scenes flooded through my mind like a tide. Even though Xiao Lan was used to big scenes and had even personally created countless bloody storms, he couldn't help but feel a chill slowly creeping up his spine. Can't look at its face. Absolutely not. Xiao Lan clenched the bed sheet tightly in her hands, her knuckles turning slightly white. He began to slowly, step by step, approach the corner. His footsteps were as light as a cat walking on a carpet, without making any unnecessary sounds. Each of his movements was carefully calculated. The distance of each step and the center of gravity of his body were controlled just right. The sobbing continued. The distance is shortening little by little. 10 meters. 8 meters. 5 meters. The curled-up figure was so close that I could even smell a faint, mixed odor of ammonia and decayed matter emanating from him. The dangerous atmosphere, like a tangible shadow, loomed over Xiao Lan's heart. He could feel that his heartbeat seemed to speed up slightly due to the depressing atmosphere. But his eyes remained calm, like a bottomless cold pond. Success or failure depends on this one move. He needed absolutely perfect timing to accurately cover the monster's head with the sheet in his hand, before he, and this monster, took any action that might lead to observation. Silence. The only sounds left in the corridor were the heart-pounding sobs and Xiao Lan's almost inaudible breathing. He stopped about 3 steps away from SCP-096. This distance is dangerous enough. But it was enough. He took action. Chapter 36. The heartbeat drums in the silence, and every beat is as heavy as lead. Xiao Lan's eyes were fixed on the huddled figure, the bedsheet in her hands ready to go. There is no wind. The pale light of the emergency lamp outlined the contours of the corridor and also reflected the almost frozen coldness deep in his eyes. The time is now. With a light flick of the wrist, the neatly folded gray bed sheet drew a short parabola in the air, silently and accurately covering SCP-096's head. Puff. There was a muffled sound so slight that it was almost imperceptible. The bed sheet fell, tightly covering the source of the constant whimpering. In an instant, the heart-pounding sobbing stopped abruptly. Dead silence. The suffocating silence like the deep sea suddenly gripped the entire space. Xiao Lan held her breath. All the muscles in her body tensed to the extreme. Every cell was screaming and ready to escape. His sharp eyes scanned the outline covered by the sheets and any possible movements around him. Time seems to be infinitely stretched at this moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. The sound of the emergency light's electricity, the faint echo of the alarm in the distance, and my own uncontrollable heartbeat constituted the only background sound at this moment. The figure covered by the bed sheet was motionless, as if it had turned into a strange sculpture. There were no angry roars, no violent charges, none of the signs of loss of control described in the archives. Success? No, not sure yet. Xiao Lan's eyes were fixed on the edge of the bedsheet. Then he saw it. At the corner of the bedsheet close to the ground, the color began to change quietly. A hint of dark red, like the tongue of a poisonous snake, spread silently from the ground and soaked the gray cloth. The red color was very light at first, but then deepened and expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Scarlet, sticky, with an ominous sheen. It's blood. The pool of blood, which had expanded several times, was now climbing upwards, trying to swallow up the sudden gray color. The blood slowly and steadily spread upwards, like a living vine, bit by bit, persistently dyeing the entire bed sheet the color of hell. This silent scene is more creepy than any roar. It silently tells us what kind of horrible existence, which has just finished a feast, is hidden under the bed sheet. Just when Xiao Lan's nerves were about to break. OSI. The faint whimpering sound, as if coming from behind a thick barrier, sounded again. Intermittent and unclear, but like the sound of nature. Xiao Lan's tense body suddenly relaxed, and he slowly exhaled a long breath, which condensed into a small ball of white mist in the cold air and quickly dissipated. Fine. As long as it is still crying, as long as the face has not been observed, the trigger mechanism has not been activated. This makeshift headgear worked. He took another step, this time more steadily, with the confidence that he was in control of the situation, and slowly approached the figure who was still curled up with his head covered. He extended his index finger, with a boldness that was almost blasphemous, and gently poked the area of SCP-096's shoulder covered by the bedsheet. It feels cold and hard, and through the cloth, one can even feel the outline of some inhuman bones. No response. Aside from a constant whimpering sound like a broken tape recorder, SCP-096 showed no response to the tentative contact. It is like an autistic person immersed in his own sad world, indifferent to everything outside, as long as that forbidden face is not seen. Very good. Xiao Lan retracted her fingers and picked up the simple cloth rope she had prepared earlier, which was made from twisted bed sheets. Carefully and gently, he looped the rope around SCP-096's waist and expertly tied a secure slipknot. Then, he carefully tucked the hem of the sheet covering SCP-096's head into the gap in the waist rope, making sure it would not easily slip off or be broken free. After doing all this, he pulled away a little, about 2 meters. The rope in his hand is like a rein connecting life and death. Xiao Lan gently pulled the rope back. The force was very light, with a questioning tone. The sobbing paused for a moment. Then, the figure covered by the bed stood up from the curled-up position stiffly and extremely slowly. It still had its head down, or rather, its entire upper body was in a strange hunched posture. It mechanically took a small step in the direction where Xiao Lan was pulling the rope. It worked. Xiao Lan's eyes narrowed slightly. There was no joy in her heart, only a cold sense of confirmation. He turned around and began to move forward along the T-shaped corridor he had come from, heading in the planned direction. He didn't look back, and there is no turning back. He could only judge whether SCP-096 was still following him by the slight shaking of the rope in his hand and the vague sense of tension he felt from time to time, which meant that the other party was catching up. The footsteps were very light. Behind him, there was only a dull sound, like heavy boots dragging on the floor, and the intermittent sobbing that never stopped and was muffled by the cloth. One person and one monster formed an extremely strange picture. In the underground facility corridor filled with corpses and blood and flashing pale emergency lights, a grim-faced man, like leading some docile livestock, led a humanoid being with its head covered and constantly crying, slowly but firmly moving forward. 014707422 Felu 1440422020. The air around seemed to solidify, filled with invisible pressure. Finally, a crooked and open metal door appeared in front of us. There were traces of rough damage on the door frame, and the words D-Class Cell Block Gamma 7 could be vaguely seen on the doorplate. The cell was empty. The D-Class personnel who were supposed to be detained here had long since disappeared, perhaps becoming another victim of this containment failure. Xiao Lan stopped and gently pulled the rope, guiding SCP-096 into the cell. He carefully led it to the innermost corner of the cell, facing the wall. SCP-096 seemed to have no objection to this. Like a puppet without self-awareness, it obediently stopped at the designated position and continued to make those annoying whimpers. Xiao Lan left the cell without hesitation. He slammed the heavy metal door shut with his backhand. With a click, the sound of the automatic lock cylinder engaging was particularly clear in the silence. But that's not enough. Xiao Lan glanced at the scattered debris on the ground nearby and soon found a black marker pen dropped in the corner. He picked up the pen, walked to the cell door that had just been closed, and uncapped the pen. The tip of the pen scratched across the cold metal door, making a rustling sound. Without any hesitation, he drew a huge and eye-catching danger sign of a crossed skull and bones in the middle of the door, which would alert anyone who saw it. Then, below the logo, he clearly wrote 3 letters and 3 numbers in the same bold font. SCP-096. After doing all this, he took a step back and looked at his masterpiece. Inside the door, the sobbing sound continued. Outside the door, the place was in a mess and filled with danger. The first disposal target has been temporarily contained. Xiao Lan threw away the marker, but her eyes did not relax at all, but became even deeper. In this underground maze that has completely gotten out of control, there are still 2 surprises that must be dealt with, and time is passing by every second. He turned around and cast his gaze into the deeper darkness of the corridor, as if he could penetrate the wall and see the next lurking deadly threat. This hunt has just begun. Xiao Lan has just temporarily contained SCP-096 in a Class D cell. The newly painted cross-skull logo on the door looks particularly hideous under the pale emergency light. The air was filled with a mixture of disinfectant, blood, and some indescribable smell of corruption. He turned around, preparing to go deeper into the underground facility that had been swallowed by chaos to find and deal with the other two targets on the list. The footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, neither fast nor slow. The light of the emergency light cut through the darkness, casting a long, twisted shadow behind him. Just then, a sudden voice broke the silence. Xiao Lan. The voice was trembling and uncertain, as if it came from far away, yet also very close. It was unusually clear in this silent environment where one could hear one's heartbeat. Xiao Lan paused, and her sharp eyes swept around like a hawk. Emergency lights can only illuminate a limited range, and there is bottomless darkness beyond that. Apart from the scattered corpses and the solidified stains on the walls, there was no one in sight. Is it hallucination? Or, the dead souls here are unwilling to be lonely? The corners of his mouth curled up in a very faint, cold arc. He had already calmed down in the face of this level of interference. Having experienced countless containment failures and abnormal events, he knew very well that in this environment, any disturbance could hide a deadly trap. Just as he put aside his distracting thoughts and prepared to move on, the voice sounded again, this time clearer and more urgent. Hey, over here. Can you hear me? Help me. This time, he identified the source of the sound. It was not coming from the deep darkness in front of him, nor from the direction of SCP-096 that he had just left, but another branch of the T-shaped corridor not far behind him. Request flowers 0. He turned slowly, his eyes fixed on a half-open metal door about 10 meters away in the side corridor. The doorplate was covered with solidified dark matter, but the words Observation Room Gamma 3 were vaguely visible. The sound came from there. Someone, a Foundation person still alive under these circumstances? Xiao Lan's eyes did not relax at all, but became more vigilant. There are many possibilities, but no matter which one, it needs to be confirmed. He walked towards the half-open door. His footsteps were silent, like a stalking cheetah, and every step was in perfect control of the rhythm. Pushing open the heavy metal door, the smell of Japanese air mixed with chemical reagents hit me in the face. What comes into view is a typical Foundation containment observation room structure. A thick bulletproof glass wall divides the room into two parts. On one side is a control area filled with various precision instruments and operating buttons. At this moment, most of the screens have been turned off, and only a few emergency indicator lights are still flashing faintly. On the other side is a relatively empty internal containment and observation room. The source of the sound is right there. Through the thick bulletproof glass, a researcher in white, the man in a gown, with messy hair and a look of anxiety and panic on his face, was waving at him vigorously, forcing an almost flattering smile on his face. Oh hey, thank God. I thought no one would ever hear it. The man's voice came through the glass and the internal communication system, with a sense of relief and anxiety after surviving the disaster. Listen, man, I accidentally locked myself in here, and what's happening outside is terrible. Those monsters. Can you help me? 0. He pointed to a row of buttons on the console in Xiao Lan's direction, and said pleadingly, See that red emergency door opening button on the console? Yes, that's it. It's the biggest one. Just press it. Please, let me out quickly. I don't want to die here. Xiao Lan's gaze stayed on the man for less than half a second, then moved away and fell on the dusty control console. Her eyes were cold and without the slightest fluctuation. He didn't even bother looking for the panic button the man had mentioned. He reached out his hand, not to press any buttons, but to brush away some dust from the edge of the console, revealing the numbers and logos engraved underneath. You realize this is a really bad lie, right? His voice was calm, as if he was stating an obvious fact, and it came clearly through the internal communication system to the other side of the glass wall. There was even a hint of disdain in his tone. The smile on the man on the other side of the glass froze instantly, and a trace of surprise and panic flashed in his eyes, as if he had never expected to get such a response. But he quickly adjusted himself. His expression became even more miserable, almost crying. He bent down, put his hands together, and made a begging gesture. What are you talking about? I'm really trapped. I'm not lying. Please, it's too dangerous outside. Those alarms, and those sounds. You must have heard them too. Here we are. Help me, please. I'm just an ordinary researcher. His performance was full of emotion and passion. Anyone with a soft heart or lack of experience might have really pressed that button. But Xiao Lan just sneered, like a winter wind blowing across the ice. He completely ignored the almost hysterical pleading on the other side of the glass and quickly glanced at the file rack next to the console. Despite the mess and many documents scattered on the ground, he still accurately pulled out a folder with a dark brown edge that looked like it had been corroded by something. He dusted off the cover without even looking at the face on the other side of the glass, whose expression gradually changed from pleading to disbelief, and then to a hint of gloom. He flipped through the files and read slowly in a tone without any emotion, as if he was reading a verdict. Item hashtag SCP-035. Just these few words made the researcher on the other side of the glass tremble violently, and the last trace of disguised panic on his face disappeared. Xiao Lan continued to read, her voice echoing in the silent observation room. Object Class. Keter Point 17. It appears to be a white porcelain comedy mask, but under certain circumstances, it will transform into a tragedy mask. He paused, raised his eyelids, and his cold gaze penetrated the thick, bulletproof glass-like substance, staring directly at the figure opposite him whose body had stopped trembling and was slowly standing up. A highly corrosive and degenerative viscous black liquid constantly oozes out of its eyes and mouth. Any organic matter that comes into contact with the liquid will quickly decay in a short period of time. Fight. Liquefaction. : Xiao Lan gently closed the file and tapped the cover with her finger. Her voice was filled with a hint of sarcasm and unquestionable confirmation. How is it? Do you want me to read it again? The feeling of being possessed by a corpse. Are you okay? Chapter 37. Xiao Lan's words were like a basin of ice water, extinguishing the last flame of disguise in the body on the other side of the glass. The face that had been trying hard to show pleading and fear was now completely frozen, and the last trace of pretended fragility belonging to the researcher was gone. Instead, there is a deep and sinister aura that seems to have condensed thousands of years of resentment. The being under the mask, or rather, the mask itself, no longer pretended to tremble. The body slowly stood up and confronted Xiao Lan's cold gaze through the thick, bulletproof glass. The air seemed to become sticky at this moment, and the lights of the few remaining emergency lights in the observation room seemed to be distorted by this silent confrontation. I'm not stupid, and I'm not blind, brother. Xiao Lan casually threw the file stained with traces of corrosion back onto the file rack, with an action as casual as throwing away 10 pieces of waste paper. He brushed off the non-existent dust on his body, his posture relaxed, as if he had just conducted a boring science popularization. Even 3-year-old children in the Foundation know your tricks. He didn't even bother to look at the mask anymore. His words were filled with undisguised contempt. Possessing a living body, and then using your disgusting saliva to dissolve the host from the inside out. TSK, what a wasteful and tasteless approach. He recalled the cold records in the files, and his tone became more mocking. And your sweet talk can scare some weak-willed fools, such as those researchers who helped you plan your escape and were eventually shot on the spot. Unfortunately, it doesn't work on me. These words were like the sharpest scalpel, accurately stripping away all of SCP-035's disguises and reliance, exposing its self-righteous wisdom and control capabilities in the pale light, making it look so ridiculous. The figure behind the glass didn't say anything, but the eternally comic smile on the white porcelain mask now revealed a chilling coldness. If looks could kill, Xiao Lan would have been cut into pieces long ago. That's right, SCP-035, the Keter-level containment object, is absolutely notorious in the entire facility. Its danger lies not only in its physical corrosion, but also in its spiritual pollution and unpredictable malice. Just as Xiao Lan was about to turn around and leave this unpleasant observation room, the voice behind the glass sounded again. This time it was no longer a plea, but a hurried, seductive tone. Wait, Xiao Lan, don't go. I know you want to leave here. I have a way to help you get out. As long as you press. The voice seemed to have magical power, trying to get into Xiao Lan's mind and plant the seeds of obedience. All right, save your breath. Xiao Lan waved her hand impatiently to interrupt him, not even bothering to turn her head. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Just stay here honestly. After this containment breach incident is handled, someone will naturally come to replace the glass cover with a thicker one, or directly build it into the wall. He walked to the door, not forgetting to turn around, with a nasty smile on his face. Goodbye. Enjoy your single room. After saying that, he opened the heavy metal door and stepped aside to let the iPod following behind him. The static cement statue, SCP-173, slide out first. he said to the smooth face of the statue with simple patterns on it, as if he was coaxing an ignorant child. "This guy is full of nonsense and lies. We don't want to play with him, haha." The still body of the iPod shook slightly, and it seemed to make an extremely short meowing sound, like the friction of stones, in response. Xiao Lan nodded with satisfaction, and was about to leave the range of observation room Gamma 3 completely to continue his disposal task. However, the moment he raised his head, a wickedness as cold as ice and as thick as a swamp suddenly grabbed hold of him. It was as if an invisible giant hand was strangling his heart, and a fear that came from biological instinct made the hairs on his body stand on end instantly. His eyes suddenly rose and fixed on the ceiling of the corridor ahead. There, originally just an inconspicuous, seeping stain, now seemed to be wriggling like a living thing. A dark, human-shaped outline was slowly and silently seeping out of the stain. It was hanging upside down in a posture that completely defied the laws of physics, with half of its rotten, slimy body sticking out, leaving only its head and shoulders exposed. There were no eyes, or rather, the entire face was blurred, with only a huge, gaping hole that seemed to be grinning silently. SCP-106, the scary old man. It just hung there quietly, that blurred face, or rather, that pure, undisguised murderous intent, was fixed firmly on Xiao Lan. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The only sounds in the corridor were the faint sound of the emergency lights and Xiao Lan's own rapidly accelerating heartbeat. There is no hesitation, and there is no room for hesitation. Xiao Lan's eyes were fixed on the figure on the ceiling that was emitting a decaying smell, but her body was retreating step by step at an extremely slow and steady pace. Backing up to the door of Gamma 3, the inspection room where he had just walked out, holding SCP-035. His back was almost touching the cold metal door frame, but he dared not take his eyes away from the shadow of death hanging above his head. One step after another. The route of retreat was actually the cage. There is an abyss in front and behind. Another abyss? At the end of the corridor, death is approaching. This moment, the cold metal door frame seemed like the border of hell. On one side was a terrifying old man who was constantly oozing out corruption and malice, and on the other side was an observation room where the cunning mask was imprisoned. Xiao Lan leaned against this border, in a dilemma. Behind the thick, bulletproof glass of the observation room, the face of the researcher, which had long been occupied by a distorted will, now revealed a strange expression that was a mixture of watching a show and anticipation. "How about it, buddy? Do you need my help?" SCP-035's voice sounded again. This time, the rapid temptation disappeared, replaced by a more playful tone, like a cat playing with a mouse, with a hint of teasing, but trying to wrap it in a friendly sugar coating. It seemed to enjoy Xiao Lan's predicament at the moment. Xiao Lan's eyes were still fixed on the upside-down figure on the ceiling of the corridor, dripping with black slime. SCP-106 did not attack immediately, but simply held him tightly with its invisible malice, like a hunter admiring the final struggle of its prey. Time here becomes extremely slow and deadly. He did not completely retreat back to the observation room, but just hid most of his body behind the door frame. At the same time, he glanced at the I-beam that was following closely behind him and standing still at the door. "Watch out outside." Xiao Lan's voice was low and calm, as if she was not talking to a murderous statue, but giving orders to a well-trained sentry. "If that old man makes any unusual movements, you know what to do." Although Xiao Lan knew that SCP-173 had no intelligence and only followed simple rules, she still gave instructions out of habit. He needed an anchor, something that could temporarily block SCP-106, if only for a moment. Then, he slowly turned his gaze to SCP-035 behind the glass. His eyes were cold, without a trace of panic of being forced into a desperate situation. "Tell me," Xiao Lan said, her voice eerily calm. "SCP-106 is outside right now. It's blocking my path. Tell me, what should I do?" He did not ask, "What can you do?" but directly asked, "What should I do?" This subtle wording firmly put the initiative in his own hands, as if it was natural for SCP-0B5 to provide information. The mask behind the glass seemed to be stunned for a moment, and then let out a low and strange laugh, like the friction of dry wood. "Oh, SCP-106? That weird old guy." The masked voice was full of obvious mockery. "As far as I know, that guy has a bad temper. He likes to play those tricks of dragging people into the wall and turning them into wooden men. Hee." Its laughter echoed in the small space, and combined with the smell of decay emanating from SCP-106 outside, it seemed particularly harsh and ominous. Stop talking nonsense, Xiao Lan interrupted him, her tone firm and decisive, without any hesitation. Tell me the solution. The mask's laughter suddenly stopped. Even the eternal arc on that white porcelain smiling face became a little stiff. If you can let me out. SCP-035's voice became anxious again, with a desire that could not be concealed. I mean, if you do this, we can escape from here together. Think about it. It's so chaotic outside. It's always good to have one more helper, right? We can help each other. Then you'd better give up this idea as soon as possible. Xiao Lan's response was as fast as a slap in the face, cold and firm. I won't let you out. Never. He paused, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, cutting into the opponent's soft spot with precision like a scalpel. However, you manipulated a D-class personnel to disguise as a researcher and try to escape. There is no way around it. If you can provide useful information to help me out of this predicament, I can consider not writing this matter and your attempt to deceive me in detail in my incident report. This is a naked deal, more like a threat. Using the rules and reporting system of the Foundation, taking advantage of this person who is also bound by the rules. The figure behind the glass was visibly stiff. The being under the mask clearly understood what this meant. Even if it could survive this incident, a report detailing its violations and high level of danger would only make its future life more difficult, and containment procedures would inevitably be upgraded to a desperate level. But the mask's voice was a little hesitant, and it raised its half-corroded finger and pointed at an inconspicuous device in the corner of the ceiling. The surveillance in this room. That small camera, with a faint red light on the lens, was flashing persistently in the darkness. Xiao Lan looked in the direction it pointed, then sneered, without the slightest fluctuation on her face, and lied as naturally as if she was stating the fact. When the power went out, the surveillance lines and recording units in most areas burned out, including here. The emergency power supply was only enough to maintain the lighting and access control system. He added in a flat tone, as if he was talking about something insignificant. If I don't tell you, no one will know what happened just now. As for this body, he glanced at the shell that had begun to show obvious signs of decay. After you completely dissolve it, there will only be a pool of black mucus that cannot be identified. Who cares where this pool of mud came from? These words are both an explanation and an invisible pressure. The mask fell silent. The eternal smile behind the glass seemed to freeze, leaving only a heavy, weighing silence. I don't know if I should believe you, sir. After a few seconds, the mask said in a deliberately hypocritical, hesitant tone. It is still trying to keep the last bit of bargaining. There is room for improvement. You have no choice. Xiao Lan interrupted its final performance. Her voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable decisiveness. Yes, it had no choice. Either it gambled that Xiao Lan would keep her promise, in exchange for a glimmer of hope and a relatively relaxed future, or it would completely break up with Xiao Lan. And even if Xiao Lan died here, with SCP-106 and other potential threats lurking inside and outside, it may not necessarily get what it wants. There was another suffocating silence. Okay. Finally, the mask compromised. The voice was full of reluctance and compulsion, but it still made a choice. I saw the possessed body slowly squatting down 2.4 meters behind the glass. It stretched out its finger, which had begun to ooze black mucus and was rotten beyond recognition, and gently sipped some sticky liquid from the cold ground that was also stained with black stains, with highly corrosive liquid. Then, it turned around and faced the wall of the observation room near the inner corridor. With its fingers covered with its own corrosive fluid, it began to slowly trace on the smooth wall. The lines are twisted and weird, but surprisingly accurate. A crude sketch of the interior map of the facility, which contained a large number of passages, rooms, and special markings, was actually drawn by it using its own secretions. Xiao Lan's pupils shrank slightly. This guy, his familiarity with the internal layout of this facility far exceeds that of an ordinary containment object. How long has he been secretly infiltrating and observing? A chill ran down Xiao Lan's spine. This mask is definitely more dangerous than what is recorded in the archives. If we let it go, the consequences will be disastrous. The map on the wall continued to extend. SCP-035 seemed to be immersed in his own description. The rotten fingers scratched the wall, making a slight corrosion sound. In this dead, silent environment, it seems unusually clear. What does it know? Can the routed draw really avoid SCP-106? Outside the corridor, the upside-down figure of SCP-106 still exudes desperate malice, like a sword of Damocles hanging over its head. In the observation room, The map drawn with corrosive mucus on the wall is pointing to an unknown and perhaps equally dangerous road. Xiao Lan's heart sank. Chapter 38. On the cold wall of the observation room, the map drawn by SCP-035's corrosive secretions has twisted and strange lines, but also reveals an unsettling accuracy. Every corner and every room mark seem to silently tell of the mask's insight into the secrets deep within the facility. Xiao Lan withdrew her gaze from the map and looked back at the possessed mask with an eternal smile behind the glass. Outside, SCP-100 and SIX's decaying malice was like a thick, tangible fog, still shrouding the corridor, and the upside-down figure was like a death scythe hanging overhead, ready to fall at any moment. "Yes, sir," SCP-035 said with a hint of smugness, as if he was very satisfied with the chips he had thrown. "But as you said, you have no choice." It paused deliberately to let the weight of the words settle in the dead air. Or, the mask's tone became more playful, full of malicious incitement. "You can just go out now and have a close contact with the old friend outside. See what happens. I don't know. Maybe you will become the Foundation's next valuable experimental case, recording how you were dragged into the wall by him and became part of his collection." Hee hee. The strange laughter echoed in the small space, interweaving with the decayed smell emanating from SCP-106 outside, forming a creepy concerto. However, the laughter stopped abruptly, and the mask's tone suddenly changed, becoming as if sharing an enticing secret. "If you choose to believe my map, on the route I planned, you will pass by a very interesting place." Its voice was low and had a bewitching power. A room containing SCP-500. These 4 letters were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing subtle but clear ripples in Xiao Lan's heart. SCP-500. Xiao Lan frowned slightly, her voice still without any emotion. "That panacea?" His mind was racing. SCP-500 is an extremely valuable anomalous item within the Foundation. It is rumored to be able to cure all diseases and even repair serious physical damage. In the current environment of containment failure and crisis, its value is self-evident. This mask not only knows the existence of SCP-500, but even includes its specific location in the escape route it has drawn. To what extent has this guy infiltrated the facility? Yes, that's it. Panacea, the fountain of life, SCP-035 said in an aria-like tone, with an almost worshipful intoxication. "By the way, the combination lock of that room, the combination." It paused again, as if enjoying the pleasure of controlling information. "Are 4 asterisk keys. Yes, press the asterisk key 4 times in a row, and it will open up for you." 11 Xiao Lan's eyes suddenly became as sharp as a knife, fixed on the mask tightly. "How did you know?" "The password to the room where the items are kept is extremely high security and cannot be accessed by ordinary people. SCP-035 is a tightly contained Keter-class project. The channel through which it obtains this kind of information itself represents a huge security risk and immeasurable danger." Behind the glass, the possessed body did not give a direct answer. It simply slowly raised its corroded hand and made a slow downward gesture with its index finger that was covered in black mucus. An action that is extremely simple, yet contains infinite horrific possibilities. Is it the ventilation duct? Is it the monitoring system? Or a higher level authority penetration? Xiao Lan didn't ask any further questions. The answer is no longer important. What is important is that the abilities and knowledge demonstrated by SCP-035 have far exceeded the scope of archival records. The danger of this mask must be reevaluated. But now he really needs that path, and he is indeed interested in SCP-500. Panacea. In an environment where one could be injured or even die at any time, a few pieces of SCP-500 could mean a few more lives. He was well aware of the value and rarity of this thing, and also knew how difficult it was to obtain it. If it weren't for the massive containment breach that engulfed the entire facility, he wouldn't have had the chance to come into contact with it. Risks and opportunities coexist. Xiao Lan no longer hesitated. He reached out and gently stroked SCP-173, which had been standing still near the door like a loyal guard. The cold, hard touch brought him a strange sense of security. "iPod," he whispered, his voice not loud but carrying an unquestionable command. "Follow me." Then, he made a move that surprised SCP-035 a little. He carefully adjusted his posture and fixed the heavy concrete statue on his right shoulder like a special backpack. He adjusted the angle to ensure that his vision always covered part of the iPod, while also being able to observe the environment in front of him. This is an extremely dangerous and highly focused action. Carrying SCP-173 means that he must maintain eye contact at all times, even for a split second. All of these may cause the neck to be broken instantly, but Xiao Lan's movements seemed unusually steady, as if this was just part of her daily training. After doing all this, he took one last look at SCP-035 behind the glass. His eyes were cold and without any gratitude. Remember your promise. If I find any problems with your map or information. He didn't finish his words, but the threat contained in them made the smile on the mask seem to freeze for a moment. Good luck, sir. SCP-035's voice came from behind, with a hint of urgency and false blessings. Don't forget what you promised me. Xiao Lan didn't look back, but walked straight to the wall with the map drawn on it. According to the first corner marked on it, she stepped into a relatively narrow and dimly lit auxiliary passage next to it. The corridor was filled with a mixture of disinfectant and a faint smell of blood, and the emergency lights flickered overhead, casting long, swaying shadows. Following the instructions on the map, Xiao Lan moved forward cautiously and quickly. His footsteps were so light that they were almost inaudible, with only the slight sound of the rough concrete surface of the iPod on his shoulder occasionally rubbing against the wall. He remained highly alert at all times, not only having to pay attention to the unknown dangers ahead, but also having to maintain his line of sight on SCP-173 on his shoulder. Faint sounds of gunfire, screams, and the roars of some inhuman beings could be heard in the distance, indicating that the disaster was still continuing to expand. Soon, he arrived at the door of a special room marked on the map. This is a heavy metal security door with a password input panel embedded in the door frame and a slightly old but still clear laminated document attached to the side. Xiao Lan stopped and looked at the document. Item hashtag SCP-500 Object Class Safe Special Containment Procedures * SCP-500 must be stored in a cool, dry place away from strong light. To prevent misuse, access to SCP-500 is restricted to personnel with Level 4 security clearance. Description * SCP-500 is a small plastic canister, currently, at time of writing, containing 47 red pills. Oral administration of 1 tablet of SCP-500 will effectively cure the subject of any ailment within 2 hours, depending on the subject's condition and the severity of the ailment. All attempts to synthesize the active ingredient of SCP-500 have been unsuccessful. Safe level: 47 pieces. Cure all diseases. Xiao Lan's pupils contracted slightly, and her heart beat uncontrollably faster. Even he couldn't remain completely indifferent when faced with such a legendary item. He took a deep breath, suppressed the waves in his heart, and turned his eyes to the combination lock on the door. For * keys, is the information given by SCP-035 true? Is the legendary panacea really stored behind this door? And what unknown consequences will open this door bring? In the dim corridor, only the flickering light of the emergency lights and the motionless killing statue on his shoulder silently witnessed this crucial moment. Xiao Lan's fingertips were almost touching the cold password panel, and she was making a final decision about the value and risk of SCP-500. At this moment, an indescribable chill, as if coming from the depths of the soul, suddenly poured down from the top of my head. It's not a drop in temperature, but a deeper, more essential sign of decay. He looked up suddenly. The pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. The alloy ceiling above my head, which should have been solid, now looked as if it had been splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid, with a large area of irregular, charred stains. And right in the center of the stain, a hunched, dark human figure was silently oozing out of it. It's SCP-106, the Keto-level entity known as the Scary Old Man. It had already poked out its rotten upper body. That face, which was covered with wrinkles and looked like it would peel off at any moment, was moving very slowly but playfully towards Xiao Lan below. There were no visible eyeballs in those empty eye sockets, only bottomless darkness and a malice that could freeze the souls of living things. So close. A strong stench mixed with rotten flesh and chemicals hit me in the face, making me feel sick. Xiao Lan's heart seemed to be clenched by an invisible hand, and it suddenly skipped a beat. All the blood in her body seemed to freeze at that moment. There is no time to think. There is no room for thinking. SCP-100 and SIX's arm, which was covered in black mucus and looked like a dead branch, was already grabbing towards his neck at a speed that was inconsistent with its slow movement. In a split second, Xiao Lan forced herself to suppress the fear that suddenly surged up in her. Her body's instinctive reaction was faster than her brain's command. He exerted force from his waist suddenly, and rolled sideways in an extremely awkward but extremely accurate manner, narrowly avoiding the fatal grab. The heavy SCP-173 statue pressed on his right shoulder, making the tumbling movement extremely difficult and almost causing him to lose his balance. But he managed to rely on his extraordinary control to keep part of his sight fixed on the iPod while rolling, making sure he would not lose sight due to interruption of vision. After staggering to his feet, Xiao Lan quickly distanced himself from SCP-106 by several meters. He gasped heavily, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Just now, he was only a few tenths of a second away from being dragged into that other dimensional pocket. SCP-106, on the other hand, didn't seem to care about its prey escaping. It still maintained that creepy, slow rhythm, allowing the sticky, black, corrosive liquid on its body to drip onto the ground with a pat, pat sound, making a clear and strange sound. Xiao Lan's eyes were as sharp as a knife as she quickly analyzed the situation. This guy? SCP-106, extremely difficult to contain. It is not like SCP-067096, which can be dealt with temporarily by simply not looking at its face, covering it with a hood, and locking it up in a sturdy room. SCP-106 is able to move freely through any solid matter and is impervious to conventional physical barriers. In order to contain it, the Foundation designed an extremely complex electromagnetic, constant current system that uses constantly changing strong electromagnetic fields to interfere with its phase-shifting ability and anchor it in a special lead containment unit. It now appears that the massive power outage that affected the entire facility must have caused the backup power supply to fail to fully start in time, or the staff responsible for monitoring the constant current system was no longer on duty. This brief, fatal gap in system operation gave this terrifying existence a chance to escape. Just as Xiao Lan's thoughts raced, SCP-106 had completely slid down from the corroded hole in the ceiling. Snap! With a dull thud, its shapeless feet landed on the ground, splashing more black slime all around. Wherever the metal wall was splashed, a sizzling corrosion sound immediately came out, leaving behind traces like spreading rust, as if the wall itself was shedding brown tears in pain. A few drops of black mucus splashed precisely onto Xiao Lan's white researcher coat. Sizzle! A piercing sound was heard, and the cloth began to dissolve and carbonize at a speed visible to the naked eye, emitting wisps of white smoke. Several large irregular holes were instantly burned out, and the corrosion was still spreading rapidly. Xiao Lan's face changed slightly, and without hesitation, she tore off and threw away the severely corroded coat as quickly as possible. Her movements were clean and neat, without any drag. The coat drew an arc in the air and landed on the ground a few meters away. Almost the moment it hit the ground, it turned into a pool of smoking black, burnt material. Xiao Lan looked down at the edge of her exposed arm skin, which was only a hair's breadth away from the area that had just been corroded. If it was even a second later, the horrible mucus would directly burn his skin, and the consequences would be disastrous. The cold air directly touched his skin, bringing a hint of chill, but also making his mind clearer. He is now shirtless, carrying SCP-173 on his shoulders, which could go berserk at any time, and in front of him is SCP-106, which can pass through walls and the ground, and can kill anyone who touches it. And the door to hope, SCP-500, is behind SCP-106. The retreat route has been corroded, and the road ahead is shrouded in the shadow of death. Under the dim and flickering emergency lights, Xiao Lan's eyes did not show any panic, but instead flashed with an almost cold and resolute light. He looked at the slowly approaching black figure emitting a decayed aura, and a faint arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. The situation seems to be getting more interesting. Chapter 39. The SCP-173 iPod statue on his shoulder is cold and heavy, like a responsibility that could explode at any time. But Xiao Lan had no time to care about the pressure on her shoulders at the moment. His attention was completely focused on the two restless small iPod replicas under his feet. They were using their hard little concrete heads to repeatedly hit the edges of Xiao Lan's combat boots, making subtle but rapid knock-knock sounds, like a silent urging or like some kind of primitive alarm. Chirp, chirp. It wasn't a real cry, but more like a tooth-grinding sound produced by the friction of concrete, but it clearly conveyed a message. Go. The danger is not over yet. Xiao Lan's eyes swept across the anxious little fellows at her feet, and then fell on the former researcher's coat that she had just discarded, which had turned into a pool of smoking, burnt matter. Without the slightest hesitation, He leaned over and placed his fingers precisely around the edge of the still sizzling wreckage, groping around. My fingertips touched something cold and hard. A standard brown glass medicine bottle. Inside it quietly lies 5 pills of the legendary panacea, SCP 500, and a Foundation employee identification card with slightly corroded edges, but with the core information still intact. Target achieved. Xiao Lan's eyes became stern, and she didn't stop for a moment. He stood up suddenly, stuffed the medicine bottle and work badge into his trouser pockets, and adjusted the center of gravity of the large SCP-173 on his shoulder, making sure his eyes never completely left it. Then, he took a step forward and rushed into the darker and deeper corridor ahead at a nearly frantic pace. His footsteps echoed in the empty metal passage, rapid and steady, with an unquestionable determination. Behind him, the hunched figure of SCP-106 did not catch up immediately. The scary old man moved with his unique slow pace, like torturing his prey, and seemed to be in no hurry. But this by no means means safety. Xiao Lan knew that the real threat did not come from direct pursuit from behind. As he ran, he kept an eye on his surroundings. I saw more and more dense black stains beginning to appear on the metal walls on both sides, the ceiling above my head, and even the seams of the floor under my feet. They spread rapidly like some kind of living mold, corroding the originally cold and clean metal surface into mottled spots, presenting a disgusting mixture of rust and burnt black texture. A sticky black liquid with a rotten smell slowly seeped out and dripped from those wounds. Pa! Pa! The sound was unusually clear in the silent corridor, like the countdown of the god of death's stopwatch. Behind every rust stain, there may be a terrifying figure hidden. SCP-106 didn't need to catch up to him. It only needs to lurk behind these corrupt, secret doors of its own creation and wait. While waiting for Xiao Lan to pass by, a withered hand, or 10 twisted legs, covered with black mucus suddenly stretched out from the wall, ceiling, or even from the ground. There's no need to grab him. Just give him a gentle pull and make him trip. Once you lose your balance and fall to the ground soaked in corrosive liquid, Xiao Lan had no doubt that his body would begin to dissolve within seconds, experiencing a slow but thorough decomposition process that was 1,000,000 times more painful than a strong acid burn. Adrenaline rushes through your veins, and your senses are heightened to the extreme. He was like a cheetah moving through a jungle full of dangers, and every move he made was full of power and vigilance. Crossover, and crossover again. One T-junction after another, one seemingly endless corridor after another. The emergency light flickered, illuminating his angular profile. Sweat dripped down his jawline, but the calmness and sharpness in his eyes did not waver in the slightest. Finally, after turning another corner, the scene ahead seemed to have changed. Xiao Lan's pace gradually slowed down, and finally she stopped, supporting her knees with her hands, gasping for breath violently. Ho-ha! Ho-ha VR. The scorching air was inhaled into his lungs, bringing a slight burning sensation. After a long period of high-intensity running and mental tension, even he felt visibly tired. He raised his head and glanced around quickly. The walls here are actually clean. None of that signature creepy black corrosion stain. Although there were some dried blood and traces of battle on the alloy wall, at least there was no omnipresent, lurking threat like SCP-106. It seems safe for the time being. This is a relatively spacious space, and the layout no longer looks like the previous experimental area or containment area. Some overturned tables and chairs, scattered documents, and a blurry sign on the wall that reads Staff Lounge indicate the function of this place. Passing through here, based on the map memory provided by SCP-035 just now and the general layout of the facility, it should be the direction of the staff cafeteria. After a long period of running around and tense nerves, coupled with the previous series of fierce battles, an intense feeling of hunger burned in his stomach like a flame. The body is craving energy. Xiao Lan licked her cracked lips, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. He looked down at the 2 little eye beings that were still patrolling at his feet. Since we're here, he whispered to himself, with a playful smile on his face, let's get something to eat. What do you think, iPods? As if they understood what he said, the 2 small concrete statues actually stopped hitting his boots and began to circle quickly and excitedly around his feet, making more frequent squeaking friction sounds. If others saw this strange scene, they would probably think that Hell's Kitchen had opened. However, just as Xiao Lan had this absurd thought in her mind and was about to move towards the cafeteria, a blurry green shadow, like a ghost, flashed away from the corner of his eye very quickly. The speed is amazing. That green color was so abrupt and incongruous that it broke into this space that was only made up of black, white, gray, and the dark red that represented death. Xiao Lan's body reacts even faster than his mind. He turned his head suddenly, and his sharp eyes like a hawk swept in the direction where the green shadow had just flashed. Pupils contract instantly. However, empty. In the huge rest area, there were only overturned tables and chairs, scattered papers, cold walls, and the already cold bodies on the ground wearing orange D-class uniforms and black security uniforms. The blood drew hideous patterns on the ground, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood and gunpowder. No green. There is not a trace of green. It was as if the fleeting glimpse just now was just an illusion caused by his extreme fatigue and hunger. Hallucination? Xiao Lan frowned slightly, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. With his mental strength and willpower, ordinary pressure would never cause him to have such clear hallucinations. He stood there, remaining highly alert and observing carefully for several minutes. There was dead silence all around, with only the faint sizzling sound of the emergency light's current and the slight movements of himself and the little-eyed beings. That green shadow never appeared again, as if it had never existed. But Xiao Lan's alarm did not go away. Inside this Foundation facility filled with weirdness and deadly dangers, any abnormal phenomenon cannot be easily explained by hallucination. What is that green? Xiao Lan did not stay in the rest area for too long. His eyes were like a sophisticated scanner, quickly scanning the scattered documents and overturned furniture. After confirming that there were no key items or intelligence worth his risk, he stopped wasting time. The most urgent task is to replenish energy and confirm what that fleeting green shadow is. He adjusted the position of SCP-173 on his shoulder, making sure its sight covered the area in front of him, and gently touched the two small iPod replicas that were pressed against his trouser legs with his toes, signaling them to follow. Dr. A slight friction sound responded to him, and the little iPods followed closely behind him, moving their short but extremely stable concrete legs. The automatic door leading from the lounge to the staff cafeteria was not completely closed, leaving a gap open for a person to pass sideways. The sensor on the door seemed to have failed long ago. There was still 1,000 dried-up, black and bloody handprints on the edge. Xiao Lan didn't hesitate at all. She moved sideways and squeezed into the gap. Almost at the moment when he completely entered the cafeteria area, a strong smell of rotting food mixed with some indescribable fishy taste blew into the air. What made his pupils shrink suddenly was the sound that rang in his ears. Huff. Heavy, sticky, with an extremely uncomfortable wet texture. That was definitely not his own slightly rapid breathing due to running, nor was it the sound made by the two little iPods beside him. The wheezing sound seemed to come from some huge and bloated creature that was struggling to inhale and expel air, and each breath was accompanied by a teeth-grinding noise. Then, clatter, clatter, the faint but clearly discernible sound of liquid surging and stirring came intermittently, accompanied by some chewing and licking sounds. Xiao Lan's mind involuntarily emerged with a very vivid picture, a fat pig that had been hungry for several days, diving into a trough full of stinking slop, greedily eating. Eat like crazy. This sound made his stomach churn, but it also made every cell in his body tense up instantly. Danger. A strong danger signal roared in his head like an alarm. Xiao Lan's body reaction was much faster than that of an ordinary person. Almost instinctively, he suddenly lowered his body, like a crawling cheetah, and instantly lowered his center of gravity to the lowest level. His movements were smooth and silent, almost blending in with the already stiff and cold corpses on the ground. Only a pair of eyes as sharp as blades were left, vigilantly scanning the direction of the sound through the gap between the overturned legs of the dining table. The interior of the cafeteria was in a mess, with plates, food scraps, overturned tables and chairs, and even more corpses scattered everywhere. The light of the emergency lights seemed even dimmer here, barely illuminating the nearby scene. The source of the sound came from deep inside the cafeteria, near the food pickup window. There is a row of glass-insulated display cabinets for displaying dishes. At this moment, the lights in the showcase had long been turned off, but through the remaining emergency lights and the slightly curved surface of the showcase glass, a Xiao Lan saw it. A few red figures. They moved awkwardly and slowly behind the display cases. The curved glass distorts and stretches their figures, presenting a grotesque and funny shape. At first glance, they really look like several magnified countless times, with bright red color. Kiss the intestines. Fat and bloated, the surface seems to be covered with a greasy sheen. At the moment when Xiao Lan locked onto those red monsters, he felt his trouser legs being lightly hit. Looking down, the two restless little eyes had calmed down completely, nestling tightly beside his combat boots, with their little concrete heads slightly raised. They stood up and headed towards the direction of the red figures, as if they had sensed some unprecedented and unknown danger that made them feel frightened. No Xiao. Xiao Lan's eyes turned back to those. They seemed unaware of his presence and were still focused on their eating. There was a loud bang, and a stainless steel soup pot that had fallen to the ground was violently kicked away by one of the red figures. The boiling soup mixed with the meat and vegetables inside splashed all over the place, all over the ground. The red shadows immediately surrounded it, lowered their indescribable heads, and began to frantically lick the dish on the floor that was mixed with dust and blood. They let out contented, low whimpers, occasionally interspersed with a few meaningless, beast-like growls. The scene was disgusting, yet it also revealed a primitive, pure hunger. Xiao Lan held her breath, assessing the situation with cold eyes. These things are definitely not any known humanoid SCPs recorded by the Foundation. Their behavior patterns are full of primitive animality, but their distorted appearance and strange movements all indicate their abnormal nature. Must leave here. This thought instantly occupied his mind. There is no point in getting entangled with these unknown monsters. It will only increase the risk. He began to move backwards very slowly, little by little, trying to retreat to the lounge quietly. However, just when he had moved less than half a meter, the object, sudden change. Among the group of kissing intestines that were licking the soup, the one closest to him suddenly stopped moving without any warning. It suddenly raised its head, if it could be called a head. Then, under Xiao Lan's extremely shocked gaze, it actually used its seemingly clumsy and fat hind legs that looked like short pillars to support its body and slowly stood up. Come, down. Chapter 40. In Xiao Lan's sight, the scarlet shadow slowly straightened its bloated and grotesque body. No warning, no transition. It was like a low-quality sausage filled with blood plasma, which suddenly gained the ability to stand up under the pull of an invisible force. The dim light in the cafeteria barely outlined its distorted outline, and the sticky, disgusting red surface seemed to be still wriggling slightly. And the position where its head should be was facing the direction where Xiao Lan was hiding. Although there were no eye-like organs there, Xiao Lan could clearly feel that she was being watched. A cold, pure, predator-like sense of lock instantly penetrated through the layers of tables and chairs and pinpointed his lurking figure. Next second, boom! A deafening roar accompanied by the sharp hiss of shattering glass suddenly exploded. The red monster that stood up unexpectedly used its seemingly clumsy body to crash into the glass thermal display case in front of it without any warning. The heavy tempered glass, under its brutal impact, shattered into pieces like a fragile piece of candy. Countless fragments flashing with cold light mixed with the food residue that had already solidified and turned black, splashing out like a rainstorm. The air was filled with smoke and dust, and debris was flying everywhere. The scarlet figure was bathed in the mess, moving its legs that were very inconsistent with its body and were like short pillars, step by step, toward Xiao Lan. Walking slowly, its movements were still not fast and even had a strange sense of sluggishness, but every step it took seemed to step on the beat of Xiao Lan's heart. Heavy, depressing, and suffocating. As it got closer, Xiao Lan was finally able to see its entire appearance more clearly. This is definitely not some kissing intestines thing. Its body was much thinner and more terrifying than what I had seen through the curved glass before. The red skin tightly wrapped around every inch of bulging muscle lines, without a trace of fat, showing a heart-pounding sense of toughness and strength, just like a large Doberman dog was skinned alive, leaving only the most primitive muscles and tendons. However, its head structure has obvious reptilian characteristics: long, narrow, flat, and covered with fine, scale-like folds. Looking at it as a whole, it is somewhat similar to the legendary Komodo dragon from a wild island, except that its color has changed to an ominous blood red. The weirdest thing about it is its face. Where the eyes should have been, they were now empty, replaced by a pair of symmetrical, gill-like breathing holes. The dark red petals opened and closed rhythmically with its heavy and sticky breathing, and each movement brought out a wet, wheezing sound. Starting from the top of its reptilian skull, along the jagged 307 vertebrae, all the way to the buttocks near the tail vertebrae, there grows a row of sharp, hideous bone spikes of varying lengths, like the dorsal fin of some ancient ferocious beast, flashing a cold light. This is a complete killing machine made of flesh, blood, and bones. At that moment, Xiao Lan's heart seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, and her limbs and bones were chilled by instinct. But he didn't move. Even though the shadow of death had become concrete and was approaching with heavy steps, Xiao Lan was still like a cold rock, lurking in the shadows, motionless. With his eyes tightly closed, he heightened all his senses to the extreme, only feeling the slight changes in the airflow on his skin and judging the distance of the monster. More importantly, he held his breath. There were waves of burning protests from his lungs, and his brain began to send out dizziness warnings due to lack of oxygen. But he knew that even the slightest leak of breath could become a spark that ignited the other party's desire to kill. This is a confrontation between will and instinct, and the absolute suppression of fear by reason. The footsteps stopped. It was right in front of Xiao Lan, less than half a meter away. He could feel a strong smell mixed with blood, corruption, and the odor of some unknown creature, enveloping him like a substance. Something is bending down. He could even hear the clearer, mucus-like friction sound when the respiratory valve opened and closed. Time, at this moment, seems to be infinitely stretched. Every second is like walking on the edge of a knife, so long that it is despairing. The monster was sniffing him. The heavy breathing sound hovered over his head, scrutinizing and probing. Xiao Lan could clearly feel the strands of hair on her forehead being blown slightly by the hot and humid air. His body was tense to the extreme, and every muscle was like a fully drawn bowstring. Just the slightest stimulation could cause him to explode instantly, or collapse completely. Just at this time, laugh. A short and loud sound, similar to a sneeze, broke the suffocating silence. Then, a slightly sharp male voice with a distinct electronic synthesized texture suddenly sounded. Smelly. This sound. Xiao Lan's closed eyelids suddenly trembled violently. He would never forget this voice. It was the voice of the researcher in the white coat who tried to deceive him with lies in the observation room before. The poor guy who was possessed by SCP-035, possession mask. But no, the voice belonged to that researcher, but the emotions contained in it were completely different. It was not the mask's usual, bewitching tone, nor was it the despair or fear that the researcher might have felt before his death. The word stinky is filled with a kind of neurotic disgust, an extremely strong feeling, as if a misophobia patient accidentally stepped into a 100-year-old cesspool. The most instinctive and sharpest feeling of rejection that can be emitted. This monster, is he disgusted by the smell of him? Is it because SCP-106? Xiao Lan reacted instantly. In order to avoid this scary old man, he had to roll sideways, and his body was stained with the black corrosive mucus left by the old man. Although his outer coat had been taken off, the unique smell of rotten metal mixed with charred corpses was probably still lingering. And this smell obviously made the monster in front of him, who was extremely sensitive to smells, feel extremely uncomfortable. Absurd. Absolutely ridiculous. A monster that exuded corruption and blood and had just crawled out of corpses and broken flesh was actually disgusted by the stinky smell on him? This sudden change and the extremely incongruous tone of voice caused Xiao Lan's nerves to tense up, and she suddenly failed. Who I am? What's up with this big red but that's twisting back and forth? It was as if his brain was hit by this absurd reality, and there was a brief blank, and a series of chaotic thoughts flickered in the depths of his consciousness like a broken light bulb. Suddenly, Xiao Lan's body, lying on the ground, was shocked as if she had received an electric shock, and her eyes suddenly opened. What came into view was the back of the red monster that had turned away, and the buttocks covered with tight red skin that swayed slightly with its steps. It is leaving. The ecstasy of surviving a catastrophe and the fear of having narrowly escaped death were like two violent electric currents that instantly swept through his body. The muscles all over his body suddenly contracted uncontrollably, his throat tightened, and a horrified scream was about to burst out. No. Xiao Lan's pupils suddenly contracted, and her strong willpower at the last moment stifled the instinctive exclamation. He knew better than anyone that in this environment, making any unnecessary noise was equivalent to knocking on the door of hell. He clenched his teeth until a faint taste of rust filled his mouth, and only then did he barely suppress the physiological reaction that was on the verge of getting out of control. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead like a stream, soaking the corners of the basket. He slowly, extremely slowly turned his stiff neck and looked around again. The monster seemed to have really lost interest in him and was walking towards the deeper part of the cafeteria, where his companions were still licking the floor. Xiao Lan's gaze fell on the environment around her. Corpse. There were corpses everywhere. There are various forms and countless ways of death. Some were relatively intact, but with expressions of extreme fear remaining on their faces, as if they had seen incomprehensible horror before they died. The darkness around did not seem to last too long, or perhaps it was just a brief illusion as the consciousness sank into the abyss. A faint but continuous touch with some strange elasticity woke Xiao Lan from her brief drowsiness. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids, and his blurry vision focused, and he saw two small biological plants. They were using their smooth, round bodies to anxiously push his arms again and again. They each had an extremely large eye that took up most of the body, and at this moment was clearly reflecting Xiao Lan's own pale and tired face. iPods, SCP-131. Xiao Lan recognized them. They were one of the few anomalies in the Foundation that were almost completely harmless and sometimes even approached staff members on their own initiative. How did they get here? There was no time to think. The body's protest came like a tide. My muscles ached, my bones felt like they were about to fall apart, and my chest ached with every breath. He struggled to support himself with his arms, his movements slow and stiff. Finally, he leaned weakly against the cold and rough wall behind him. The cafeteria was still filled with a strong smell of blood and corruption, mixed with the indescribable biological stench left by the red monster, which irritated his nasal cavity. Damn it, Xiao Lan cursed in a low voice. Her voice was hoarse and dry, with the weakness of surviving a disaster. I said I was going to find something to eat, but I almost lost my life. F***K. He glanced at the two iPods that were still circling around his feet, making a subtle rolling sound, and the tense string in his heart relaxed a little. At least not all anomalies mean pure malevolence and death. But what happened just now was still like a huge rock pressing on his heart. That scarlet monster, that weird word stinky that imitated a human voice, and the brief moment of blankness in my consciousness that followed. Xiao Lan's eyes suddenly became sharp. He suspected that his brief confusion just now, or even some kind of cognitive shock, was related to the group of red monsters in the restaurant. That kind of creature is by no means a product of natural evolution, and its very existence may carry some kind of mimetic effect or mental influence. This idea must be proven. Understanding the enemy is the first step to survival, and it is also an instinct engraved in Xiao Lan's bones. Walk, he whispered to the two iPods at his feet, not caring whether they could fully understand him or not, and forced himself to stand up. The two little guys immediately stopped spinning and followed closely at his heels, like two loyal, silent guards. He needs detailed file on the red monster. Relying on the remaining memory of the facility layout and the map information borrowed from SCP-035, Xiao Lan, with his iPods, avoided those who were obviously new. The area with traces of battle once again shuttled through the dim and dilapidated corridors. The footsteps echoed in the empty environment, sounding particularly clear and disturbing. Finally, he stopped in front of a metal door marked Archive Room C-07. The door lock had been violently broken and was left ajar, revealing a dark corner inside. Xiao Lan walked in without any hesitation. The archive room was in a mess, with file cabinets collapsed and papers scattered all over the floor. The air was filled with dust and the smell of rotting paper. But fortunately, the central database terminal seemed to still retain basic power supply. He walked to the terminal and tapped quickly on the dusty keyboard, calling up the access interface of the Abnormal Project database. With the privileges he had as a senior executive, even a temporary ID card privilege was enough to access most non-top secret information. He began to follow the records. The monster's morphological characteristics are retrieved. Red, eyeless, gregarious, predatory. Soon, an entry with a very high match popped up on the screen. Xiao Lan's gaze froze instantly. The pupils suddenly contracted the moment they saw the project number and name clearly. Item hashtag SCP-939. Project name. Beast of 1,000 Maws. Object class. Heater. Just these 3 lines of text are enough to make anyone who knows the internal information of the Foundation feel a chill running down their spine. Heater. It represents the level with the highest difficulty in containment, the greatest threat to humanity, and the level that requires a large amount of Foundation resources to barely control. Xiao Lan's heart sank suddenly. He forced himself to calm down and continued to read the detailed description below. The cold words on the screen seemed to carry a piercing chill at this moment, imprinted into his mind word by word. SCP-939 is a warm-blooded carnivore that lives in groups, with multiple body systems undergoing degeneration similar to that of troglodyte creatures. The skin is translucent red, and its chemical composition is similar to hemoglobin. This explains their sickening color. 939 stands at an average height of 2.2 meters when upright. Their limbs are covered in quills and claws to enhance their climbing abilities. The terrifying sense of power and the ability to move quickly on walls and ceilings were confirmed. The head is slender in shape, lacking eyes, eye sockets, and skull. The lower jaw of SCP-939 is lined with red fangs that emit a faint cold light and is equipped with temperature-sensitive pit apparatus. Along its spiny spine grow eye spots that sense light and darkness. The spines can be up to 16 centimeters long and are believed to sense changes in air pressure and airflow. Without eyes, they have so many alternative sensory organs. No wonder they can lock onto targets so accurately in the dark. SCP-939 is missing most of its organ systems. Due to the lack of a digestive system, SCP-939 has no physiological need for food and is unable to digest any matter. Food usually accumulates in its respiratory system. Once the accumulation affects the respiratory function, the food will be regurgitated. Those monsters in the cafeteria were surrounding the corpse, not eating, but clearing their airways. This realization made Xiao Lan's stomach churn. However, what really made his pupils tremble and even his breathing stagnate was the last part of the file's description about their reproduction method. SCP-939 is able to reproduce through viviparity. Newborn SCP-939 individuals are no different from healthy human cubs in all aspects. Human cub? Xiao Lan stared at the words on the screen, as if she wanted to burn through the cold pixels. After the age of 3, it will mutate into an appearance similar to that of an adult. An extremely absurd, yet extremely terrifying possibility instantly grabbed hold of his heart like a venomous snake. Wait, if the newborns are no different from human babies, then how are they? The archive ends here. But the incomplete description and the horrifying possibilities it contained stirred up a storm in Xiao Lan's mind. Chapter 41. Xiao Lan's fingers slid across the touchpad subconsciously. More information, like cold venom, flowed into his field of vision along the light from the screen, making the dead silence in the archive room seem to be stained with a layer of sticky malice. He had just been shocked by SCP-939's subversive reproduction method. At this moment, the text that continued to scroll on the screen revealed the more insidious and cunning hunting instincts of this keto-level creature. SCP-939's primary method of hunting is to mimic the voices of its previous victims in order to lure new prey closer. Imitating the victim's voice, Xiao Lan's mind instantly flashed back to the unclear word stinky that she had heard in the cafeteria area before, which was mixed with obvious emotion. That was no simple noise, but a deliberate imitation, a bait. Although they are also able to imitate the sounds of other creatures and actively attack at night. The imitations of human voices emitted by SCP-939 often have a strong emotional tone of pain or pleading. It is still being studied whether they fully understand the meaning of the words they imitate or are just mechanically repeating sound fragments they have heard before. No matter which one it is enough to make people shudder. Imagine being in a dark corridor and hearing a familiar voice calling for help. But when you follow the voice, you are greeted by 10 bloody mouths full of fangs. This kind of psychological terror is far more deadly than simple physical attacks. Xiao Lan's gaze continued to move downwards, and her heart skipped a beat. SCP-939 can release a small amount of aerosol-like substance through the respiratory system that can cause the effect of Class C amnesia, codenamed AMN C227. The substance is colorless, odorless, and tasteless. Once inhaled directly, it will cause temporary anterograde amnesia, which means that new memories cannot be formed. Even if you stop inhaling, this amnesia effect will continue for an average of 30 minutes. In a well-ventilated environment or open area, the risk of exposure to AMN C227 will be significantly reduced, but not completely eliminated. According to the experimental report, the subjects who inhaled the substance generally experienced dizziness and mild hallucinations. Colorless, odorless, tasteless, amnesiac, hallucination. The key words were like heavy hammers, hitting Xiao Lan's nerves hard. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes sharp as a knife, and instantly connected all the clues together. In the cafeteria, when the red monster approached him, it leaned over to sniff, and the sound that sounded like a sneeze, or rather, an exhalation. And then there was the brief, almost imperceptible blankness of consciousness. When I woke up, I didn't even remember how I ended up leaning against the wall. So, Xiao Lan's lips were pressed into a cold line, and her low voice echoed in the empty archive room, with a hint of cold realization. It was that sneeze, huh? I see. He was not fainting for a short time because of fear or fatigue, but because he inhaled Amin C227. When SCP-939 came into close contact with him, the breath it exhaled contained this insidious amnesiac. Fortunately, he held his breath at the time, and the cafeteria was relatively large, so the dose he inhaled should not have been much. Otherwise, the consequences would have been disastrous. Even so, it still causes short-term memory gaps and possible cognitive effects. Thinking of this, Xiao Lan broke out in a thin layer of cold sweat on her back. This silent attack method is simply impossible to defend against. At the same time, the archives also indirectly confirmed another cruel fact: there is definitely more than one SCP-939. The archives clearly mentioned living in groups, which meant that in this facility that had completely gone out of control, there were more than one group, and possibly a huge number of thousand-mob beasts lurking. Xiao Lan took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Keto-level containment objects, especially creatures with concealed attack methods and group action capabilities, it would be a pipe dream for him to want to recontain them all while he is alone. His fingertips tapped lightly on the cold metal table, making a monotonous clicking sound. The iPod stayed quietly at his feet, staring at him with their big eyes without blinking, as if waiting for instructions. We must act quickly. He needs stronger self-protection ability, and also needs to complete that damn mission. Xiao Lan closed the database terminal and began searching the archive room and several adjacent rooms that had not been completely destroyed. He moved quickly and professionally, prying open the locked locker and searching for supplies that might be useful. Soon, he found a standard Foundation security personnel issue P90 submachine gun, several spare magazines, and a Glock pistol and a small amount of ammunition. Although it is not enough to fight against large-scale abnormal outbreaks, it can at least provide some basic firepower support. He carried the P90 on his back and put the pistol in a makeshift holster at his waist. With the weapon, Xiao Lan felt a little more at ease. He left the archives room with 2 iPods and stepped back into the dark corridor. You must be careful and avoid areas where monsters may be active. At the same time, pay attention to any possible abnormal signs. Just as he was on high alert and passed a corner full of debris sideways, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a green afterimage out of the corner of his eye. That thing flashed by, in a corner that was almost out of sight. It was very similar to the blurry image I had briefly glimpsed in the rest area before. Xiao Lan's body tensed up instantly, like a frightened cheetah, and she turned her head sharply to look. Empty. There was only the flickering emergency light, casting distorted spots of light on the dusty and stained walls, and the sound of his own heavy breathing. He leaned against the cold wall in uncertainty, his heart beating violently in his chest. What he saw just now was definitely not an illusion. He was absolutely sure what he saw. That green color, with some indescribable, sticky feeling? AMN C227, hallucination. The description in the SCP-939 file was like a cold shower, instantly calming him down. Yes, it must be an illusion. It's a lingering side effect of inhaling that damn gas. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his pounding heart, and tried to use reason to suppress the instinctive uneasiness. There have been too many strange incidents within the Foundation. Keeping a clear head and logical judgment is the key to survival. Xiao Lan comforted herself in this way, forcing herself not to think about the fleeting green. However, for some reason, when he looked back just now, the extremely clear and almost solid image of that thing was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, deeply imprinted in the depths of his mind and could not be erased. Is it an illusion? Or is there something that has been following him silently? Xiao Lan's eyes became deeper and colder. He didn't have time to verify it, or rather, he had to deal with more important things first. His eyes swept across the cold gun in his hand, and then looked into the depths of the empty dark corridor. Escape from here? Of course it's important. But before that, in Xiao Lan's mind, a cold and mechanical reminder sound seemed to ring again. It was the task issued by the system that inexplicably appeared in his mind after he traveled to this world. As long as he contained one more anomaly, as long as he successfully contained or disposed of one more anomalous object, he would be able to complete that stage of the mission and obtain something he desperately needed at the moment. Xiao Lan licked her cracked lips. A cold and crazy light flashed in her eyes. This out-of-control Foundation facility is not only a desperate situation, but also a hunting ground full of opportunities. This moment, Xiao Lan tightened the P90 submachine gun on her back, the cold metal touch bringing her a tiny bit of comfort. He was well aware that in this Foundation facility that had become a living hell, any form of survival might bring unnecessary trouble. If so many people died in the facility, a large keter or even Euclid-class containment object would go berserk. He was a recorded senior researcher, yet he could stroll around in there unscathed. This in itself was the biggest anomaly. Once safely evacuated and returned to a functioning Foundation-controlled area, his perfect survival record might be more deadly than any encounter with SCP-106 itself. The bunch of old men in the O5 Council don't care about his past identity and achievements. They believe more in cold data and ruthless procedures. Without a reasonable explanation, the powerless researcher Xiao Lan will most likely be labeled as a potential anomalous entity and sent directly for a so-called deep examination. Who knows if that means being sent directly to the decomposition room, or worse, an unforgettable laser skin rejuvenation. This thought was like an ice spike, piercing the glimmer of hope that had just begun to form in his heart. He couldn't just live a normal life. He needed a reason, enough to explain why he could survive in such a desperate situation and even fight back. The two iPods followed closely at his feet, their small bodies trembling slightly, as if they were sensing the malice that was everywhere around them. After passing through a corridor filled with overturned filing cabinets and broken glass, the area ahead suddenly opened up and appeared to be a slightly larger employee activity area. Emergency lights flickered on and off, illuminating the central area. Then, Xiao Lan's steps suddenly stopped. His pupils suddenly contracted in the dim light. What was even more eye-catching was that at his feet, there lay the body of a D-class personnel who had long lost any signs of life, with his chest wide open. The scene was bloody and weird. The man in black robe had his head down, seemingly concentrating on, fiddling with the corpse. The sticky smell of blood mixed with disinfectant and dust filled the air, making people feel uneasy. Xiao Lan did not raise his gun immediately. His brain was working at high speed, and the files of countless abnormal projects in the database flashed through quickly. This image is so recognizable. Just when he recognized the other person's identity, the man in black seemed to sense his gaze and slowly stopped what he was doing. He turned around bit by bit stiffly, like a rusty machine. The first thing that caught Xiao Lan's eye was a smooth, pale, bird-beak-shaped mask. The eyes of the mask are deep black lenses, and no emotions can be seen. SCP-049, Plague Doctor. Target confirmed. Xiao Lan's heartbeat did not speed up, but instead became eerily quiet. His hand holding the Glock pistol was as steady as a rock, and his gaze calmly met the eyes hidden behind the black lenses. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The only sound in the air was the flickering emergency lights, and some indescribable chill from an ancient plague. "Oh, look, humans." Hoarse, low voice. As if he hadn't spoken for a long time, the sound broke the silence. SCP-049's voice has a strange tone, so calm that it is eerie. He didn't seem to care at all that his behavior was discovered, but instead seemed to have seen an interesting visitor. He tilted his head slightly. His eyes seemed to be looking at Xiao Lan. Then, he stretched out a hand wearing a black leather glove and pointed to the ground not far from his side. There, an opened, blood-stained metal surgical kit was spread on the ground, with various tools that flashed coldly neatly inside. Scalpels, tweezers, bone saws, probes, a dazzling array of them, but they exude the breath of death. "Excuse me, do me a favor that." The plague doctor's voice was still calm. "Can you hand me the scissors? I'm a bit busy." "Yes, as you can see." His tone was as natural as if he was in a cafe asking someone to pass him a sugar packet. Xiao Lan's eyes swept across the spread-out surgical kit, finally landing on the medical scissors stained with an unknown stain. His mind raced, assessing the risks. Direct attack? The success rate is not high and may lead to unpredictable consequences. 049's lethal on contact feature is no joke. Submission? Perhaps you can gain temporary safety, or even a chance? Xiao Lan didn't hesitate for long. In this thrilling environment, any small decision may determine life or death. He chose an option with relatively controllable risks. He silently bent down, picked up the cold metal scissors, and walked forward. His movements were smooth and natural, as if he was just cooperating with a colleague. He then passed the scissors to SCP-049's outstretched glove. The fingertips did not touch the other person's gloves, maintaining an absolutely safe distance. SCP-049 took the scissors and uttered an incomprehensible murmur, which seemed to be some kind of vague syllable expressing gratitude. Then he turned around and refocused his attention on the poor corpse. The metal scissors easily cut through the remaining tissue. Next came the harsh sound of a bone saw rubbing against bones. Xiao Lan stood there, watching expressionlessly. She watched 049 skillfully cut open the chest of the corpse, violently sawing through the ribs with a bone saw. and then reaching in without hesitation. Hesitantly pulled out the still warm, bloody organs and threw them aside casually. His movements were precise and efficient, with a kind of morbid concentration and piety, as if he was performing some kind of sacred ritual. The smell of blood in the air became stronger and stronger, almost solidifying into substance. Xiao Lan's brows wrinkled slightly, but she soon regained her composure. Deep in his eyes, there was no fear, only cold observation and analysis. The doctor worked for a long time, and it seemed that he had finally completed a certain stage of his work. He stood up, shook off the blood stains on his gloves, and turned to Xiao Lan again. "Hey," he said hoarsely, with a hint of approval in his tone. "I wonder if anyone has ever told you that you are a very good assistant." Xiao Lan pulled the corners of her mouth, revealing a formal, cold, and polite smile. He didn't speak. The two iPods were now quietly huddled at his feet, their big eyes staring vigilantly at the terrifying birdbeak mask. "Oh, it seems you don't like to talk." The plague doctor seemed not surprised by his silence, and continued to ask in that strangely steady tone, "What's your name?" Xiao Lan's eyes calmly met the deep black lenses, voice clear and steady. "Dr. Xiao Lan." The air seemed to stagnate for a moment because of this title. The being under the birdbeak mask paused for a moment. The gaze hidden behind the lens seemed to become more focused. A doctor." For the first time, there was a hint of obvious emotion in the plague doctor's voice. Was it a kind of surprise? Or was it a sense of identification with someone of the same kind? A fellow traveler. He stretched out the glove that was still stained with blood, as if he wanted to shake hands, but stopped halfway, perhaps realizing something. "You can call me the plague doctor," he introduced himself, his tone returning to its previous calmness. "Or call me by my number, 049, like everyone else." His head was slightly tilted, as if he was examining his fellow human being in front of him. "So," the plague doctor asked, his hoarse voice echoing in the empty activity area, with a hint of inquiry, "what area are you good at?" Chapter 42. Facing SCP-049's eyes hidden behind the deep lenses that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, Xiao Lan's heart was not disturbed at all. He knew that the answer at this moment was not only to satisfy the curiosity of a Keto-level anomaly, but also to determine whether he could take the initiative in this conversation and even lay the groundwork for possible containment in the future. He tilted his head slightly to avoid the overly focused scrutiny in the other person's eyes and spoke in a flat tone, as if he was stating a very ordinary fact. DB, a vague but intimidating term. In this chaotic facility, who can verify the side job of a senior researcher? SCP-049's head, which was covered by a birdbeak mask, tilted slightly, as if he was digesting this unfamiliar word. Under the mask, his expression could not be seen clearly, only his hoarse voice. There was a barely perceptible hint of confusion in his voice. He stretched out his tone, as if searching for the corresponding knowledge in an ancient parchment scroll. "I haven't heard of this school. But the world is so big, there are all kinds of things, right?" He seemed to accept this answer easily. Perhaps in his long life and obsessive research on plague, he had already seen too many things that could not be understood by common sense. So, Xiao Lan's eyes swept calmly over the D-class personnel corpse with its stomach ripped open and its internal organs scattered all over the ground at the feet of the plague doctor, as well as the bloodstained surgical tools next to it. Her tone was just right with questioning. "What are you doing?" "As you can see, I'm healing them, sir." SCP-049's voice suddenly took on a hint of fanaticism and compassion. 920. He stretched out a black glove stained with sticky liquid and pointed at the corpse and several other twisted remains vaguely visible in the corner of the activity area. "I warned you a long time ago about the plague, the ubiquitous Great Plague. It will spread to everyone, take away their souls, and corrode their wills. In the end, you didn't believe me. Look at these poor dead people. It's really heartbreaking." The plague doctor stretched out a hand and gently pressed the forehead of his birdbeak mask with the back of his glove, letting out a heavy sigh, as if he was really sad for the passing of the lives that he had cured with his own hands. That posture, combined with the bloody and horrifying environment around it, seemed extremely grotesque and chilling. Xiao Lan sneered in her heart. "Healing? In this way? This is just 049's incomprehensible crazy obsession." But he didn't show any expression on his face. Instead, he showed a hint of understanding at the right time, or it could be said that it was a professional perfunctory attitude. "Well, okay." Xiao Lan's voice was just the right amount of haste and helplessness. "Good luck. I still have some. You know, we doctors are always busy." He needed to leave here as soon as possible. Staying with 049 for a long time was too risky, and there were too many variables. Moreover, his system mission urged him not to stay in one place for too long. Oh, of course, of course. The plague doctor seemed to understand this kind of busyness. He bowed slightly with an ancient etiquette like a medieval noble. Well, goodbye, Dr. Xiao Lan. I hope I can have a chance to share my research results with you about plague and my treatment. His tone was sincere, as if he was really inviting a colleague to engage in academic exchanges. Xiao Lan nodded in response. He turned around, without any hesitation, and even walked a little faster than when he came. With the two iPods following closely at his feet, he quickly walked towards another exit of the activity area. He didn't look back. I didn't dare look back. Because, just now, in the short interval between his weird conversation with that damn bird-beak doctor, he caught a picture from the corner of his eye that was enough to scare any normal person to death. The body of the D-class personnel that was disemboweled by SCP-049, with its internal organs almost emptied out, should have been dead beyond death. Its arm, which had been limp on the ground, was now slightly raised at an extremely strange anti-joint angle. Next came the stiff twisting of the neck. A silent and horrifying resurrection is quietly taking place in that messy bloodbath. SCP-049-2. A chill ran down the back of Xiao Lan's neck. The P90 on his back and the Glock on his waist can indeed provide powerful firepower, but firing here? At a 049-2 who just completed the operation, standing next to a seemingly calm but extremely dangerous SCP-049? Unwise. According to his limited but crucial memory fragments, SCP-049 will not actively attack the researchers in the facility in most cases, and will even be quite cooperative unless it is provoked or feels the plague. But his creations, those cured, walking dead, have no rationality at all. Once the fire is opened, who knows what kind of chain reaction will be triggered? He needed more complete information. About SCP-049, about his healing process, about the transformed SCP-049-2. He vaguely remembered some stories and reports about the plague doctor, but the details were vague. The only way to fully understand was to look up the detailed information of the Foundation. Return to the archive room C07. Xiao Lan immediately rejected the idea. God knows, during the time he was talking to 049, was the corridor he just walked through already filled with zombies that were transformed after being cured by 049 along the way? Going back would be like walking into a trap. So, check the briefing materials at the door of each containment unit. Even more impractical. This facility is huge and complex, with many containment areas. Searching them one by one is like looking for a needle in a haystack, and it is a waste of time. You don't know what you will encounter at the next 10 corners. We must find a centralized place with sufficient information. Without stopping, Xiao Lan's mind worked at high speed like a sophisticated computer. While maintaining a high level of vigilance towards the surroundings, he once again took out the facility map with some unknown stains from the SCP-035 possessed person from his pocket. Although with the memories of his past and present lives, as well as his experience as a senior executive, he already knew the general layout of the facility. But at this moment when you are almost in despair and don't know where to go next, re-examining this map may always bring some unexpected or overlooked clues. Under the dim emergency light, Xiao Lan's eyes were as sharp as a hawk, quickly scanning the densely packed marks and lines on the map. His finger moved slowly across the map and finally stopped at a certain area. There, marked was a name that he had not paid special attention to before. A place that might be able to resolve his current predicament or even provide greater benefits. His pupil shrank slightly at that moment. The lines on the map twisted in the dim light, like some unknown runes. But Xiao Lan's eyes were fixed on the target. A circled room marked with a familiar position, the facility manager's office. The small square on the map was reflected in his pupils, and his thoughts expanded instantly. Facility managers usually have access to most operational data and containment briefings except for top secrets. Their authority may be second only to that of site directors, and they may even have higher access levels in certain areas. Moreover, according to the markings on this map, the office is very close. All you need to do is pass through the bloody and strangely quiet activity area ahead that you just escaped from. There should be something he urgently needs, complete data on all the objects contained in this facility, a key node that will allow him to regain some control in this chaos. Just as he was about to put away the map and plan his next move, he suddenly caught a familiar shadow from the corner of his eye. Like a ghost, the fleeting green. Xiao Lan turned her head abruptly. The beam of light from the tactical flashlight was like a real sword, instantly tearing through the darkness behind her and nailing it at the end of the narrow corridor. The cold metal walls reflected the pale light. The body parts scattered on the ground cast hideous shadows. At the feet, two loyal iPods turned their single eyes curiously. Other than that, there was nothing. Silence, deathly silence. 014707422, Filu 144062140. However, this time, Xiao Lan's eyes were as sharp as a knife, without any hesitation. He was absolutely certain that it was not an illusion. According to the details of the archives about SCP-939, the Beast of 1,000 Maws, that he had glanced at but remembered firmly in Archives Room C-07. The Class 3 Amnesia Aerosol MN C227 released by it can cause short-term memory confusion and mild hallucinations, but the effect has a clear time limit. From the time he may have inhaled the aerosol to now, the time has long been enough for its effects to completely dissipate. What on earth is that thing? It appeared around him again and again, like a lingering ghost, but without any aggressive behavior. Xiao Lan frowned slightly, thoughts racing through her mind. Was it some unrecorded anomaly? Or was it a containment object with stealth capabilities that broke through containment? Or some other more bizarre possibility? Unknown threats are scary, but right now, obtaining intelligence and understanding the overall situation of this facility is the top priority. The information in the administrator's office is the key to whether he can increase his chances of winning in this survival game. Go to the administrator's office first. Xiao Lan made a decision in an instant. He was not someone who would be easily shaken by the unknown. As for this mysterious green afterimage, if it appeared again and showed hostility, he would not mind letting it have a taste of the P90 high-speed bullet. On hold for now. Concentrating his mind, Xiao Lan took another step, holding the P90 submachine gun, with the muzzle slightly lowered, keeping a vigilant posture ready to point in any direction at any time, with two eyeballs head in the direction of the administrator's office. The corridor ahead is not a smooth journey. The emergency lights flickered, casting mottled shadows on the ground covered with stains and dried blood. Here and there, some things staggered or stood still in the light and shadow. They were once human beings, D-class personnel, and the lowest-level consumables in this facility. But now, they can no longer be called corpses. That is the most complete blasphemy against the word life. SCP-049's surgery is far from a simple resurrection. It is a twisted creation, a transformation based on the Plague Doctor's own crazy logic. The bodies of these former humans have been reassembled and pieced together in a way that exceeds human physiological limits and even violates basic biological principles. The joints were twisted at impossible angles, revealing pale bones and rough-stitched flesh. The body cavity was opened and sutured at random, filled with unknown organs, tissues, and fillers, and one could even see metal stents and tubes forcibly implanted into the flesh. The exposed skin took on an unhealthy grayish-white color, like a specimen soaked in formalin. These nameless walking corpses, there was no spirit in his eyes, and his cloudy eyeballs were like dusty glass beads, staring blankly ahead or turning aimlessly. They have completely lost their memories and consciousness, and are driven only by their most primitive instincts, wandering aimlessly, moving in a stiff and strange way. They wander in the corridor, or stand there like dilapidated sculptures, facing the wall or the void, motionless. Xiao Lan walked through these twisted creations expressionlessly, her steps light but steady, as if she was walking through a museum of grotesque and horrific exhibits organized by a crazy artist. His eyes were cold, without any unnecessary emotional fluctuations, and he just silently memorized the forms and behavior patterns of these exhibits in his mind. They didn't seem to notice his presence, or rather, they had no interest in a living human being who had not been diagnosed as infected with the plague by the Plague Doctor. This was consistent with some known properties of P-049-2. They usually only respond to direct physical stimulation or commands from SCP-049. The air was filled with a faint smell of preservatives, mixed with a strong smell of blood and some indescribable smell of organic decay, which was nauseating. The administrator's office is not far ahead, according to the map, and only one more corner is needed. But on this road dotted with Plague Doctor creations, every step is like stepping on the edge of the abyss. The silence is broken by the occasional sound of bones rubbing and sticky footsteps, adding to the a-bit weird. Xiao Lan's heartbeat was steady and strong, but her finger holding the P90 remained on the trigger guard. Can he successfully reach the office where the information is concentrated? What is waiting for him behind that tightly closed door? Is it the key to solve the mystery, or Another more terrifying and desperate trap? The corner is right in front of us. Duh. Chapter 43. But after turning the corner, Xiao Lan's road is not smooth. The narrow passage was completely blocked by several staggering figures. It is those D-class personnel who have been twisted and transformed by SCP-049 Plague Doctor, those walking blasphemies. They were like rotten puppets, their joints twitching stiffly, their empty eye sockets facing Xiao Lan, as if they instinctively sensed the breath of the living. Although slowly, it firmly blocked the way. In the air, the stench of preservatives mixed with rotting flesh and blood almost solidified into substance. Xiao Lan's eyes did not waver at all. Facing these creatures who may have once been his subordinates, but were now completely unrecognizable, he felt no ripples in his heart. They were now just obstacles, a barrier of flesh and blood that prevented him from reaching the administrator's office and obtaining critical information. The next second, no warning, no hesitation. Xiao Lan tensed his arm muscles slightly, held the P-90 submachine gun firmly, and pulled the trigger with his index finger without hesitation. Da-da-da-da-da. The piercing sound of gunfire suddenly exploded, like a violent metal storm, instantly tearing apart the suffocating silence in the corridor. The black muzzle of the gun spewed out angry flames, and the 5.7mm high-speed bullet, with terrifying kinetic energy, accurately and cruelly penetrated the body of the nearest Plague Doctor creation. Phew! The grayish-white skin exploded instantly, and the unknown tissue that filled the body cavity mixed with broken bones and dark red viscous liquid splashed all around like a burst abscess. The corpse didn't even have time to react before it was torn into pieces by the violent rain of bullets. Its chest was completely shattered, and its broken upper body suddenly tilted back and hit the ground heavily, splashing filth. The flames never stopped. The muzzle of the gun moved slightly under Xiao Lan's steady control, like the scythe of the god of death, sweeping across mercilessly. The bullets penetrated one twisted body after another, shattering their unusually tough modified tissues. There was the crisp sound of bones breaking and the dull sound of flesh being torn apart at high speed. Intertwined with the continuous roar of P-90, it composed a bloody and efficient death movement. They couldn't even get close, as they were pinned to the spot by the dense fire network, and then disintegrated piece by piece, turning into a blurry, wriggling wreckage on the ground. Xiao Lan didn't release the trigger until the last staggering figure was completely shattered by the bullet and collapsed on the ground into a pool of unrecognizable dirt. The smell of gunpowder instantly overwhelmed the original stench and filled the narrow space. His hand, holding the P-90 that was still emitting a burning breath, seemed to be trembling slightly. Is it because of the recoil caused by continuous shooting? Or was it because he personally destroyed all those things that were once theoretically the assets of the Foundation, even his former colleagues, into ashes? Perhaps both. But that doesn't matter. The important thing is that as far as he can see, within his field of vision, there is nothing that can stand. The road leading to the administrator's office was violently and quickly cleared, leaving only a mess, as well as shocking bullet marks and splattered dirt on the walls. Silence fell again, but it was heavier than before, as if one could hear the sound of flesh and blood residues crawling on the ground. Just then, a steady and unique sound of footsteps came from the direction of the activity area that Xiao Lan had just passed, neither fast nor slow. A familiar figure appeared around the corner. The black robe and the iconic birdbeak mask are SCP-049, the Plague Doctor. He was obviously attracted by the violent gunfire just now. The Plague Doctor's eyes swept across the mess in front of him. The wreckage that was shattered by bullets and almost unrecognizable as human figures was exactly his previous masterpiece. However, beneath his birdbeak mask, he did not seem to reveal any anger or dissatisfaction. Snap, snap, snap. He even clapped his hands gently, and the sound of his leather-gloved hands clapping was unusually clear in the silent corridor. Very good, Dr. Xiao Lan. The doctor's voice came through the mask, with a hint of strange praise. Very good. This also saves me some effort in follow-up treatment. His tone was as calm as if he was commenting on a work of art, or in other words, a failed experiment. Now please allow me to. SCP-049 ignored Xiao Lan's still alert attitude and walked straight towards the bloody wreckage. He pulled out a small leather-bound notebook and a pen from the inside of his black robe, then squatted down and began to carefully examine the body parts that were shattered by the P-90 bullets. He stretched out his gloved fingers and carefully pulled apart a piece of broken sternum, observing the exposed, modified internal organs, and from time to time, he quickly wrote something down in a notebook with a pen or sketched something. He also made a series of meaningless humming sounds, which were filled with subtle changes in various emotions. This structure. Oh, I see. Oh, the extent of the damage. This. Sigh, what a pity. He seemed to be completely immersed in his own research, oblivious to his surroundings, the brief and brutal massacre that had just taken place, and even to Xiao Lan, who was standing next to him with a gun. After a moment, he seemed to have completed his initial observation and recording, closed the notebook with satisfaction, and stood up again. The plague doctor turned to Xiao Lan, and the eyes hidden in the shadow of the mask seemed to be staring at him. Then, he naturally extended his right hand wearing a black leather glove, as if wanting to express his gratitude. However, just as he stretched out his hand halfway, he suddenly stopped and quickly retracted it. Sorry, I forgot. The plague doctor's tone was a little enlightened. According to the regulations, those of you who are not infected with the plague seem to need to wear that. Before you come into direct contact with me. He gestured awkwardly with his hands, making a motion to cover himself from head to toe. Special protective clothing. Xiao Lan looked at his slightly funny gestures. Her eyes remained calm, but her heart was moved. He was naturally well aware of SCP-049's lethal contact characteristics. He paused, followed the doctor's words, and responded in an equally calm, even formal and polite tone. Oh, yes, I understand. The situation is special and the conditions are limited. Failure to arrange a formal meeting protocol with you in advance. Xiao Lan nodded slightly and added, when the situation calms down, there will be a chance. It's my pleasure, Dr. Xiao Lan. The doctor bowed slightly, seeming to be satisfied with Xiao Lan's professional attitude. Well, now, could you please give me some private space? I need to conduct a more in-depth study on these samples. His eyes once again turned to the wreckage on the ground, filled with a kind of fanatical, scholarly concentration. Xiao Lan did not hesitate at all. His goal was to go to the administrator's office, not to discuss the philosophy of plague and cure with the plague doctor. Please, he answered briefly, then put away the P90 with the muzzle slightly lowered, and no longer looked at the plague doctor and his research materials. He turned around, leading the two iPods SCP-131 that had been quietly staying at his feet, and walked towards the door leading to the facility administrator's office deep in the cleared corridor. Behind him, there was the rustling sound of the plague doctor squatting down again and starting his bizarre research work. The strange and brief academic exchange with SCP-049 was completely forgotten the moment Xiao Lan turned around. The research of epidemic doctors? The cure of plague? Those have nothing to do with his current goal. What he needs now is information, authority, and the key to controlling this chaotic hell. The footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, and the two-eyed SCP-131 followed him closely like a loyal and tireless guard. Their silent presence is a rare, non-malicious companion in this dead silent facility. Finally, the heavy metal door marked Site Administrator's Office appeared at the end of the field of vision. The door was not locked, and even had a crack, which seemed to show how hurriedly the people inside left. Xiao Lan pushed open the door, and a slightly turbid air hit her in the face, mixed with a faint stench and the smell of paper dust. The office is not big, but it is well organized, at least before the disaster. At this moment, the documents are scattered on the desk, a chair is overturned on the ground, and the potted plants in the corner are withered and yellow, silently telling the panic and abandonment that this place has experienced. His eyes were immediately fixed on the black terminal computer screen in the middle of the desk. The screen was on, and the dim blue light reflected on his calm face. It clearly displayed a login interface and a flashing cursor, quietly waiting for the password to be entered. Xiao Lan's pupils suddenly contracted for a moment. Damn it! A low and suppressed curse squeezed out from between his teeth. I should have thought of it earlier. This is almost inevitable. How could the site administrator's terminal, one of the hubs for the flow of information in the entire facility, not have password protection? The only guy who knows the password has probably already evacuated to the ground under the heavy protection of the MTF, and may even have run 2 miles away. The hope of directly accessing the highest authority archives from here, or tracking the movements of other key personnel, is completely blocked by this damn password box. The feeling of failure was like a cold tide, briefly impacting his defenses. But he was Xiao Lan after all, the mastermind behind the shocking change in the midst of countless corpses and blood. This small obstacle was not enough to make him lose his composure. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He scanned the office, searching for any possible clues. Paper notes? Hidden memos? No. Everything looked as if it had been hastily cleaned, or that anything important had been taken away. Well, it looks like there's no hope, Xiao Lan muttered to herself, tapping her fingers unconsciously on the cold tabletop. What to do now? Go back to SCP-049 and try to get something out of that research-obsessed anomaly? The risk is too great, and the uncertainty is too high. Or, like a headless fly, continue to try your luck in this dangerous facility, hoping to encounter the next source of information, like SCP-035? That would be even more stupid. His eyes returned to the computer screen again. Although the core files could not be accessed, the machine was not completely paralyzed. Basic functions, perhaps. With the mentality of giving it a try, Xiao Lan's fingers tapped quickly on the keyboard a few times, trying to bypass the login interface and access system functions that do not require administrator privileges. The screen flickered, and several options popped up. 10 of them were access to the facility's internal surveillance system. Xiao Lan's eyes sparkled. Although he cannot view the administrator's private files, as long as the monitoring system is still functioning, he can peek into the current state of this steel cage from a god's perspective. He immediately clicked on it. The screen switched, splitting into dozens of densely packed small windows, most of which were pitch black or covered in snow due to damaged lines or cameras. But there are still quite a few that are stubbornly transmitting real-time images. Xiao Lan's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. She quickly scanned the surveillance screens one by one. Her brain was working at high speed, analyzing the information behind each frame. Oh, that's 106. In one window, a blurry black shadow was moving slowly in a familiar corridor, dragging several broken bodies on the ground, and the walls and the ground were covered with leaving behind the iconic black corrosive slime. This old man is collecting corpses? This is near the heavy containment unit in Area B2. Let's avoid that for now. The screen changes. Well, the special containment room where 096 is imprisoned, the outer explosion-proof door is intact, and the indicator light is normal. Xiao Lan nodded slightly. It seems that the shy guy, at least it's still well contained. The containment measures are still successful, thank goodness. He knew very well that once SCP-096 broke through containment, it would be an uncontrollable massacre. Another scene caught his attention. Is this the staff restaurant? The scene on the screen made him frown. The originally tidy restaurant was now in a mess, with tables and chairs overturned and the floor covered with thick, dark red. The walls were covered with 517 scratches and unknown splashes, and there seemed to be something moving in several corners. Oh my God, how did it become like this? It's like the lair of some large predator. He immediately thought of the SCP-939 he had encountered before. It seemed that those thousand-throated beasts regarded this place as their new hunting ground and entry point. Food point. Cut to the area he passed through a while ago. 173 is still in its containment room. Good. In the picture, the concrete statue stood quietly in the corner of the empty room, with the ground around it cleaned not long ago. As long as the power supply is stable and the line of sight is not interrupted, it will not pose a threat for the time being. Xiao Lan quickly scanned the surveillance cameras that were still in operation, taking in the disaster scene of the entire facility. The number and types of SCPs that escaped were much greater than he had expected. Various twisted and deadly anomalies roam, hunt, and even conflict with each other in different areas. He couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Fortunately, he had been in the relatively clean B area most of the time. Although the anomalies he encountered were fatal, the number was still controllable. If they were to enter other areas, such as Area B2 or the restaurant area, which now appears to have been completely reduced to SCP-100 and SIX's hunting grounds and SCP-939's nest, they would probably have been submerged into endless terror. I'm afraid that other areas have now become a veritable maze of death, with all kinds of monsters running rampant, and every step is terrifying. Information is power, especially in desperate situations like this. Xiao Lan found a fairly complete diagram of the facility's internal structure and a pen on the table, and quickly marked the high-risk areas on the map, the range of SCP-100 and SIX's activities, the approximate locations of SCP-939's nest, several confirmed out-of-control Keter-class objects, and some potential safe passages or resource points discovered during surveillance. After doing all this, the administrator's office had lost its value for him to stay any longer. He stood up and prepared to leave. But before turning around, his eyes habitually swept across every corner of the room, like an instinctive search. His eyes finally stopped at a nondescript metal locker against the wall. On the door was a faded label, Site Director's Personal Belongings, Site Manager, not an administrator, but a higher-level site director. Xiao Lan's heart moved, and he walked forward. The cabinet door was locked, but this level of lock was useless to him, who was familiar with the internal structure of the Foundation. He took out a thin, long metal wire. One of the gadgets I had collected before was deftly inserted into the keyhole. I moved my fingers slightly and heard a slight click. The lock is open. There wasn't much in the cabinet, just a few overdue reports, an empty first aid kit, and Xiao Lan's breathing paused almost imperceptibly. His fingers pinched a hard plastic card from a pile of debris. The card was dark black, with the Foundation's logo printed on the front and a line of eye-catching words in gold font below. Chapter 44. A string of numbers and letters were densely printed on the back of the card, emitting a cold luster under the dim light. Xiao Lan's pupils shrank slightly, and she turned the card over and looked at it again and again, her Adam's apple rolling unconsciously. This looked like some kind of permission key, and it might even be the key to unlocking the administrator terminal password lock. Just as he was about to put the card in his arms, he suddenly heard a strange friction sound coming from the corridor. Xiao Lan quickly picked up the P90 and stared at the door. The two iPods SCP-131 also became alert instantly, with blue light flashing in their eyes and a slight buzzing sound. Squeak. The door was slowly pushed open, and a chilly breath of sunlight blew in. A figure wrapped in thin belts appeared at the door, with a mysterious light flashing in his hollow eyes. Xiao Lan recognized this as SCP-1499, the entity known as the Bandage Abomination. Its body was constantly oozing black mucus, leaving long trails on the ground. "You shouldn't be here." SCP-1499's voice was hoarse and distorted, as if coming from far away. Xiao Lan didn't respond, his finger already on the trigger. He knew how dangerous this anomaly was. If he wasn't careful, he would get entangled in the bandages and fall into the agony of the moon. "I advise you to leave," Xiao Lan said coldly. "Otherwise, I don't mind clearing one more obstacle." SCP-1499 lets out a creepy laugh, and the bandages suddenly come alive and shoot toward Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan reacted very quickly, rolling sideways to avoid the attack and pulling the trigger at the same time. The bullets hit SCP-1499, but only left bullet holes in the bandages and did not cause any substantial damage to it. Upon seeing this, the two-eyed SCP-131 immediately fired a blue beam, hitting SCP-1499's body. The damage caused by the beam seemed to be more effective than the bullet, and SCP-1499 let out a roar and temporarily stopped its attack. Xiao Lan seized this opportunity and rushed to the door. As he passed SCP-1499, he suddenly swung the wire in his hand, wrapping it around one of SCP-1499's arms. SCP-1499 was somewhat flustered by the sudden attack, and Xiao Lan took the opportunity to smash it hard on the head with the butt of the P90. Bang! A large hole was smashed into SCP-1499's head, and black slime gushed out. It staggered back a few steps, and Xiao Lan took the opportunity to rush out of the office and run to the other end of the corridor. The two-eyed SCP-131 followed closely behind him, observing the surroundings vigilantly. After running for a distance, Xiao Lan stopped and leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. He looked at the card in his hand and thought about his next plan. If this was really the key to open the terminal, then he needed to find a safe place to try to enter it. But where in the entire facility is safe? Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard a noisy sound of footsteps coming from a distance. Xiao Lan immediately held her breath and pressed her body against the wall. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and he saw a group of people in black combat uniforms walking towards him. Judging from their equipment and badges, they should be members of the mode team. "Is it safe here?" one of them asked. "I don't know, but we have to find Xiao Lan as soon as possible." The captain-like man answered. "The higher-ups have issued a death order that we must get him out before SCP gets completely out of control." Xiao Lan was shocked. He didn't expect the MTF to come looking for him at this time, but he didn't plan to go with them now. He still had unfinished business. Chapter 45. After the group of people walked away, Xiao Lan quietly followed them, wanting to see their route and goal. After following the MTF for a while, Xiao Lan discovered that they seemed to be looking for a certain area. Suddenly, the team member in front raised his hand to signal to stop. "Something's happening," the team member whispered. "There's a signal response from SCP-079 ahead." Xiao Lan's mind moved. SCP-079 is an anomaly with a high degree of artificial intelligence. Maybe it knows the password of the administrator terminal. Thinking of this, he decided to take a risk. While the MTF was not paying attention, he quietly went around to another passage and headed in the direction of SCP SCP-079 Nobunaga's reaction. Along the way, he encountered several 870 SCP attacks, but he managed to escape successfully thanks to his rich experience and the firepower of the P-90. Finally, he came to a huge computer room filled with various complex circuits and servers. In the center of the room, a huge display screen constantly flashes strange characters, which is the core of SCP-079. You're here. SCP-079's voice came from all directions. I've been waiting for you, Dr. Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan looked around warily. You know what? I know everything. SCP-079 replied, including the password you want. Xiao Lan was delighted, but remained calm on the surface. Why did you tell me? Because we have a common goal. SCP-079 said, I need you to help me destroy something. In exchange, I can give you the password. What? A backdoor left by those who were trying to control me. SCP-079's voice was filled with anger. As long as these programs remain in place, I will never be truly free. Xiao Lan thought for a moment. He knew that working with SCP-079 was full of risks, but this might be his only chance to get the password. Okay, I promise you, Xiao Lan said. But you have to tell me the password first. SCP-079 was silent for a moment, and then a string of characters appeared on the display. Xiao Lan quickly took out the card and compared the characters with the CCBB content on the card. After a complicated combination, he finally got a perfect code. Remember, you still have a mission to complete, SCP-079 reminded. I will contact you again when you complete the mission. Xiao Lan did not answer and turned to leave the computer room. He carefully avoided the MTF and other SCPs and returned to the administrator's office. Along the way, he kept recalling the password, fearing that he had remembered it wrong. When he returned to the administrator's office, he found that SCP-1499 had disappeared, leaving only some traces of black mucus on the ground. Xiao Lan didn't have time to think about it, and immediately walked to the terminal computer, took a deep breath, and entered the password. The screen flashed a few times and finally entered the administrator interface. Xiao Lan's eyes flashed with excitement, and he began to quickly browse various files and data, trying to find information that would be useful to him. Just then, he suddenly found a hidden folder called Doomsday Plan. Driven by curiosity, Xiao Lan opened the folder. Inside was a detailed plan that shocked him. 014707422 Filu 144072110. It turns out that the top brass of the Foundation had long anticipated that one day SCP would get out of control on a large scale, and this Doomsday Plan was designed to preserve the Foundation's core strength and technology under such circumstances. The plan also mentioned a secret underground facility where the Foundation's most core research results and most advanced weapons and equipment were stored. Chapter 46. If we can find this place, we can not only ensure our own safety, but also gain enough power to turn the situation around. Just as he was about to copy the plan, he suddenly heard fierce gunfire and explosions outside. He quickly turned off the computer, picked up the P-90, and walked carefully to the door to check the situation. The corridor was in chaos, with MTF members fighting a group of immortal evil lizards known as SCP-682. These huge monsters have thick skin and flesh, and ordinary bullets cannot cause any damage to them. Although the MTF members are well equipped, they are also somewhat powerless under the attack of SCP-682. Xiao Lan knew that he couldn't stay here for long. He had to find a way to leave here as soon as possible. He quietly moved around the battlefield and headed towards the emergency exit of the facility. Along the way, he encountered several SCP attacks, but he managed to escape thanks to his familiarity with the facility structure and the help of the iPod SCP-131. Finally, he came to the emergency exit. The exit door is locked and requires a special authorization card to open. Xiao Lan took out the card she had found in the locker and tried to swipe it. Fortunately, this card happened to have permission to open the emergency exit. The door opened slowly with a click. Xiao Lan breathed a sigh of relief and was about to go out when she heard a familiar voice behind her. Are you in such a hurry to leave, Dr. Xiao Lan? Xiao Lan's heart tightened, and she slowly turned around. She saw SCP-049 standing not far away, with an unpredictable look under the birdbeak mask. Why are you here? Xiao Lan asked warily. I have been watching you. SCP-049 replied. Your actions are interesting and valuable. What do you want to say? I want to make a deal with you. SCP-049 took a few steps forward. I can help you get out of here, but you have to take me to that secret underground facility. Xiao Lan was shocked. She didn't expect that SCP-049 also knew about the Doomsday Plan and the existence of the secret underground facilities. He thought for a moment and felt that perhaps he could use the power of SCP-049 to gain a greater advantage in the outside world. "Okay, I promise you," Xiao Lan said, "but you have to ensure my safety first." "Of course." SCP-049 nodded. "Let's go." Just like that, Xiao Lan and SCP-049 walked out of the emergency exit together. The outside world is in chaos. Various SCPs are wreaking havoc in the city, and the streets are littered with ruins and corpses. Xiao Lan knows that the real challenge has just begun, and his cooperation with SCP-049 will also lead to unknowable events in the future. They followed a path, trying to avoid the dangerous SCPs. Suddenly, there was a roar in the sky, and a Foundation helicopter appeared above their heads. The searchlight on the helicopter shone on them, and Xiao Lan saw the cabin door open, and several fully armed agents were pointing guns at them. "Dr. Xiao Lan, put down your weapons and follow us," the agent shouted. 014707422 Philo 1440722290. Xiao Lan looked at SCP-049 beside him, and then looked at the agent on the helicopter. He knew that no matter which side he chose, he would face huge risks. But he knew better that in this chaotic world, only by mastering enough information and power can one survive. "Why should I trust you?" Xiao Lan shouted. "Can you guarantee my safety?" "We are from the Foundation. That's our guarantee," the agent replied. "Put down your weapons now, or we will take coercive measures." Chapter 47. SCP-049 suddenly took a step forward, and the voice under the bird beak mask was calm and firm. "Dr. Xiao Lan, don't believe them. They just want to take you back as a test subject." Xiao Lan's heart was shocked. He knew that what SCP-049 said was very likely true. In order to achieve their goals, the top leaders of the Foundation never care about the life and death of individuals. But if the agent's request is rejected, he and SCP-049 will also face the fate of being hunted down. 2, 5, 3-inch, give me a minute to think about it," Xiao Lan shouted. He quickly considered the pros and cons, switching his eyes back and forth between the helicopter and SCP-049. After a minute, he made a decision. "I choose to go with him." Xiao Lan pointed at SCP-049 and shouted. The agents obviously didn't expect Xiao Lan to make such a choice, and they showed surprised expressions on their faces. "You are courting death," the agent shouted. "We are warning you for the last time. Put down your weapons." Xiao Lan did not answer, but raised the P-90 and fired at the helicopter. SCP-049 also attacked at the same time. His hands emitted a strange light and hit the wing of the helicopter. The helicopter began to shake violently and began to lose balance. The agents panicked and fired at Xiao Lan and SCP-049, but they dodged the shots. Finally, the helicopter crashed into an open space not far away, and the explosion was deafening. Xiao Lan and SCP-049 did not stop and continued to move towards the secret underground facility. Along the way, they encountered several attacks from other forces, but they were able to overcome the dangers with their own abilities. After several days of arduous journey, they finally arrived at the location mentioned in the plan. It was an abandoned factory with an entrance to a secret facility hidden underground. "This is it," Xiao Lan said. He took out the card and found an electronic lock in a hidden corner of the factory. After entering the password, the ground slowly opened up, revealing a downward passage. Xiao Lan and SCP-049 walked down the corridor, and at the end of it was a huge blast-proof door. There was an iris recognition device on the door. Xiao Lan put her eyes close to it, and the door slowly opened. Inside is a huge underground base where various advanced equipment and weapons are neatly arranged. What surprised Xiao Lan even more was that there were some staff members from the Foundation here, and they seemed to have known that Xiao Lan would come. "Welcome to the Doomsday Base, Dr. Xiao Lan." A researcher in a white coat came over and said, "We have been waiting for you." Xiao Lan looked at the other party warily. "How did you know I would come?" "Because we have been monitoring your actions," the researcher replied, "and we have also reached some kind of agreement with SCP-049. Xiao Lan looked at SCP-049, who just nodded slightly without saying anything. "What agreement?" Xiao Lan asked. "I'll tell you about this later," the researcher said. "Right now, we have more important things to do. The large-scale loss of control of SCPs has caused a devastating blow to the world. We need your help to work out a rescue plan together." Xiao Lan thought for a moment and finally nodded 4.6. He knew that in this doomsday world, only by uniting all the forces that could be united could there be hope of restoring order. In the process, He will also uncover more secrets about the Foundation and SCP. With the joining of Xiao Lan, the research work of the Doomsday Base entered a new stage. They began to study how to control those out-of-control SCPs and also developed new weapons and technologies. Chapter 48. SCP-049 also participated in the research, and his theories on plague and cure provided new ideas for the research. However, just when everything seemed to be going well, a mole suddenly appeared inside the base. Some important research data was stolen, and the base's defense system was damaged. Xiao Lan and SCP-049 must find the traitor as soon as possible, otherwise the entire base will be in danger. They began to investigate every suspicious person and collect various clues. In the process, Xiao Lan discovered some shocking secrets, which not only involved the top leaders of the Foundation, but also some mysterious organizations. 22. As the investigation deepens, Xiao Lan and SCP-049 gradually get closer to the truth, but they are also facing more and more dangers. In order to cover up their crimes, the inner ghosts keep sending assassins to assassinate them. In a fierce battle, Xiao Lan was seriously injured while protecting SCP-049. SCP-049 demonstrated amazing abilities. He used his unique healing method to temporarily stabilize Xiao Lan's injuries. "Why did you save me?" Xiao Lan asked weakly. "Because you are still useful to me." 17. SCP-049 replied. "Besides, I think our cooperation is not over yet." After hard work, Xiao Lan and SCP-049 finally found the traitor. It turns out that the insider is an undercover agent sent by the top management of the Foundation. Their purpose is to destroy the Doomsday Base and prevent the research results of the base from threatening their status. After dealing with the traitor, Xiao Lan and SCP-049 continued their research. They successfully developed a new type of SCP control device that can temporarily suppress the normal abilities of $CP. They took the control device and began the operation to recover the out-of-control SCP. During the operation, they encountered various difficulties and challenges, but they overcame them with wisdom and courage. As more and more SCPs are controlled, the world begins to gradually return to order. Xiao Lan and SCP-049 have also become legendary figures, and their stories are widely circulated inside and outside the Foundation. However, Xiao Lan knew that this was just a new beginning. Although the world has returned to peace, the threat of SCP still exists. He and SCP-049 decided to continue their cooperation, explore more secrets about SCP, and find a way to completely solve the SCP problem. The alarm from the underground base broke the tranquility of the laboratory, and the red warning light flickered wildly in Lan's pupils. He had just imported the data of the new SCP control device into the terminal when there was a slight tremor on the metal floor. Dr. Xiao Lan. Energy fluctuations are appearing in the containment chamber in Area B3. The researcher rushed in, clutching the communicator, his eyes behind the lenses filled with fear. It was SCP-173. It seemed to have broken through the temporary containment procedure. Xiao Lan immediately grabbed the P90 on the table and turned to look at SCP-049, who had also stood up. A low voice of 417's analysis came from under the birdbeak mask. "The energy readings are abnormal. Someone may have tampered with the frequency of the suppression field." When the two rushed to the emergency passage, the corridor was already filled with a pungent smell of rust. On the surveillance screen, SCP-173 was breaking through the layers of blockades with a strange crawling posture. Behind it were several twisted bodies of security guards, with unnatural folds at their necks. "Split up." Xiao Lan stopped at the fork in the road and said, "You go check the main control room. I'll take the people to Area B3. SCP-049 nodded slightly. "Be careful of its evolving form. The energy fluctuations this time are very unusual." When Xiao Lan led the security team to Area B3, the tempered glass of the containment chamber was already covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Chapter 49. SCP-173's concrete body is expanding wildly. The original statue shape is beginning to distort and deform, and countless tiny eyes are appearing on the surface. "Keep your eyes on me," Xiao Lan warned loudly. No one is allowed to blink. However, something strange happened suddenly. SCP-173's eyes opened simultaneously, and a blinding white light instantly enveloped the entire area. The security guards screamed, and their protective masks sizzled under the strong light. Huang Lan was knocked to the ground by the air wave, 90 nautical miles. When he managed to get up, the scene before him almost made his blood freeze. SCP-173 has breached its containment chamber. Its body has now split into 3 entities, each of which is growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's even more terrifying is that they seem to have acquired some kind of space distortion ability and can teleport to different locations in the blink of an eye. Retreat. Notify 049 immediately. Xiao Lan screamed into the communicator. But before he could finish his words, a security guard was strangled by the teleported SCP-173, and the crisp sound of bone cracking was particularly harsh in the silence. Just then, a familiar birdbeak mask appeared at the end of the corridor. SCP-049 raised its hands, and a light green mist emerged from under its black robe. It had absorbed excessive suppression field energy and was now in a state of energy rampage. Xiao Lan picked up P90 again under the cover of fog. How long can we suppress it? 5 minutes at most. SCP-049's voice was filled with rare urgency. We must find its core node. The two of them worked together to approach SCP-173. Xiao Lan's bullets kept hitting the monster, but only left shallow dents on it. Although SCP-049's masculinity could temporarily slow down its movements, it could not really cause any harm. Suddenly, the 3 SCP-173s let out sharp hisses at the same time, and their bodies began to merge, forming a huge monster covered with eyes. In its chest, Xiao Lan discovered a purple crystal flickering at the core of the monster. That was the energy source. But just as they were about to launch a general attack, a strange noise suddenly came from the ventilation vent of the laboratory. A group of black monsters known as SCP-106 emerged from the pipe, apparently attracted by the energy fluctuations of SCP-173. The situation suddenly became more difficult, and Xiao Lan and SCP-049 had to face the attack from 2 powerful SCPs. You deal with 106. I'll take care of this. Xiao Lan stuffed the spare magazine into the P90. Remember, don't let 106 get close to the core node. SCP-049 did not respond, but emitted a stronger light from its hands, enveloping several SCP-106 in the light. Huang Lan took the opportunity to rush towards the core of the monster, and bullets continued to hit around the purple crystal. But every time he was about to hit the core, SCP-173 would initiate a spatial distortion, redirecting the attack elsewhere. This won't work. Xiao Lan wiped the sweat off her forehead. 049, can you create a space anchor? A thoughtful murmur came from beneath the birdbeak mask. It is theoretically possible, but you need to attract its full attention. Xiao Lan took a deep breath and poured out all the remaining ammunition, while shouting, "Come on, monster! Li Zhao Zhao here?" SCP-173 was indeed enraged. All its eyes turned to Xiao Lan, and its body began to move rapidly towards him. At the critical moment, SCP-049 activated its ability. 014707422 Philo 144082200. The space in the laboratory began to distort, forming a huge hexagonal frame, trapping SCP-173 inside. The monster roared angrily, but was unable to break free from the constraints of the space anchor. Now is the time. Xiao Lan rushed to the core and stuffed the last specially made electromagnetic grenade into the purple crystal. Chapter 50. The moment the electromagnetic grenade exploded next to the purple crystal, the entire laboratory was engulfed by dazzling blue light. Xiao Lan instinctively used her arms to protect her head as the impact was accompanied by a rain of concrete fragments. When the smoke and dust cleared a little, he discovered that the giant SCP-173 had split into countless tiny pieces in the explosion, and each piece was wriggling strangely on the ground. Be careful. These fragments are still active. SCP-049's warning came from behind. His black robe fluttered, and the light green mist in his hands condensed into a huge net, intercepting all the debris that tried to crawl into the ventilation duct. Xiao Lan's P90 spewed out flames again, but the bullet seemed to hit a sponge, stirring up clouds of dust. He was extremely anxious. He caught a glimpse of the liquid nitrogen sprayer in the corner, and suddenly an idea came to him. 049. Use low temperature to restrict their movements. SCP-049 immediately understood, and the mist turned into chains of ice, wrapping around the nearest piece of rubble. Xiao Lan took the opportunity to start the liquid nitrogen sprayer, and the biting cold instantly filled the entire room. The gravel gradually solidified in the low temperature, with ice crystals appearing on the surface, but it still made a teeth-grinding friction sound under the ice. It has been suppressed temporarily, but CCDI can't hold out for long. 17 SCP SCP-049's voice was tired, and a faint light could be seen under the bird beak mask. The explosion just now may have alerted other SCPs. We must evacuate as soon as possible. Before he could finish his words, there was a sound of something heavy falling to the ground from the ventilation duct above his head. 3 SCP-100 and SIXS crawled out of the pipe. Their black skin shone oily under the emergency lights, and their mouths were cracked almost to their ears, revealing densely packed fangs. Disperse. Keep your distance. Xiao Lan loudly directed the security team members. He knew that SCP-106 had a corrosive ability and that if he wasn't careful its tentacles would pierce his body. And SCP-106 suddenly accelerated, and its black tentacles shot towards Xiao Lan like javelins. At the critical moment, SCP-049 threw out a mist barrier, and its tentacles made a sizzling corrosion sound in the mist. Xiao Lan took the opportunity to go around the monster's side and stuffed an incendiary bomb into its open mouth. Boom! SCP-100 and SIXS head explodes in flames, dark blood rains down. But the remaining 2 had already surrounded them from both sides, and the laboratory was filled with a disgusting stench. Dr. Xiao Lan. News came from the main control room that something was wrong with the energy core on the 3rd underground floor. A researcher stumbled into the lab, his face covered in blood. All SCPs are seeing an uptick in activity, like they're responding to some kind of call. Xiao Lan's heart was shaken. He remembered the doomsday plan he saw on the administrator's terminal, which mentioned that the Foundation had tried to use the energy core as the ultimate means of deterring SCP. Is there someone secretly manipulating the core to intentionally cause chaos on the field? 049, we have to go to the main control room. Let others handle this. Xiao Lan held the P-90 tightly, her eyes firm. SCP-049 nodded, and suddenly several vine-like mists emerged from under his black robe, entangling an SCP-106 that was trying to launch a sneak attack. Let's go. I'll cover you. The 2 ran towards the main control room, and the sounds of SCP activities continued to be heard in the corridor. When turning a corner, Xiao Lan suddenly stopped. In the corridor ahead, dense swarms of SCP-939 were rushing towards them. The roars of these thousand-throated beasts intertwined together like a symphony of hell. How come they are here? Xiao Lan cursed in a low voice. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.